Hey, welcome to Sleep Crime Stories. Before we begin, let me ask, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? A quick comment and a subscribe go a long way, it really helps. Now, turn down the lights, and let's begin tonight's case. Jonathan was born in Michigan in 1994 to Jennifer and Michael. 3 years later, his sister Jessica came into his life. From a very young age, Jonathan and Jessica formed a bond that's unbreakable. They shared a special connection. Unfortunately, Jonathan's parents, Jennifer and Michael, faced struggles. Their frequent fights meant Jonathan and Jessica were often left in the care of their grandmother, Sandra. Sandra was Jennifer's mother and took the role of a nurturing caregiver to her grandchildren. She provided Jonathan and Jessica with a safe and loving home away from home. At their grandmother's house, Jonathan and Jessica found solace and comfort. Sandra brought joy and laughter, and the children cherished the moments they spent with her. She was married to Fred Lane. Together, Sandra and Fred created a family unit that nurtured and protected Jonathan and Jessica. In 2008, after enduring years of turmoil, Jennifer and Michael divorced. When Jonathan was a Central High School senior, he faced a challenging and unexpected turn of events. His mother made the decision to move the family from Michigan to Arizona. The move was difficult for him, as he was leaving behind the only life he had ever known. The situation only worsened for Jonathan and his family when they arrived in Arizona. Shortly after their relocation, his young sister Jessica became gravely ill. After undergoing extensive tests and examinations, doctors discovered a tumor on Jessica's brain. Jessica's diagnosis was devastating for the entire family. Jessica underwent surgery the very next day to remove the tumor. The operation was successful, but it came at a cost. She endured a lengthy recovery, requiring her to stay in the hospital for a whole month. During this time, Jennifer devoted all her time and attention to her daughter's well-being, sacrificing her own needs, which left Jonathan feeling isolated and alone. He had to cope with the pressure of being a teenager in a new state while facing the absence of his mother and sister. Recognizing the strain that Jonathan was going through, Sandra, his grandmother, reached out to Jennifer. Deeply concerned about her grandson's well-being, Sandra suggested sending him north to Michigan to live with her and her husband, Fred. She believed that being around familiar surroundings and old friends would provide Jonathan with some solace during this difficult time. Jonathan was a good kid, but he still possessed the youthful energy and unpredictability that comes with being a teenage boy. Jennifer worried whether her 74-year-old mother Sandra would be capable of caring for him. However, Sandra reassured Jennifer that she was more than capable of taking care of him. 1 month after the Hoffman family moved to Arizona, Jonathan returned to Michigan and moved in with his grandmother Sandra and her husband Fred. This homecoming brought joy and relief to Jonathan, who was midway through his senior year at high school. He was thrilled to be back among his friends and family, feeling a sense of comfort and belonging he had missed while away. Jonathan's friends agreed that he was shy at first, but when he opened up, he was a lot of fun and loved to make people laugh. He had a zest for adventure and was always up for trying new things. When he returned to Michigan and Farmington Central High School, his friends were thrilled to have him back. Jennifer, his mother, missed her son greatly and made the trip to Michigan to visit him for 2 weeks. Despite Jonathan's apparent happiness living with his grandmother, Jennifer discovered that he had been smoking cannabis. However, Jonathan's dabbling in illegal substances did not extend to harder drugs. Although Jennifer was not happy about his cannabis use, she considered this typical teenage experimentation. It was difficult for Jennifer to return home after her trip with her son. With a heavy heart, Jennifer bid farewell to Jonathan, feeling confident that he would be in good hands. As Jennifer made her way back to Arizona, her mind filled with thoughts of her son's well-being. She reassured herself that her mother would never allow any harm to Jonathan, her grandchild. However, Jennifer could not have been more wrong. Little did Jennifer know that Jonathan was in grave danger, and it was at the hands of his grandmother Sandra. In a matter of weeks, Jonathan would be dead. On May 19, 2017, at 5:27 p.m., Jonathan Hoffman made the panic call to 911. his voice trembling as he relayed to the dispatcher that his grandmother had shot him and he was dying. The dispatcher quickly sprang into action, dispatching police and paramedics to Jonathan's residence. As she spoke to him, she tried to reassure him that help was on the way, her voice steady amongst the chaos and fear in his voice. There was an ominous silence on the line, and for a moment, the dispatcher feared that the connection had been dropped or that Jonathan had passed away. But then, just as her heart sank, she heard a barrage of gunfire erupt from the phone, followed by a pained cry. Jonathan shouted, "Ow," as his voice cracked with terror as he told the operator that his grandmother had shot him again. The West Bloomfield Township Police Department officers were swiftly dispatched to the scene, arriving at Sandra Lane's house at 5:33 p.m. As they approached, they could hear gunfire coming from within the residence. The officers, trained to handle such situations, didn't hesitate to take the necessary precautions. They positioned themselves behind their patrol vehicles, providing cover for themselves. From their position, the officers observed a woman walking inside the house. They issued clear commands ordering the person inside to place their weapon on the ground. Time seemed to stand still, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Finally, after a tense moment, the officers heard the sound of a gun being secured. With the assurance that the person inside had secured the firearm, they decided to enter the residence. When the police made it inside the home, they found 74-year-old Sandra Lane standing in front of them, a Glock 17.40 caliber handgun at her feet. Staring at the police, Sandra said, "I murdered my grandson several times." Sandra was not crying. She was calm and stated the disturbing sentiment as a matter of fact. One of the police officers asked Sandra why she killed her grandson, but Sandra remained silent. 2 minutes after the police arrived at her home, Sandra was handcuffed and placed in the back of a patrol vehicle. Officers entered her home to find the victim, who Sandra said was her grandson, 17-year-old Jonathan Hoffman. Inside Sandra Lynn's home, the air was heavy with smoke, making it difficult to see through the haze. As they climbed the staircase, they reached the landing where Jonathan lay motionless, face down on the hardwood floor. Dressed in gym shorts and socks, the young man's body was riddled with gunshot wounds to his upper torso. Despite the severity of his condition, the medics managed to detect a faint pulse. With urgency, Jonathan was rushed to Botsford Hospital, where a team of medical professionals worked tirelessly to stabilize his condition. However, their efforts proved futile, and after 30 minutes of intense medical intervention, he was pronounced dead. After the ambulance rushed Jonathan Hoffman to the hospital, Sandra Lane's home was secured as a crime scene. The residence spanned 3 levels, and nearly every room was filled with signs of violence and blood. Crime scene investigators arrived and carefully examined the area, searching for clues that could shed light on the shocking events. As investigators descended the basement staircase, they were immediately struck by the presence of footprints and bloodstains on the ground. The investigators carefully preserved this evidence. Moving further into the house, the team came across 10 bullet casings scattered in various areas. Each casing was collected. One of the investigators noticed a bullet hole in the drywall. In the search for more evidence, the investigators made their way to the second floor. There they discovered a gun case filled with ammunition. While the investigators were busy collecting evidence, they took special care to photograph Sandra, her face, arms, and hands. While sitting in the back of the patrol car, Sandra became very upset and started to cry. In the middle of the chaos, Fred Lane, Sandra's husband, showed up outside of the house with their dog. According to Fred, he had been gone for an hour, having taken the dog for a walk after Sandra asked him to. Fred was stunned to learn that his wife had admitted to shooting and killing their grandson Jonathan. Once Jonathan was pronounced dead at the hospital, the police faced the challenging task of informing his family that their beloved son was murdered by his grandmother, Sandra Lane. As detectives delved deeper into the case, they learned that Jonathan had been living in Michigan while his parents and sister were residing in Arizona. When the detectives broke the devastating news to Jennifer, informing her that her mother had shot and killed her beloved son, she was left in a state of stunned disbelief. It seemed inconceivable that someone who was supposed to love and cherish their grandchildren could commit such a heinous crime. Everyone knew that Jonathan was his grandmother's favorite, which made it even more unfathomable how he ended up dead at Sandra's hands. As the day wore on, around 7:30 p.m., the police decided to take Sandra Lane to the hospital for a health evaluation, given her advanced age. As they waited in the emergency room, Sandra insisted that Jonathan had never hurt her. She described him as a good boy who never harmed anyone. After a medical assessment, the doctors cleared Sandra of any suspicious injuries. With this, the police decided to place her back into the patrol car and take her to the police department for questioning. On May 20th, after midnight, Sandra's attorney met her at the police station. Before she provided her official statement to the police, Sandra sought legal advice from her attorney. When the detectives eventually met with Sandra and her attorney, Sandra's story dramatically changed. At the hospital, she had initially told police that her grandson was not involved in the incident. However, during their meeting at the police station, she claimed that Jonathan and she were engaged in an altercation which involved yelling and screaming. During this altercation, Jonathan kicked her in the stomach, causing her to fear for her life. According to Sandra, Jonathan had been exhibiting strange behavior and signs of anger lately. Jonathan had been coming and going from her house at all hours of the night, and he often brought people over whom she did not particularly care for. Furthermore, Sandra had noticed valuables missing from her home, leading her to suspect that Jonathan or his friends may have been involved in theft. Sandra also mentioned that her grandson has a history of getting into trouble with the law. Sandra claimed while Jonathan was driving, an officer pulled him over and it was discovered that there was cannabis in his car. However, that did not deter him from engaging in similar behavior. Just a short time later, Jonathan was again stopped by an officer, and this time it was discovered that he was in possession of Adderall. In addition to the aforementioned incidents, Sandra also recounted a time when she had to call 911 due to Jonathan's aggressive behavior. During that particular incident, Jonathan was yelling obscene things at her. However, when the police arrived, Sandra implored them not to arrest Jonathan. According to Sandra, she only purchased a gun because of Jonathan's behavior. Sandra claimed that everything came to a head on May 18th, after she took Jonathan to the probation department because he had not been in compliance with his probation. When they returned home, Sandra said Jonathan threatened to take her car, and that is when he attacked her. Since there were no witnesses to Jonathan's shooting other than Sandra, the detectives faced a challenge in confirming her story. Sandra claimed self-defense, making the detectives conduct an investigation into what happened. They needed to ensure they were not sending a 74-year-old frail grandma to prison for defending herself against a violent teenage boy. The detectives reviewed the picture taken by the crime scene investigators immediately after Sandra admitted to shooting Jonathan. However, the detectives did not find any signs of violence on Sandra. Not a single scratch was present, which would be expected if she had been in a struggle. During her court arraignment, the judge ruled that Sandra should be held with bond as she awaited trial at the Huron Correctional Facility. Paul Walton, the prosecutor assigned to the case, felt that the 911 call made by Jonathan contradicted Sandra's claim of self-defense. When Paul listened to the call, he noticed a significant period, approximately 2 minutes and 51 seconds, of silence before Sandra fired another shot at Jonathan. Based on Walton's observations, it seemed that Jonathan was already severely injured and posed no immediate threat to Sandra. However, Sandra's defense attorney presented a different argument. They contended that Jonathan was still a threat despite his injuries. The defense highlighted a portion of the 911 call where Sandra is heard yelling, "Let go," during the altercation, suggesting that Jonathan was still coming for his grandmother, even though he was injured. The defense attorneys for Sandra Lane argued that she was nothing more than an innocent and loving grandmother. They argued that the end of the 911 call, where Sandra can be heard saying to a grandson who was bleeding out to lie down and that she was going to get him some water, proved that point. According to the defense, these statements showed Sandra's true nature as a compassionate and caring woman. Prosecutor Walton was confused by Sandra Lane. Was she a loving grandmother who had no alternative but to take the life of her grandson in a tragic circumstance? Or was she a cold-blooded murderer who pursued her grandson, ultimately shooting him like an animal in the woods? To gain a deeper understanding of Sandra Lane, Prosecutor Walton initiated a series of interviews around town. These testimonies, all of who were interviewed, painted a consistent picture of Sandra as an ordinary grandmother. Sandra frequented the local salon weekly, actively participated in her synagogue, taught Sunday school, and volunteered her time. She was also known for her generosity and affluence. What struck the detectives most was the overwhelmingly positive feedback from those who knew Sandra. They described her as deeply bonded to her grandchildren, especially Jonathan. The testimonies seemed to contradict the horrific act she had admitted to committing. However, a different story emerged when the detectives interviewed Jennifer, Sandra's daughter, and Jonathan's mother. Jennifer provided a different take on her mother's character, contradicting the image presented by the community. Jennifer claimed that her mother was not the warm and compassionate person portrayed by others. Instead, she painted a different picture, describing her mother as a controlling and abusive person. According to Jennifer, when she grew up, her parents constantly fought, and there were times when Sandra physically assaulted her. Jennifer stated that her father was often absent, leaving her mother complete control over the household. As a result, Sandra acted like a tyrant going on tirades. Eventually, Sandra said her father went on one trip and never returned. Several years after her father's disappearance, Sandra remarried a man named Fred Lane. Jennifer noticed a significant change in her mother's behavior. Sandra expressed a deep love for Fred and believed that he was a good man who brought stability to their home. Initially, Sandra's arguing and controlling behavior seemed to subside. However, Jennifer claimed that after she gave birth to her first child, Jonathan, Sandra once again tried to impose her control. According to Jennifer, her mother, Sandra, became obsessed with her baby, to such an extent that Jennifer often joked that she thought Sandra wanted to kidnap the baby and take him away from her. Jennifer believed that Sandra's obsession bordered on an unhealthy level. After Sandra was charged with murdering her grandson, Jonathan, the community of West Bloomfield rallied around her. There were a significant number of residents who believed that Jonathan was a drug user who deserved to be killed. In response to this sentiment, members of the community began posting supportive messages on social media, expressing their encouragement for Sandra, referring to her as Granny, and using the hashtag #GoGrannyGo. To the public, Jonathan was portrayed as a monster, while Sandra was depicted as an innocent and frail older woman. Jennifer shared that most of her family had accepted Sandra's self-defense narrative and had turned their backs on the memory of both Jonathan and herself. Sandra's husband, Fred, stood by his wife's side throughout the ordeal, offering unwavering support. The medical examiner determined Jonathan Hoffman's manner of death to be homicide. Jonathan's cause of death was the multiple gunshot wounds he sustained. Examination of the wounds revealed the presence of stippling, which indicated that the gun was fired at Jonathan from varying distances. In addition to the gunshot wounds, a toxicology report was conducted on Jonathan's body. The report revealed the presence of synthetic marijuana, also known as spice. At the time, spice, specifically K2, was prevalent among teens and young adults in West Bloomfield. This substance could be purchased at gas stations without identification, and there were several reports of individuals taking it and experiencing adverse reactions, such as violent behavior. Interestingly, 1 month before Jonathan's death, there was a murder involving another student from the same high school. Michael Cipriano, a student like Jonathan, murdered his father Robert following a verbal confrontation. It was reported that Michael was under the influence of spice at the time of the attack. Jessica, Jonathan's sister, had a deep love for her brother, but she was aware of his emotional and sometimes violent tendencies. Despite not wanting to think about it, she began to wonder if her brother had hurt their grandmother, which is why she shot and killed him. 2 months after Sandra was arrested at a circuit court arraignment, she was indicted on 2 more charges: possession of a firearm and the commission of a felony, and a unique indictment called open murder. Open murder is only in effect in select states, including Nevada and Michigan. It encompasses both first and second-degree murder charges. Prosecutor Paul Walton was concerned about the jury's potential reluctance to convict a grandmother of premeditated murder. As a result, he decided to present the jury with a broader range of options, a decision that displeased the defense. They felt that the prosecution was copping out on their job. In 2013, Sandra Lane went on trial for the murder of her grandson. News of the killing spread, garnering national attention. Many people blamed Jennifer, Jonathan's mother, for allegedly sending him with Sandra to Michigan. There were those who posted on social media criticizing Jennifer and suggesting her son deserved to die, along with Jennifer herself. During the trial, Sandra Lane's defense attorneys focused on portraying her as an innocent and loving grandmother. However, the state put forth a contradicting argument. Attempting to disprove her claims of self-defense, Prosecutor Walton presented the jury with the images taken after the shooting, which depicted Sandra. He argued that these images indicated inconsistencies in her account of the altercation. One of the notable discrepancies pointed out by Prosecutor Walton was that Sandra's clothes were not ripped, her jewelry was not torn off, and her glasses were still fixed in place. Additionally, her hair remained styled. This evidence implied that there was no physical struggle between Sandra and Jonathan, as she had claimed. Additionally, there was evidence to support the theory that Sandra went down to the basement after the shooting to find additional ammunition. This evidence was shown in the bloody footprints the investigators found on the basement stairs. The crime lab determined the footprints belonged to Sandra, and the blood they were made in was Jonathan. After the prosecution rested their case, Sandra's defense had the opportunity to present their case. In order to strengthen their case, Sandra's attorney decided to allow her to testify on her behalf. Despite the risk involved, the attorney believed that it was important for the jury to hear directly from Sandra herself about the experiences she faced while living with her grandson Jonathan in the months before he was killed. According to Sandra, Jonathan was violent and had a habit of kicking in doors and breaking objects. One time, he even shattered a computer monitor. On the day of the incident that led to Jonathan's death, Sandra claimed that he hit her in the head, which left her feeling threatened and afraid. As a result, she decided to retrieve her gun, hoping it would serve as a means to protect herself. Her intention, according to her testimony, was not to kill her grandson, but rather to stop him from getting back up and attacking her again. However, during cross-examination by Prosecutor Paul Walton, Sandra's defense began to crumble. When pressed by Walton, Sandra admitted that her motive for obtaining the gun was not fear for her safety, but rather wanting Jonathan to listen to her. This admission weakened her credibility as a witness and made it more difficult to argue self-defense. Experts testified that the K2 spice detected in Jonathan's urine at the time of his death indicated he was not actively under the influence of the drug during the time of his death. The location in the urine suggested that the drug had gone through his system, dismissing Sandra's claim that Jonathan was high on the drug and violent. Following the presentation of the evidence presented at the trial, the jury deliberated for 2 days before returning with a guilty verdict for second-degree murder and use of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Sandra was sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Jacqueline Jackie Vandegrift was born in Carrollton, Texas on March 4, 1992. She was the youngest of 2 daughters. Throughout her life, Jackie resided in the colony in Frisco, Texas, where she was raised alongside her loving family. Before Jackie could walk, she learned to somersault, showcasing her natural talent for gymnastics. This early introduction fostered her passion for the sport and paved the way for her future success. Jackie's parents recognized her potential at just 3 and enrolled her in gymnastics courses. Over the following years, she honed her skills and eagerly participated in various competitions. Jackie reached level 5 in the Texas State Gymnastics Association. Those who knew Jackie described her as a warm and compassionate person. Jackie had a heart of gold and genuinely cared about the well-being of others. She was a loyal friend who encouraged her loved ones to be the best versions of themselves. Through words of encouragement or simply being there to listen, Jackie's company brought comfort and joy to those around her. Jackie's kindness extended beyond human relationships. She deeply loved animals, was a lifelong vegetarian, and believed in supporting pet adoption from no-kill shelters. Her compassion extended to all living beings. Jackie was passionate about reading. Her favorite book series was Harry Potter, and she would lose herself in the magical world of Hogwarts. In addition to reading, Jackie had a deep love for music. Jackie's taste was eclectic, ranging from Pink to James Taylor and Rob Thomas. One of her greatest passions was musicals, especially Rent. She would go to every performance of the musical whenever it was in town. After completing her high school education at Wakeland High School in Frisco, Jackie decided to enroll in the Paul Mitchell School for Cosmetology. She completed her training and earned her license as an esthetician. Determined to continue her education, Jackie enrolled at Texas Woman's University and majored in nutrition and food science. She knew that good nutrition was crucial and believed everyone deserved access to proper nourishment. Jackie envisioned a future where she could educate others about the importance of eating well and empower them to make healthier choices. It seemed as if Jackie Vandegrift was destined for greatness. The college junior was on a path toward achieving her dreams and positively impacting the world. However, in the summer of 2016, a fateful encounter with an evil person would tragically end her life. On Wednesday, September 14, 2016, at around dawn, an officer with the Grapevine Police Department in Grapevine, Texas, received a disturbing call. The caller informed the officer that someone had found a body out by Grapevine Lake. Upon receiving the call, the officer immediately headed to the scene. Upon arriving, the officer walked into a wooded area and discovered a worn footpath. Following the path, he eventually came upon a burned patch of land. In this area was a plastic blue kiddie pool, and inside this pool was a body. The officer quickly realized that the body had been set on fire, leaving it burned beyond recognition. It was impossible to determine its identity, as it lacked any distinguishing features that could identify whether it was an adult, child, male or female, or even the race of the victim. With the body's condition making it difficult to identify, the badly burned remains were transported to the medical examiner's office. Fingerprint identification would later reveal that the body belonged to 24-year-old Jackie Vandegrift. As detectives delved into Jackie's final moments, they learned she had last been seen in Denton, near College. Jackie had visited 2 bars, Fry Street Public House, and Shots and Crafts. As detectives waited for the security footage from those establishments, Jackie's body was autopsied by the medical examiner. Jackie had been killed, dismembered, decapitated, and set on fire, and her body had been further mutilated after death. The most chilling discovery, though, was that her killer had removed her heart. News of Jackie's murder began to spread around Denton. The detectives received tips from people who claimed to have seen the fire at the crime scene, with a suspicious man loitering around it. Detectives eventually managed to obtain the CCTV footage from 2 bars Jackie had visited around the time of her death. The first bar was the Fry Street Public House, where a man was seen entering the establishment at 7 p.m. He sat at the bar and was seen having a drink. 1 hour later, Jackie walked into the Fry Street Public House. While sitting at the bar, Jackie engaged in conversation with the bartender and this man. The footage captured their interactions and provided valuable insights into their possible connection. About 45 minutes after the footage showed Jackie entering the Fry Street Public House, she made a tweet on her Twitter account. It read, "Glad I decided to get off Tinder and walk to a bar." After spending significant time at the Fry Street Public House, Jackie and the man left the bar together. They headed to another establishment called Shots and Crafts, where they mingled with a group of women. Around 9:45 p.m., Jackie and the man left Shots and Crafts together. The detectives could track Jackie and the man using the CCTV footage. They followed their journey and discovered that the man had taken Jackie to his car. At the convenience store, Jackie can be seen in the man's vehicle, and at that point all appeared okay. However, that was the last sighting of Jackie before her murder. The detectives spoke to the bartender from the Fry Street Public House. According to the bartender, Jackie came in looking to apply for a job when she had a friendly conversation with him and a male customer at the bar. However, the bartender admitted he had no further information regarding what became of Jackie and the male customer after they left his establishment. Next, the detectives found the woman Jackie and the man were seen on the security footage at Shots and Crafts. One of the women in the group mentioned that she had received a business card from the man Jackie was seen with. According to the woman, she had exchanged contact information with the man because he was a personal trainer, and she expressed interest in fitness. Although it seemed insignificant initially, this seemingly trivial detail would prove to be a crucial breakthrough in the investigation. To their surprise, the woman still had the card in her hand and willingly shared the information with the investigators. The name on the card? Charles Bryant. By this point, the detectives had obtained footage from Walmart at 4 a.m. that showed Charles purchasing a shovel. The detectives conducted a thorough investigation into the true identity of Charles Bryant, the last person seen with Jackie before she was murdered. Their findings proved to be deeply unsettling. Charles Bryant, a 29-year-old man, lived approximately 20 miles away from Denton, but the city held a significant allure for him. What was drawing him there was the desperate attempt to rekindle his relationship with ex-girlfriend Caitlin. Caitlin, a resident of Grapevine, was attending the University of North Texas. 3 months earlier, Caitlin met Charles Bryant at her home in Grapevine, Texas, when he came into the restaurant where she worked as a server on the day of her high school graduation. Charles was different from the high school boys Caitlin was used to. Firstly, he was in his late 20s, almost a decade older than Caitlin. Secondly, Charles was covered in tattoos, showcasing his muscular physique. He worked as a personal trainer and bartender, accumulating unique skills and traits that intrigued Caitlin. During the summer of 2016, Caitlin spent nearly every day with Charles at Grapevine Lake. Their attraction grew stronger with each passing day, and Caitlin was captivated by her older boyfriend's enigmatic nature. However, not everyone shared Caitlin's enthusiasm. As Caitlin's relationship with Charles progressed, her mother became aware of their significant age gap. Concerned for her daughter's well-being, she asked Caitlin to show her a picture of Charles. While initially willing to give Charles the benefit of the doubt, Caitlin's mother admitted to feeling an immediate unease upon gazing into his piercing eyes. It was as though she was staring directly at evil. Caitlin's mother, growing increasingly concerned for her daughter's well-being, voiced her concerns, urging her to reconsider her relationship with Charles. However, Caitlin dismissed her warnings, dismissing them as mere parental concerns. "He's so nice to me," Caitlin insisted, oblivious to the sinister nature lurking beneath the surface of her seemingly innocent attraction. Little did she know that her harmless romance was about to turn into a nightmarish ordeal. Initially, Caitlin was happy with her new relationship with her older boyfriend. However, as the weeks progressed, doubts began to surface, and she started to question whether her mother was right. Charles seemed excessively narcissistic and manipulative, and Caitlin couldn't shake the feeling that he thought highly of himself. To make her feel bad, Charles would constantly remind her that she could never find anyone as good as him. By mid-August 2016, when Caitlin was preparing to move to Denton for her first year at college, she decided to break up with Charles. The red flags were becoming too numerous to ignore any longer. However, the following day, Charles showed up at Caitlin's home and begged her to get back together, claiming he was going to do better. Caitlin gave in and resumed their relationship. Within a week, Caitlin had moved out of Grapevine into Denton to start school. Once Caitlin moved away, she ended her relationship with Charles once and for all. However, Charles was not the type to take no for an answer. On August 24th, police found Charles on the University of North Texas campus while conducting a traffic stop because of the way he was driving. The officer thought it was a DUI, but Charles was not over the legal limit of alcohol. Nevertheless, he was charged with several outstanding warrants and let go. Several hours later, Charles returned to the University of North Texas and knocked on Caitlin's dorm room door, which he had somehow managed to locate. Caitlin called 911, and by the time the officer arrived, Charles had already vanished. When the officer questioned Caitlin, she explained that she had been sick of the way Charles treated her and spoke to her, prompting her to end their relationship, for Charles did not accept this decision. Taking Caitlin's concerns seriously, the police officer issued Charles a temporary no trespass order, banning him from the UNT campus. However, Charles was not deterred by this setback. He was determined to find a way to get to Caitlin, regardless of the restrictions placed upon him by the school. On August 31st, Charles stumbled upon Caitlin on her first day of a new job. Recognizing Charles, Caitlin asked him to leave. Caitlin scheduled a meeting with her manager to discuss the situation and request that he bar Charles from entering the business. However, the manager informed Caitlin that this request was beyond his control. The incident at Caitlin's workplace forced Caitlin to quit her job. Despite Caitlin's efforts, Charles was determined to find a way to confront her. He would stop at nothing to exact his revenge and cause her further harm. The cycle of fear and intimidation continued as Charles's obsession consumed him, and Caitlin's life remained in jeopardy. In the meantime, Caitlin was residing on campus at UNT, which worried her mother greatly. Concerned for her safety, her mother pleaded for her to return home so they could protect her. However, Caitlin was confident in her decision to stay in her dorm room, feeling safe within the confines of the university. On September 6th, a chilling incident occurred when Charles reappeared at Caitlin's dorm on the UNT campus. As he banged on the door to her room, Caitlin feared the worst and sought refuge in her suite mate's closet. From her hiding place, she could hear Charles urging her to come out, telling her he had something for her. Caitlin's darkest fears began to manifest, and her mind raced with terrifying scenarios of what Charles might have in store for her. Terrified for her life, Caitlin made a split-second decision and called 911 while inside the low-cost, talking in hushed tones, fearing that Charles could hear her. The dispatcher repeatedly requested that she speak up, but Caitlin was too frightened to speak clearly. Despite the dispatcher's attempts, Caitlin's voice remained barely audible due to the overwhelming fear she experienced. As time went on, the police arrived at the scene, but unfortunately, Charles had already fled the scene. However, he left a chilling reminder of his presence, flowers, and a handwritten, 2-page letter addressed to Caitlin. The letter contained disturbing messages and further heightened the fear of the young woman. Minutes after the incident, officers managed to apprehend Charles outside campus, dressed in running clothes, as if he was exercising as a student. He was arrested for trespassing and released on bail a few hours later. Despite Caitlin's efforts to remove Charles from all her communication channels by blocking him on her phone, email, and social media, he continued to devise new ways to contact her. Charles created multiple accounts, ensuring that he maintained some form of communication with her. Recognizing that Charles's behavior had escalated, the police stepped in to assist Caitlin in obtaining a protective court order. On the very next day, she formally filed a petition for the order, which granted her legal protection from further harassment. However, even after his first arrest, Charles continued to try to communicate with Caitlin. These unwanted communications resulted in his second arrest for stalking, as he continued to violate the terms of the protective order. It was his third arrest within 2 weeks. Following his second arrest, Charles posted a $5,000 bond and was released from custody. While out on bail, Charles Bryant went to Fry Street, where Caitlin normally hung out. Detectives were positive Charles met Jackie Vandegrift there. Even though there was a lot of circumstantial evidence linking Charles to Jackie's murder, there was nothing physical. When the detectives helping Caitlin with her stalking case at UNT heard Charles was the prime suspect in a murder, they worried for Caitlin's safety. Caitlin said she was okay. Still, in the days following Jackie's murder, Charles sent her several photos, texts, and emails. On September 18th, the police arrested Charles for violating Caitlin's protective order. While Charles was in jail on those charges, the detectives hoped to find more evidence connecting him to Jackie's death. Detectives questioned Charles, and when shown a picture of Jackie, he said he saw her at the bar but knew nothing about her. At the same time as the detectives questioned Charles, investigators served a search warrant on his home. During the search, investigators found a large military-style knife and a Texas woman's university purse, which turned out to be Jackie's school purse. Furthermore, investigators found a kiddie pool missing from Charles's backyard that matched the one Jackie was found dead inside. The detectives consulted an expert with extensive experience and knowledge in dealing with prolific killers. This expert, who had worked with the Texas Rangers, was well versed in understanding the mindset of people like Charles. They knew that men like Charles often had a strong desire to talk about their crimes. When the initial interview began, Charles denied having any recollection of Jackie. However, the expert believed that Charles was hiding something. The expert sensed that Charles did know what had happened to Jackie. To create a friendly and open atmosphere, the expert attempted to lighten the tension in the interrogation room. The expert made it seem like they were simply two buddies having a casual conversation at a local bar. By establishing a rapport, the expert aimed to ease Charles's mind and gain his trust. As they engaged in conversation, the expert began suggesting possible scenarios to see if Charles would take the bait. The expert tried to portray Jackie as an instigator, leading Charles on and causing frustration. Throughout the conversation, the expert used various tactics to see if Charles would react to certain prompts. However, the expert's approach was not without risk. If the expert pushed too hard or appeared insincere, he could lose Charles's trust and hinder the investigation. Therefore, the expert had to strike a balance, maintaining his friendly demeanor while subtly trying to entice Charles into confessing the truth. During the interview with Charles, the expert closely monitored his responses and mannerisms to understand his character better. Under the pretense of aiding Charles in recalling the events surrounding Jackie's admission, the expert conducted a brief memory exercise. To the expert's surprise, Charles's story began to change slightly. Initially claiming ignorance regarding Jackie's admission, Charles disclosed that he had spoken to her at the Fry Street public house when she went there to apply for a job. As the conversation between the expert and Charles continued, the expert decided to take a different approach. Ordering pizza, the expert hoped that the food might relax Charles, and the detectives could uncover the motive behind Jackie's murder. The detectives involved in the case believed that the catalyst behind Jackie's death was Charles's uncontrollable rage towards his ex-girlfriend, Caitlin. The interrogation lasted for approximately 3 hours, and during this time, Charles admitted to unintentionally killing Jackie during what Charles referred to as kinky sex. According to Charles, the incident took place in his car, and Jackie asked him to choke her with an oversized zip tie that he had in his possession. However, Charles insisted that the death was accidental. Charles claimed that neither he nor Jackie had tightened the zip tie. It had just happened. After the interview, Charles Bryant was charged with Jackie Vandegrift's murder. When Charles was charged with Jackie's murder, his ex-girlfriend Caitlin took to social media to look at Jackie's Facebook page and was shocked to see they were already friends. Suddenly, Caitlin remembered getting a friend request from Jackie's Facebook page on the day her body was found before Caitlin was aware of the case. Caitlin was positive that her ex-boyfriend Charlie and the suspect in Jackie's murder used Jackie's phone to friend request her. Furthermore, a tweet sent out from Jackie's account after her death which read, "Never knew I could feel like this." The police also felt came from Charles after he murdered her. One woman, Christy, was stunned to hear that Charles, whom she had met through a dating app the previous year, had been charged with murder. The Charles she knew was quiet and reserved, but during their brief time together, she observed several red flags that raised her suspicions. Christy claimed that Charles quickly became attached to her, and she eventually decided to end their relationship. However, Charles continued to pursue her, even professing his love for her desperately. This declaration came as a surprise to Christy, as she and Charles had never shared a kiss. Christy's profession, working with abused children, gave her a unique perspective and led her to recognize certain patterns in Charles's behavior. She suspected that he may have been a victim of abuse in his childhood, as she had seen similar patterns in some of her young clients. One day, Christy mustered up the courage to ask Charles if he had been abused as a child. To Christy's surprise, Charles admitted that he had experienced such trauma. However, the police found no verification of Charles's claims of abuse. However, Christy thought it was true that Charles was abused. She claimed because Charles was a nice man and she felt sorry for him, she stayed in touch, albeit at a distance, but never thought he was capable of murder. Because Jackie's autopsy provided few answers, such as her cause of death and where she was killed before she was dismembered and set on fire, the prosecution worried about providing a murder case. The autopsy results failed to provide clear insights into the circumstances surrounding Jackie's death, leaving key questions unanswered. Charles admitted to disposing of Jackie's body after she accidentally died during rough intercourse. During the investigation, Charles confessed to his involvement in disposing of Jackie's body. However, he pleaded not guilty to her murder. The prosecution sought Caitlin, Charles's ex-girlfriend, to testify about his stalking behavior and obsessive, violent tendencies, aiming to demonstrate a link between his rage towards Caitlin and his eventual murder of Jackie, an individual whom even Charles admitted during his interrogation bore a striking resemblance to Caitlin. Caitlin took the stand at trial, although without the presence of a jury. When faced with identifying Charles, she refused to look at him, expressing discomfort. However, when compelled to do so, she reluctantly pointed him out, stating that he had a smirk that sickened her. Following her testimony, Caitlin left the courtroom and broke down in tears, overwhelmed by the emotional impact. Ultimately, the judge ruled that Caitlin would be unable to recount the details of her relationship and subsequent breakup with Charles to the jury. In April 2018, 1.5 years after Jackie's tragic demise, Charles Bryant stood trial for her murder. However, Jackie's best friend found herself unable to bear the sight of Charles. Choosing not to attend the court proceedings, the mere thought of having to confront him face to face was too overwhelming for her to bear. It was a painful reminder of the devastation he had caused to their lives. Maria Munoz, a young woman full of life, met a tragic end on September 22, 2020 that shocked her loved ones. The community was puzzled about who could have done such a terrible thing until they were shocked to discover that Maria's own husband was the unexpected suspect. As the details emerged, a web of secrets and deception was revealed, leaving everyone close to Maria shocked and saddened. In the bustling state of Texas, a shocking event unfolded that left everyone shocked. Maria Munoz, a young and lively woman full of dreams, met a tragic end that deeply affected her family and friends. The events leading to her unexpected death on September 22, 2020 left many stunned, especially when suspicions turned toward her own husband as the possible culprit. The story took a dark turn when toxicology reports found 7 different drugs in her system. Also, it's hard to believe Maria's journal was also the key evidence that helped catch the killer. It's crazy to think that something Maria wrote down played such a big part in solving the case. As the investigation progressed, secrets began to surface, revealing a side of the story that nobody saw coming. Maria Munoz, born on January 25, 1989, was one of 3 children to Marisol Rodriguez and Jorge Luis Munoz. Growing up in a vibrant and loving household in Puerto Rico, she faced early loss when her mother passed away. Also, around that time, she met Joel Pellet. Despite this hardship, Maria took on the role of caregiver for her siblings, Marisol Munoz and Peter Hernandez. Maria and Pellet first met in Puerto Rico, Maria's home country. At that time, Pellet was a nursing student with big dreams, and Maria was also a nurse. Pellet was 11 years older than Maria, but despite the age gap of 11 years, they both tied the knot in 2011. Later, they moved to Laredo, Texas, where Pellet secured a prestigious position as a nurse anesthetist at a local hospital, bringing in a substantial income. Their newfound financial stability afforded them a life of extravagance, filled with luxury cars and extravagant vacations. Maria Munoz, age 31, lived in Laredo, Texas, as a full-time mother caring for her 2 young sons and her husband, Joel Pellet, aged 42. She left her job just to take good care of her children. Maria, a loving stay-at-home mom, cherished her 2 young boys. Every day, she would take them to the park to play and read to them before bedtime, showing her dedication as a mother. While she enjoyed being at home with her children, she also found joy in playing the piano as a hobby. Despite her happiness as a stay-at-home mom, she always held on to her dream of returning to school and becoming a nurse again. For a long time, everything appeared to be going smoothly in their relationship. Pellet would often share pictures of his wife and children, proudly talking about how wonderful they were to his friends and colleagues. However, behind the scenes, a different story was unfolding. In the year 2018, shortly after Maria welcomed their second son, those close to Pellet began to observe a shift in his behavior. He underwent a noticeable transformation, losing weight and gaining muscle. He also became increasingly sociable with other women, displaying flirtatious behavior that did not align with the conduct expected of a married man. He began removing photos that featured his wife and children, instead opting to post pictures of himself alone. This change in his online activity gave the impression that he was living a single life, without the responsibilities and commitments of a married man with a family. That same year, the colleagues observed Pellet becoming increasingly friendly with a surgical nurse named Janet Ardondo. Over time, it became clear that they both had started a secret relationship, carrying on an affair behind Maria's back. But in early 2020, Maria's worst fears came true. She found airline tickets that Pellet had bought for himself and Janet to travel to Europe. This discovery left Maria heartbroken and depressed. She had trusted him and thought their marriage was strong. But then she felt betrayed. Maria was devastated to learn that the life they had built together for 10 years was a lie. She didn't know how to move forward, feeling lost and alone. In the midst of her emotional breakdown, she sought help from a therapist to cope with the devastating truth about her marriage. The therapist prescribed medication to support Maria through her mental health struggles. Around this time, Maria turned to writing journals as a way to process her thoughts and emotions. Soon, things were getting worse between Pellet and Maria. So on September 19, 2020, Maria went to Janet's house and saw Pellet's car parked in the driveway. She confronted them at the house, and when he came out, Maria made him choose between her and Janet. In answer, he said he'll choose Janet. During the argument, Janet called the police, but Maria and Pellet had left by the time they arrived. The police called Maria while she was driving with Pellet, and they heard him yelling at her in the background. When they got home, he became so angry that he punched a hole in Maria's car windshield, which was an alarming display of force and anger. The following morning, on Sunday, September 20th, Maria sent Pellet a text message expressing her intention to hire a lawyer to help sort out their situation. However, he replied, suggesting that they handle things without involving lawyers, as he believed it would be too costly. Just a few hours after their text exchange, it seemed that he had a change of heart. He sent Maria an email expressing his deep sadness and inner turmoil. In the email, he conveyed his desire to sit down with Maria for an honest and non-argumentative conversation. This is what he said: "I am so sad, I am hurting inside. I want to sit down with you to talk without arguing. A heart to heart." Maria replied to his email, and they both agreed to meet at approximately 5 p.m. the next night on Monday, September 21st. Before going to meet him, she was so nervous and then messaged her friend Yasmin Martinez that today they were going to meet. This is what she said: "I just ask if you can pray for me." But sadly, her prayers were not answered, and the meeting ended in a horrifying way. On September 22nd, 2020, Pellet dialed 911 in a panic, mentioning that his wife might have taken some prescription pills and was not breathing. Officer De La Cruz was the first who came to Pellet's house at around 1:40 a.m., and his body cam was also recording every detail. The officer found Pellet at the top of the stairs near the main bedroom. He was still wearing his green hospital scrubs and was doing CPR on his wife. Their 2 sons were sleeping in the rooms close by. As soon as the paramedics got there, they took over doing CPR on Maria. While first responders were working diligently to save Maria's life, another officer approached Pellet to inquire about the pills she had reportedly taken. Without hesitation, Pellet went to a nearby bathroom, searched through the medicine cabinet, and retrieved a bottle. He handed it to the officers, who later discovered it contained a prescription for clonazepam, a benzodiazepine medication used to manage acute anxiety, panic attacks, and sometimes epilepsy. Benzodiazepines, like clonazepam, work by slowing down the nervous system to induce a calming effect. Upon examining the bottle, the officer noticed that the pills were actually prescribed to Pellet, not Maria. Another detail that caught the officer's attention was that the pill bottle had been returned to the medicine cabinet. Typically, in cases of overdose, the pill bottle is found near the person. Afterward, Pellet was captured on body camera picking up the pill container from the floor and placing it in his pocket. De La Cruz questioned himself as to why he would retrieve the pills. Could he be concealing something? Another reason to suspect Pellet was De La Cruz also came across a needle catheter on the stairs in the couple's home. This seemed odd to him. Pellet and Maria had 2 young children, so finding a needle on the stairs raised questions about why it was there. This is not all. Investigators also uncovered more than just a needle. They also discovered syringes and floor equipment neatly packed in a medical bag. While this finding may seem ordinary given Pellet's profession as an anesthesia nurse, the presence of these medical tools outside a clinical setting raised intriguing questions for the investigators. Despite this unusual circumstance, Pellet informed the officers that Maria had been struggling with deep depression recently. He explained that her mental health had been deteriorating, leading her to take the pills in an attempt to cope with her overwhelming emotions. So, despite first responders' best efforts, Maria couldn't be revived. It's hard to believe, but by 3:58 a.m. that day, she was pronounced dead. After Maria was declared dead, officers took Pellet downstairs to the kitchen for additional questioning. He then explained to the officers that on that day, he and Maria had met for a conversation. After their discussion, they both got intimate and then he took a shower. Upon exiting the shower, he found Maria asleep. He went downstairs for a while, though the reason for this was not clarified. When he returned upstairs and approached Maria, he discovered she was unresponsive and not breathing. While talking, the officer noticed Pellet's strange behavior. He was sweating very badly and was literally unable to answer simple questions about the incident. The officer also observed that Pellet's level of sweating was noticeably higher than anyone else present, even the first responder who had been trying to save Maria's life for the past 2 hours. This made officers more suspicious of him. For further questioning, he was then taken by Sergeant Luis Mata to the police station. At the police station, Pellet was left alone in the interrogation room for a while before an officer came in. His every action was getting recorded on video. When officers watched the footage, they were shocked to see how Pellet suddenly went crazy. He started screaming, crying, hitting the walls, and throwing furniture around the room. He was being so loud and out of control that people in the hallway and other rooms nearby got scared hearing all the voices coming from his room. So at 4 a.m., an officer, Sergeant Luis Mata, entered the room to talk to Pellet. During this conversation, he opened up once again about the events leading up to Maria's death. Shockingly, he also confessed to the officer that he had been involved with another woman named Janet. He revealed that he had actually left the family home 5 months earlier and was living with her at the time of Maria's death. He shared that he had been in a relationship with Janet for 2 years by then, and Maria had been aware of the affair for a while. According to him, on the night of Maria's passing, he visited the family home to have a conversation with her about their marriage. After their discussion, they got intimate. He said he thought Maria was asleep in her room, but only 10 minutes later when he returned to check on her, but tragically found her unresponsive. He later confessed to the officer that he gave Maria the medication prescribed to him, clonazepam, to help ease her anxiety and depression. However, he couldn't provide details to the officer about how much she had taken or how many pills were left in the bottle before she accessed them. Unfortunately, he was unable to provide any additional information to help clarify the situation. After all the questioning, he was released. So the next step was to do Maria's autopsy. The autopsy took place just 8 hours after her death, which was relatively soon after she passed away. This timing meant that whatever caused her death should still be detectable in her stomach contents. As the investigation into Maria's death intensified, the autopsy results delivered a shocking revelation. Contrary to initial suspicions, no traces of pills were discovered in her stomach. However, the medical examiner's report uncovered a shocking clue: a small, red mark on the inside of her elbow. What was more shocking was that it was a pinprick mark. The small red mark on her arm was concerning because it suggested she may have been injected with something. This unexpected discovery led investigators to explore the significance of this mark and its potential connection to her death. Soon, the investigators discovered another thing from Maria's house. So what was that? A journal was found at Maria's place. As it was mentioned earlier, to cope with the anxiety and depression, she started writing a journal, and that journal helped investigators a lot to know who the culprit was. So what they found in that journal was really heart-wrenching. In that journal, she wrote her thoughts and experiences. Through her writings, the investigators discovered that Maria loved her husband and wanted to preserve their family, even though she recognized his wish to be with someone else. She wrote, in her journal entries, Maria detailed her heartbreak when Pellet left their Laredo home, leaving her to care for their 2 young sons. Her diary and recordings on her cell phone helped investigators uncover her husband's abusive behavior, documenting her emotional journey from grief to healing and a newfound optimism for the future. She also wrote in the journal, I don't want to be sad anymore. I don't want my heart to hurt. I don't want my mind to be in torture. Please, I beg you, O Lord. The day before her untimely death, Maria Munoz wrote the following in her journal. What is it that I want? 1. Move forward. The entries in Maria's journal, the day before her death, showed her desire to live and move forward with her life. There was no mention of suicide or any plans to end her life. So after going through her journal, the investigators didn't think she had committed suicide. They needed more information to understand what really happened. So this was what happened next. Pellet's previous employer, Dr. John Hunsinger, who was an anesthesiologist, became aware of the autopsy findings. He contacted the lead detective, De La Cruz, who was working on the case, and expressed his concerns. Dr. Hunsinger recommended that the investigators should conduct a comprehensive toxicology screening. So they did that. In January 2021, investigator Sergeant Luis Mata and De La Cruz received the long-awaited toxicology test results. Contrary to Pellet's claim of clonazepam, Maria did not have that drug in her system. However, the toxicology report revealed a shocking truth: the presence of 7 other drugs: morphine, Demerol, Versed, propofol, ketamine, lidocaine, and Narcan. These medications are commonly used in surgical procedures. Propofol and ketamine are used as sedatives and for pain management, often administered intravenously during surgical procedures. Most people cannot access these drugs easily, and even many nurses and other medical professionals may never come into contact with medications like propofol and ketamine unless they work directly in anesthesiology. The presence of propofol in Maria's body was the most shocking finding for the investigators. The investigators thought that Pellet is a nurse anesthetist, so he would have access to propofol based on his profession. When Dr. Hunsinger, who worked with Pellet and had experience using propofol, saw the amount found in Maria's system, he said it was the highest quantity he had ever encountered. Based on this, the doctors strongly believed that propofol was the specific cause of Maria's death, as Pellet would know the appropriate dosage to sedate someone or cause an overdose. Additionally, a small mark on Maria's arm indicated that she may have been injected with the substance. Investigators believed that, with the toxicological report, Pellet's suspicious behavior, and Maria's journal, they had enough evidence to arrest Pellet for the murder of his wife. So authorities soon got an arrest warrant against Pellet. De La Cruz wasted no time and went to arrest Pellet. Surprisingly, he did not resist arrest, almost as if he had anticipated and accepted his impending fate. Soon he was taken to the police station, marking the beginning of a new chapter in the investigation as law enforcement officials prepared to question him again about the events surrounding Maria Munoz's tragic death. He had to face the consequences of his heinous act. So the trial started on March 21, 2023. As the legal proceedings unfolded, both the prosecution and defense presented their cases. A prosecution team composed entirely of women, known as Maria's team, utilized Maria Munoz's journal entries to construct a compelling case against Pellet. This was done to illustrate to the jury the type of wife and mother Maria was. The prosecutors described Maria as an excellent mother who was caring and intelligent. They expressed feeling her vibrant spirit through the pages of her journal. During that trial, the prosecutors also suspected that Pellet first drugged Maria by putting some substances in her drink to make her sleepy. Once she was unconscious, he injected propofol into her arm. Prosecutors also believed that Pellet waited a long time before calling 911 so that the first responders would not be able to revive her when they arrived. The prosecutors stated that the journals helped them comprehend the challenges Maria faced, which in turn fueled their determination to seek justice in her case. During the final arguments, Pellet's lawyer, Roberto Bali, informed the jurors that his client wanted to work things out with his wife, Maria Munoz, before her passing. Bali reminded the jury about the medical examiner's report, which said Maria's cause of death was still unclear. He told them there was not enough proof to show Pellet was responsible for her death. Bali pointed out that Pellet had given Maria a drug called Narcan on the night she died, which is used to reverse overdoses. He even said both Pellet and Munoz struggled with drug addiction. Bali also argued that Maria Munoz willingly consumed the drugs without coercion, as there were no signs of force on her body. However, after investigating Maria's social circles, friends, and family, it became clear that she was not a drug addict, and Pellet was the only person who could have provided her with that substantial quantity of propofol. Authorities were also able to convince Pellet's girlfriend, surgical nurse Janet Arredondo, to testify against him. She revealed that he had admitted to her that he gave Maria something to calm her down, and confirmed that he had brought drugs, including propofol, home from work. The jury took less than 1 hour to reach the verdict. At last, after a 9-day trial on March 30, 2023, a jury reached a verdict, finding Pellet guilty of the murder of his wife, Maria. On April 27, 2023, Pellet received a life sentence for the murder conviction, plus an additional 10 years and a $10,000 fine for tampering with evidence. So where is Pellet now? Joel Pellet is currently serving a life sentence at a Texas Department of Criminal Justice, facing the consequences of his heinous actions. His imprisonment stands as a symbol of accountability and a solemn tribute to Maria's life, ensuring that her memory is honored through the pursuit of truth and the upholding of justice. The motive behind the killing is unclear, but according to the prosecution, Joel Pellet's motive for killing his wife, Maria Munoz, was rooted in his desire to end his marriage and be with his girlfriend, Janet Arredondo. Ultimately, justice had to be served, and the verdict ensured that Pellet was held accountable for his actions. The jury's decision brings some measure of closure to this tragic case, affirming that such heinous acts will not go unpunished. The conviction underscores the importance of upholding justice, and sends a clear message that those who commit such crimes will face the full extent of the law. In a world where children should feel safe and loved by their parents, something terrible happened. On June 15, 2023, the lives of 3 young boys, 4-year-old Hunter, 7-year-old Clayton, and 3-year-old Chase were tragically cut short. The culprit behind this heartbreaking incident was their 32-year-old father, Chad Dorman, who shocked the nation with his involvement in his own children's deaths. From the brutal act of taking their children's lives to later sitting calmly on the porch, each moment unfolds a chilling narrative of horror. In the quiet town of Monroe, Ohio, a father's love turned into a twisted act of violence on June 15, 2023. 3 young boys were senselessly killed and left their mother and community in a state of shock and disbelief. Chad Dorman, the father, was charged with this horrific crime. Initially, he confessed to his actions, but later he pleaded not guilty, adding to the mystery surrounding his motive and involvement. As the investigation proceeded, disturbing details about the incident emerged, painting a chilling picture of a father's descent into unthinkable cruelty. As the legal proceedings continued, the world watches anxiously, hoping for justice for the innocent lives lost and searching for answers to the haunting question: what could drive a father to commit such a horrific crime against his own children? Chad Christopher Dorman, a 32-year-old from Claremont County, Ohio, was married to 34-year-old Laura. They have a teenage stepdaughter named Alexis, who was 16 years old. Chad and Laura also had 3 young sons together, aged 3, 4, and 7, named Hunter, Clayton, and Chase, who always stayed together and loved sports. They were funny and sweet boys. Laura, their mom, stayed at home while Chad worked to support the family. They lived in a simple 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house in New Richmond, a small town of about 2,800 people along the Ohio River in Claremont County. They were an ordinary family until tragedy struck. So, on June 15, 2023, Chad came home from work a bit earlier than usual. He then decided to take a nap with his family, so he invited his wife Laura and their 3 sons to join him in their bedroom. They all sat together and were having a good time, laughing and chatting. But little did Laura know that those moments of happiness would soon turn into unimaginable horror. After a few minutes of chatting and laughing, Chad got up and opened the gun safe, which was right next to their bed. He took the Marlin Model HC-22 rifle, loaded the magazine, and shot his 4-year-old son Hunter twice. His daughter Alexis was watching television in the family room when she heard the sound of a gunshot. She hurried to the primary bedroom to see what had happened. As she reached the doorway, she witnessed the horrifying sight of her brother being shot. Alexis was terrified. She turned and ran as fast as she could. Laura, who was with her kids, ran to provide aid to her child Hunter. She then shouted at the other kids to run and save their lives. Alexis noticed the oldest boy running out the wrong door toward a field. She shouted for him to keep running. Chad was following him, and within moments, he shot his 7-year-old son Clayton. After Clayton fell to the ground and was bleeding badly, Chad stood next to him as if he had achieved his goals. Alexis was witnessing all of that. She was horrified, and then she ran to the house, grabbed her youngest brother, and fled to safety, desperate to protect their lives. Chad ran towards Alexis and caught her and raised his gun and asked her to put the 3-year-old Chase down. Alexis cried and pleaded with Chad not to shoot her and also begged him to stop. Chad tried to shoot her in the head, but luckily he ran out of bullets. At that moment, Alexis ran to the fire station where she urgently stopped a woman who was passing by her house. She told the woman that her stepfather killed all her family. The woman then called 911 at 4:15 p.m. Meanwhile, 3-year-old Chase returned to his mother. Suddenly, Chad and Laura started arguing over Chase. Chad tried to pull Chase out of Laura's arms, but she was holding onto him tightly, trying to protect him. Shockingly, Chad then bit Laura and then pressed the gun against her thumb and fired. Laura dropped Chase because she was wounded badly. Chad then shot Chase in the head and later arranged the lifeless bodies of all 3 children in a line. After killing all 3 of them, he sat calmly on his front porch, acting like nothing happened. While Laura was inside the house, she was continuously shouting for help. After the 911 call, the police arrived at the scene at 4:25 p.m. When police arrived, Chad was sitting on the porch of his house with a rifle beside him. The police officers quickly caught him and placed him in handcuffs. Chad appeared calm and did not resist being restrained. While one officer controlled him, the other attended to the 3 victims. Paramedics tried to save the children, but unfortunately they all died from their gunshot injuries. Later, Laura was taken to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center for her injuries. Chad Dorman's stepdaughter Alexis was lucky to have survived the shooting. She had managed to escape from the house. On the same day that he killed his 3 sons, June 15, 2023, Chad was when the police officers caught him. He was surprisingly calm and polite, behaving as though nothing had happened. Later, he was taken to jail for more questioning, and during the interrogation, Chad Dorman admitted to police that he had been planning the killings since October 2022. Chad also confessed to the investigators that he hadn't slept for 3 to 4 days because the thought of killing his own sons was unbearable. These revelations painted a disturbing picture of his state of mind leading up to the tragic events. The investigation continued and investigators explored whether Chad had a history of general violence. They also checked his phone records. Upon reviewing the records, it was also found that he mainly had traffic violations in Claremont County, with the exception of one incident when he was 18 involving criminal damage. Additionally, there was a domestic violence case in 2010 where he was accused of choking his father, Keith Dorman. Later, the case was dropped when Keith Dorman failed to appear in court to testify for the prosecution. These records provided insight into Chad's legal history and past interactions with law enforcement in the county. As the investigation was going on, one of the neighbors, Richard Kincannon, told a news channel he was angry every day. There wasn't a day he didn't yell at his wife and kids out there. He was very angry, every day yelling at his wife, dogging her, downgrading the kids. Just very angry. And if they didn't do what he said, and I've seen it firsthand, but I never thought that he would do that. The woman who called 911 also gave an interview to the news channel and said, she was running with a little black lab and she was screaming, "Call 911, call 911. She says, "My stepfather is shooting everyone in my household." Investigators also examined whether there were any signs of financial difficulties. They found out from the county auditor's website that Doorman purchased his converted manufactured home on 3 acres in 2016 for $75,000. According to the records, he paid property taxes up to 2023, indicating there were no obvious issues with mortgage payments. Detectives also interviewed 59-year-old Keith Doorman, Chad's father. He was in utter shock to hear what his child did. He told the investigators, "I'm still trying to comprehend." Keith Doorman said that he couldn't believe his child had done something so horrible. He even said there was something going on in his life that he couldn't handle anymore. "I can't talk to him. They aren't letting me talk to him, so I don't have any answers. He probably hid a lot of stuff from me." His father tearfully described him as a good kid, expressing deep distress over the situation. He said, "I don't know if it was financial, I don't know if it was mental, I don't know if it was work-related, I don't know." He even described his son as a fun-loving guy, and emphasized his son had never been in trouble with the law. His father's statement was somewhat misleading, as his son had encountered legal issues in the past. Although both cases were dismissed for reasons that remain unclear, the community was deeply shaken by the news of the killings. Neighbors expressed surprise, saying they never expected such actions from Chad. He had presented himself as a great and caring father on social media and in conversations with neighbors, and they said they were not looking for any other suspects. They focused their investigation solely on Chad Doorman, aiming to uncover the motives and details surrounding the tragic incident involving his children. During interrogation, Chad initially pleaded guilty and confessed to everything he had done. However, during the first court hearing on June 23, 2023, he maintained his innocence and entered a plea of not guilty to the charges against him. Later, during his court hearing on Friday, June 23, Chad looked very upset. He wore a green bulletproof vest and cried while prosecutors talked about the terrible events that happened on June 15. During the hearing, David Gast, the chief prosecutor of municipal court in Claremont County, shared disturbing details about the case. He stated that Chad had carefully planned the events. He revealed that one of Chad's sons had tried to run away from him in a nearby field, but Chad had chased and caught the boy and brought him back to the yard, where he was killed along with his brothers. Gast even said he called Chad's killings of his sons one of the most monstrous, craven, cowardly acts that will ever be our misfortune of seeing. A bill of particulars that was filed in Claremont County provided all the information to the judge. All the incidents that happened were read aloud by the prosecutor. According to the prosecutor, Chad lined up the boys and shot them, and even Chad told the investigators that he had planned the killings. The prosecutor said when their mother tried to stop him, she was also shot in the hand. The prosecutor said that the father, Chad, shot 9 times, causing immense harm. One boy was hit once, while the other 2 were each shot 4 times. The prosecutor, Mark Teklov, told the judge how cruelly Chad killed his 3 sons. He said the brutal act left the family and community in a state of shock. Not only this, the prosecutor also said that Chad even confessed to the murder and said, "I did it. Take me to jail. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have shot them." Prosecutor Mark Teklov also told the judge that Chad pleaded guilty during the interrogation, so he wanted the death penalty for him. The prosecutor in this case, Mark Teklov, has made it clear he will not settle for anything less than having Chad Doorman executed. After the court hearing, Teklov said to one of the news channels, "This is by far the most sickening, horrifying crime I have seen. I can only imagine the terror that these little boys felt and experienced as their father, their protector, was murdering them. We will do our utmost within my office to see this defendant never see the light of day again. First and foremost, I want to start out by expressing the deepest sympathy I have for this family, for this unspeakable tragedy. I can't go into a whole lot of comics because this is a death penalty case, and my goal is to have this man executed for slaughtering these 3 little boys." Teklov said that his goal is to have this man executed for slaughtering these 3 young boys. It was an incomprehensible act of horror that he perpetuated on the family. Initially, Chad faced a total of 21 charges related to the tragic events that unfolded on June 15, 2023. Specifically, he was accused of shooting and killing 3 young children, including 4-year-old Hunter, 7-year-old Clayton, and 3-year-old Chase, in an execution-style manner. What's more, Now a grand jury has indicted Dorman on 21 counts, including 9 counts of aggravated murder, 8 counts of kidnapping, and 4 counts of felonious assault. Now, he could potentially face the death penalty if he's convicted on these charges. Initially, charges against him included 9 counts of aggravated murder, 8 counts of kidnapping, and 4 counts of felonious assault. These serious charges reflect the severity of the allegations against Chad Dorman in connection with the tragic deaths of his children. The Claremont County Municipal Court Judge, Jason Nagel, decided that Chad should be kept in the Claremont County Jail and set his bail at $20 million. At this point in time, bonds are going to be set in the amount of $20 million cash or surety. Anything else at this time, Mr. Gaston? No, Judge. Mr. Callum. Mr. Callum, anything further? Nothing at this time. Chad Dorman's bond, which was set at $20 million, was reportedly the highest bond ever set in the county's history. During another court hearing, Chad Dorman's lawyer requested the court to take the death penalty off the table because he said Chad was suffering from a serious mental illness when he shot and killed his 3 sons on June 15, 2023. Guilty by reason of insanity, Chad Dorman has entered a new plea now, more than 9 months after Claremont County prosecutors say he executed his 3 young sons. Experts will also be taking another look now at Dorman's mental state at the time of the killing. Chad's lawyer even said, executing the seriously mentally ill is cruel and unusual punishment in violation of both the Ohio and United States constitutions. Persons suffering from serious mental illness at the time of the alleged commission of the offense are not morally culpable to the same extent as others. Dorman has entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. The prosecution, though, has requested a mental evaluation. Later, a court date was set for May 3, 2024 to discuss the lawyer's request. Chad's lawyers had agreed to provide a report from a mental health expert by June 3, 2024 to support their claim that he was mentally ill when the crime occurred. During another court hearing in March 2024, Chad's lawyers argued in court that the Claremont County Sheriff's deputies did not respect his Miranda rights after he was arrested. A judge has ruled that Chad Dorman's confession that he allegedly gave during his interrogation will be thrown out. On Friday, the judge ruled that the defendant's rights were violated twice when police skipped parts of the Miranda warnings, and when detectives continued questioning Chad Dorman after he asked for an attorney. The prosecution presented several witnesses, including police officers who responded to the scene. They were asked to describe their encounters with Chad. The prosecutors said that nearly all of Chad's interactions with sheriff's deputies and detectives were recorded. The first witness to testify in court was Claremont County Deputy Chad Poffman, who was a canine handler. Deputy Poffman said he was the first officer to arrive at the scene. When he approached Chad's home, the first thing he saw was the defendant sitting on the porch near a rifle. As they drove to the sheriff's office, Chad shouted some things that the deputy couldn't make out. However, at one point, the deputy said he heard Chad clearly say, "Take me to jail." Detective Michael Ross from the Claremont County Sheriff's Office was also questioned in the court. He said Chad knew what was being read to him because he said, "Yep," before the detective finished reading the rights. He said during the questioning in the interrogation room, Chad repeatedly denied killing his sons. However, he later said something that Detective Ross said he considered very important. Chad mentioned the Bible during his testimony. Detective Ross remembered Chad saying something important. He said, "The Bible says you kill your firstborn, your secondborn, and your thirdborn, but first you kill your wife. I didn't kill my wife." Suspect who's in custody clearly asked for a lawyer. If they clearly asked for a lawyer, which I've done on other cases, on other homicide cases, they clearly asked for a lawyer. I stopped questioning them, which I've done before. In this case, he did not clearly say he wanted a lawyer. But you said that you tried to clarify it with "that's what you're saying." According to court documents, Chad asked for a lawyer after the questioning started, but the detective didn't listen to him. Everybody knows we trust, except perhaps for the detectives involved, that when a custodial interrogation is underway and the suspect clearly says "I want a lawyer," that isn't the start of a test. That isn't the start of an officer's invitation to a detective to quiz about name, rank, and serial number of a lawyer. That's the time they stop. Also, the motion to suppress states that Detective Ross left Chad alone for a while and then returned and continued questioning him as if Chad hadn't asked for a lawyer. The defense lawyer later asked Detective Ross if he had read Chad his Miranda rights in full. Ross replied that he hadn't, but he believed he had covered the most important parts. Alright, now you discussed briefly the Miranda rights. You did not read all the Miranda rights on State Exhibit 3, did you? On your card? Word for word? No. Well, you left out some pretty important parts, didn't you? So after a long court hearing, the judge decided that the investigators did not follow the rules when they arrested Chad in June 2023. Judge Richard Ferentz stated that Chad's Miranda rights were not respected. Chad's lawyers also claimed that he asked for a lawyer at least twice during his 3-hour interrogation session, but they ignored his request and kept asking him questions. The lawyer also said that Chad pleaded guilty earlier because he was under the pressure of investigators. Later, the judge decided that the detectives did not fully explain Chad's rights before interrogating him, so any statements he made during that time would not be used in the next court proceedings. This decision affected how Chad's trial would proceed, as it restricted the evidence that could be presented against him. This legal twist added complexity to the trial, prolonging the legal process and intensifying public interest in the outcome of the case. Dorman could face the death penalty if he is convicted, and his case is scheduled to go to trial in July. But now, with this recent ruling, that could change. This is big news and could really be key to this case. A final court hearing for Chad is set for June 14th, just before the first anniversary of the events. This trial is expected to start on July 8, 2024. So what was the motive behind his killings? The authorities have not yet determined the motive behind his actions. The reason Chad shot Clayton, Hunter, and Chase is unclear, but some people speculate that he did it to hurt his 34-year-old wife because he believed she was cheating on him. But this hasn't been confirmed. A memorial ride for the Dorman boys. Earlier today, hundreds of people came out to this fundraiser where all the money goes to their family. So while the boys' father is waiting to go on trial for their murders, the community feels this fundraiser is the very least that they can do. A 15-mile ride through New Richmond. As you can look around, we're close to 1,000 people. Alan Easterday organized a memorial motorcycle, jeep, and car ride, which attracted over 100 participants to raise funds for the family. Another memorial service was held on June 26th to honor the 3 boys. Community members gathered at First Baptist Church of Glen Estee, dressed in bright colors as requested by the family. And 24 hours later, the community still struggling to make sense of the shootings and the 3 innocent lives that were taken. Support for family, friends, classmates, first responders is pouring into Monroe Township with no signs of stopping. WLWT News 5's Jatera McGee is live in Monroe Township where, since the tragic event, many people have come together to remember the 3 young boys who were lost. One of these services was a special candlelight vigil at the elementary school where the oldest boy used to go to school. The co-funding organizer, Rachel Brown, started a fundraising campaign on GoFundMe to help pay for 3 deceased children's funerals. So far, people have donated almost $180,000, which is much more than the initial goal. Rachel Brown mentioned in a post that the children's mother was like a sister to her. She wrote, "My sister lost her 3 amazing babies yesterday. Nothing will make this better. It will never be okay. But please, if you can find it in your heart to help relieve the financial burden of this tragedy, please donate. No one should ever have to go through this." You must be wondering where Chad Dorman is now. He is held in custody in Claremont County Jail, and his case is still ongoing, with many questions still on everyone's mind. Why did he do that? How can someone kill their own children so brutally? The answer to these questions remains a mystery, but the community is hopeful that justice will be served and the truth will be revealed. The community is still trying to come to terms with the loss of these 3 young boys. Everyone wants to find a way to heal and move forward. As the legal process continues, people are united in their desire for justice. The tragic events have also led to discussions about family relationships, mental health, and how communities can support each other. People are coming together to help the surviving family members and make sure something like this never happens again. Michael Haight was born on January 7, 1980 in Seattle, Washington. However, at an early age his family relocated to Cedar City, Utah following the completion of his father's dental school. As a child, Michael was a typical young boy who enjoyed baseball, basketball, and soccer. He achieved the rank of Eagle Scout and excelled in school. After graduating high school in 1998, Michael spent the summer working at a fish plant in Alaska. He quickly earned the position of line manager, overseeing more than a dozen men. His work ethic and dedication were recognized, leading to his promotion. Michael went on a mission trip to South Brazil as a dedicated member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This experience further deepened his faith and strengthened his commitment to his religious community. Upon his return to the United States, Michael pursued a degree in business at Southern Utah University, where he graduated in 2004. At Southern Utah University, Michael met his future wife, Tasha Earl. They fell in love and married in the St. George Temple on May 10, 2003. Michael appeared to be the epitome of a devoted husband and father to outsiders. He coached his children's sports teams, attended their school concerts, and spent time with them sledding and doing projects in the garage. However, on January 4, 2023, the facade Michael had built around his family came crashing down. On that day, 8 bodies were found in the Hyatt residence, leaving investigators and neighbors alike shocked and bewildered. Early that morning, Tasha Haight missed an online appointment, and Michael, her husband, failed to report for work. Their colleagues grew concerned and contacted the police to perform a welfare check at the Haight residence in Enoch. Officers arrived at the Haight residence, but upon knocking, they received no answer. As they walked around the property, the officers observed that it did not appear as if anyone was home. Knowing that the Haight's had 5 children, the police contacted the Iron County School District to verify if any of the children were at school that day. However, it was discovered that none of the children were present. When the police arrived at the Haight's home, they cleared the premises to ensure no immediate danger was present. After a thorough search, they confirmed that no one needed medical attention and that there were no signs of an active threat. The Haight's lived in a single-story residence with a basement. Detectives arrived on the scene a short time later after the home was declared a crime scene. Upon entering the main bedroom, the detectives noticed that the 4-year-old Gavin was laying flat on his stomach, his head turned to the left. One of his arms was placed under his head on a comfortable pillow, while a blanket covered a portion of his body. Similar to Gavin, Tasha was only partially covered by the blanket. The detectives discovered an older woman on the other side of the bed. She was later identified as Gail Earl, Tasha's mother. Gail was also lying on her back, her head resting on a pillow. Like her daughter and grandson, Gail was partially covered by a blanket. As the detectives continued their search of the Haight's home, they entered Briley's room, where they found the 12-year-old girl lying in bed. She was slightly inclined and partially covered with a blanket. In Eamon's room, the detectives discovered a 7-year-old boy lying face down in the corner of the room. Unlike his siblings, he did not have a pillow or blanket over him. Sienna, Eamon's twin sister, was found in her bedroom, lying on her left side in bed, her head resting on a pillow, also covered with a blanket. Macy, the eldest of the Haight children at 17 years old, was found in her bed, her head resting on a pillow, and her body covered by the blanket. The detectives then found Michael Haight in the exercise room in the basement of the home. He was lying on top of a sleeping bag. All 8 victims were found dead from a gunshot wound. It did not take long before the detectives concluded that Michael Haight was the primary suspect. They theorized that he killed his wife, mother-in-law, and 5 children before taking his own life. As the detectives began their investigation, one neighbor provided crucial information that helped them piece together the timeline of the crime. The neighbor told the police that she had awoken at 3:30 a.m. to use the bathroom. Exiting her room, she heard a loud bang that sounded like fireworks. However, she quickly noticed that it was past the legal date for fireworks to be allowed in the neighborhood, leaving her feeling annoyed. The neighbor continued, stating that after the initial bang, she heard 2 more in quick succession. This noise was followed by a short pause, followed by another bang. That pattern continued with a brief pause before the next bang, and a longer pause before a final bang. Based on the neighbor's statement and the condition of the 8 bodies found inside the house, the detective speculated that the bangs she had heard around 3:30 a.m. were directly related to the events that unfolded that night. They believed that Michael Haight carried out the brutal killings during this specific time frame. During the investigation into the Haight family murders, detectives learned that an unnamed non-family member had reported abuse to the police in the Utah Division of Child and Family Services in 2020. This individual revealed that Macy, who was 14 years old at the time, confided in them about her fear of her father. That revelation sparked a further investigation into the Haight household. Following receipt of the DCFS report, Macy and her parents were interviewed separately. During Macy's interview, the interviewer learned disturbing information. Macy stated that there were times when her father choked her, and she feared he was going to kill her. She revealed that the violent attacks began in 2017, and spoke of a time when her father grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her into a wooden piece of furniture. When the detectives interviewed Michael Haight, he denied ever hurting his daughter. He dismissed the incidents described by Macy as misunderstandings, and blamed his emotional state on his father's death and the recent divorce of his brother. Michael stated that he had been upset about these issues, and took it out on his older daughter. Tasha did not want to press criminal charges against Michael, and the Utah Department of Children and Family Services, the Enoch Police Department, and the Iron County Prosecutor's Office also declined to press charges. They had determined that the case did not meet the statute's requirements for prosecution. Additionally, a lethality assessment was conducted with Tasha, and according to her response, it did not indicate her relationship with Michael was lethal. However, victim services were made available to Tasha and the children for several months after the case was open. Through conversations with Tasha's friends, the detectives gained a different perspective on Michael Haight from that portrayed to the community. According to Tasha's friends, whenever they stopped by the house to visit, they often had to engage in conversation while the water was running in the kitchen to cover up any sound. Tasha believed that Michael was monitoring her conversations and eavesdropping on them. These friends also helped Tasha clean the house whenever they came over, so Michael would have nothing to yell at Tasha about. Tasha's friends shared that whenever they texted her, she would respond with short, positive messages, seemingly mindful of the possibility that Michael might read these messages. They believed this was a way of maintaining a positive image in front of Michael, as to suggest that everything was going smoothly in their marriage. The detectives assigned to the case have learned that Michael exhibited signs of highly controlling behavior towards his wife Tasha. One way in which Michael exerted control over Tasha was by taking her car keys and phone to prevent her from leaving. Another incident that raised suspicion about Michael was his reaction to Tasha purchasing a $30 rug from Walmart to replace a soiled one. Although Tasha had a legitimate need for the carpet, Michael became furious, claiming the purchase was excessive. Tasha confided in her friends that her 7-year-old son, Eamon, was acting more and more like his father, Michael, emulating his bad behavior. Whenever Tasha told Eamon to do something, he responded, "That's not my job." This behavior was concerning for Tasha, as it reflected Eamon's lack of responsibility and disregard for authority. Michael often dismissed or ignored Tasha's instructions, and Eamon seemed to follow suit. According to Tasha's friends, in 2022, Tasha dared indulge in a small act of self-care. Despite the demands of her responsibilities, she decided to get her nails done, a relatively rare occurrence for her. However, her husband Michael did not allow it to happen, placing strict restrictions on her freedom. After Tasha's indulgence, she felt renewed confidence in beauty. She told Michael that she would be getting her nails done on a monthly basis, a decision that did not sit well with him. Angered by his wife's decision, Michael expressed his disapproval, questioning how much this new habit would cost. To alleviate Michael's concerns, Tasha calmly explained that maintaining this self-care ritual costs $25 per month. However, Michael remained unconvinced, arguing that Tasha was taking food from their children's mouths by spending money on her nails. His perspective was rooted in control and a deep financial responsibility towards their family. Around the same time, Tasha started prioritizing her self-care and began losing weight. After years of her husband calling her fat and ugly, Michael was furious that she was shedding pounds. He accused Tasha of cheating on him, trying to justify the sudden change in her physical appearance. Michael's controlling behavior reached new heights as he attempted to manipulate Tasha's weight loss. He pleaded with her to stop losing weight, concerned that other men might look at her with desire. Underlying this demand were his deep-seated insecurities and desire for complete control over his wife's body and behavior. Tasha's friends also told the police about when the family kitchen table unexpectedly broke, and Tasha needed to buy a new table. However, Michael refused to give her the money to buy one. Frustrated by the situation, Tasha decided to take matters into her own hands. She chose to refinish the old table, hoping to improve its appearance and functionality. However, this act of defiance did not sit well with Michael, as he did not give her permission to do so. Michael Haight had a stingy attitude towards spending during the holiday season. Despite his significant income, he provided only $100 to Tasha for each of their 5 children to buy presents. Tasha always gave her children a fulfilling Christmas, yet Michael received a substantial paycheck from his job at Allstate. However, he refused to allocate additional funds to his wife and children. His rationale was that he didn't see the need to provide them with more of what he believed was rightfully his. Michael's obsession with reducing waste and conserving resources led him to impose strict rules on Tasha's household habits. She had to wash out and reuse plastic bags, even if they were used once or multiple times. This excessive demand for reusing bags placed additional responsibilities and burdens on Tasha, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Further, Michael's desire to control every aspect of Tasha's life extended to her cleaning and baby care routines. He insisted on having the cleaning and baby wipes, claiming it was more eco-friendly and cost-effective. However, this demand compromised Tasha's comfort and hygiene and created unnecessary stress. If Tasha failed to adhere to the instructions set by Michael, she faced serious consequences. He made it clear that disobedience would lead to a lot of trouble for her. This threat created a sense of fear and submission in Tasha, leaving her with no choice but to comply with Michael's demands. According to Tasha's friends, she confided in them that although Michael had been mean to her throughout their marriage, he had never extended this mistreatment to their children until the late 2010s. However, as time went on, the abuse directed towards Macy intensified, leading her to consider taking her own life. Michael had extremely high expectations for his daughter Macy. He expected her to earn straight A's all the time, even though Macy was already struggling with the weight of her father's abuse. The pressure to meet his unrealistic expectations proved to be overwhelming for Macy. Macy's friends told the detectives about another disturbing incident in the Haight home. Michael returned home one evening to find Macy with her head in her mother's lap. Angry and frustrated, Michael instructed Macy to get up and clean her room. This incident left Macy deeply shaken, as she recalled looking into her father's eyes and seeing them filled with hatred and pure evil. The detectives uncovered another incident where 7-year-old Briley was playing with a changing table and did not stop when Michael told her. This incident led to Michael blaming his wife, Tasha, for their children's behavior. He labeled them as the worst children in the world, who were disrespectful and awful. Michael not only blamed Tasha, but also called her fat and ugly, all in front of their 5 children. It was during this distressing incident that Tasha decided to pursue an exit strategy and file for divorce from Michael after 20 years of marriage. The incident, which showcased Michael's abusive behavior and lack of control over his anger, served as a wake-up call for Tasha. She saw the negative impact this behavior was having on her children and realized that staying in the marriage was not an option. Divorce was difficult for Tasha. She spent over 2 decades with Michael. However, she realized that her children's well-being and safety were more important than any marital bond. On December 21, 2022, Tasha filed for divorce from her husband Michael. However, she asked for the divorce papers to be delivered after the holidays, wanting one last normal Christmas for her 5 children before the separation. She knew that Michael's behavior would likely escalate once he received the papers, and she did not want the holiday festivities tarnished for everyone. The divorce papers were delivered to Michael's Allstate office 2 days after Christmas. Despite his recent actions, Michael called Tasha acting completely normal, asking her about her day, as if she hadn't served him with divorce papers mere minutes ago. He told Tasha to leave, but insisted that she leave the children behind. But Tasha stood her ground and refused to leave the house without them. Despite Michael's demands, Tasha decided to take the children with her to her mother's home in Laverkin, Utah. Later that evening, Michael showed up at his mother-in-law's house, attempting to convince Tasha to go for a ride with him. Tasha, however, refused and confided in her friends that she had a bad feeling about going anywhere alone with Michael. After Tasha filed for divorce, Gail Earl, Tasha's mother, moved in to provide support for both Tasha and the children. However, Michael's actions during this time further exacerbated the situation. Michael did not vacate the family home. Instead, he chose to move into the basement where the fitness room was. In this room, he slept on a sleeping bag with a pillow on the floor, with his clothes hung on hangers piled on a couch outside the door. Tasha confided in her friends that she had noticed a discrepancy in their children's saving accounts, which contained $20,000. She discovered that Michael had secretly transferred the money out of these accounts without her knowledge or consent. Furthermore, Tasha inherited several firearms from her father after his death, including hunting rifles and a handgun. At the start of January 2023, Tasha discovered all the firearms were missing from her house. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that Michael had removed the weapons, leaving Tasha and her family vulnerable in case of an emergency. Michael and Tasha's oldest child, Macy, had expressed to several of her friends that she welcomed her parents' divorce. Macy confided that there would be peace without her father, Michael, in the home. She yearned for the tranquility that a divorce would bring. Furthermore, Macy had a secret phone that she hid in her room. According to one of her friends, Macy used this phone to record her father when he acted crazy. She confided in this friend that she was doing this to gather evidence to support her parents' divorce. However, Tasha found the phone and hid it away. Macy's younger sister, Briley, also endured a tumultuous home life. Due to the constant drama at home, Briley often sought refuge at her neighbor's house. This neighbor had grandchildren of a similar age, and Briley found solace in the company of these children. Briley disclosed to a friend that she was happy about her parents' impending divorce. She even mentioned purchasing some new books, but she refrained from telling her father out of fear that he might get angry with her. On January 3, 2023, Tasha met with her attorney to discuss her ongoing concerns about her divorce from her abusive husband, Michael. During their conversation, Tasha revealed that although Michael was still living in the family home, she was relieved that he had recently relocated to the basement. Given Michael's volatile behavior, the attorneys pressed Tasha on whether she ever experienced any concern for her or her children's safety. Despite Michael's occasional outbursts, Tasha reassured her attorneys that she never feared for her or her children's well-being. In hindsight, it is clear that Tasha's optimism and misplaced faith in her husband were tragically misplaced. The investigation into the Haight family's shooting was a harrowing journey for police detectives, as they pieced together the chilling sequence of events that led to the tragic outcome. One chilling discovery stood out amid the digital evidence collected from the family's computers and cell phones. On December 30th, mere days before the deadly shooting, Michael conducted a disturbing Google search. At 10:41 p.m., Michael's queries delved into firearms and shooting-related topics. These searches and other evidence gathered during the investigation painted a chilling picture of Michael's intentions. The search results revealed alarming questions, such as, Michael expressed that he could not handle the situation for another day, and was determined to put an end to the manipulation and control he had been subjected to. Michael's note expressed deep frustration and desperation. He mentioned repeatedly asking for help, but no one seemed to listen. In this note, Michael emphasized his determination to not be a burden to society. The details of this case have left many in shock and disbelief, as it painted the picture of a deeply dysfunctional family plagued by violence. Michael's actions were premeditated and calculated. He carefully planned the murders, ensuring that his wife and children were unaware until it was too late. Heidi Ferks, a beloved member of her small Minnesota community, had her life tragically cut short on April 25, 2010, in a brutal murder that left everyone stunned. Who was the culprit? Her own husband. Over a decade later, her husband Nick Ferks got arrested and convicted for her senseless killing, shattering the trust of all who knew them. As the trial progressed, the community was completely surprised by the shocking truths that came out and the discovery of a complicated set of lies that had been kept secret for a long time. In the small town of St. Paul, Minnesota, where everyone knew each other's names, a brutal crime shook the community to its core. Heidi Ferks, a bright young soul, had her life brutally taken from her in a senseless act of violence. The mystery surrounding her tragic end on April 25, 2010 has haunted investigators for many years, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions in the community searching for justice. As the case went cold for many years, Heidi's family and friends struggled with not knowing what happened, feeling even more sadness and pain. After decades of searching, the investigators finally uncovered the culprit, bringing closure to a long-standing mystery that had haunted the community for years. However, in the midst of finding closure, a significant question remained unanswered. What drove the perpetrator to commit the terrible act that ended Heidi's life? Born on December 14, 1984, Heidi Marie Ferks, the youngest of John and Alinda Erickson's 3 children and their only daughter, lived her life to the fullest. Known for her playful and artistic nature, she graduated from high school in 2003 and continued her education at the University of Northwestern in Roseville. Alongside her studies, she was a regular attendee at Calvary Church in the city, a place she had been a part of since her early years. It was at this church where she met Nicholas Ferks, also known as Nick, and together they took on the role of youth group leaders, serving their community with dedication and passion. Nicholas Ferks was born on February 25, 1983, to Julie and Steve Ferks. Nick, a driven and ambitious young man, dedicated his days to his work as the director of operations at a reputable carpet cleaning company. Known for his well-rounded personality and strong work ethic, he had found his true match in Heidi, a woman he had met at their shared place of worship, Calvary Church. In the year 2005, at the tender ages of 22 and 20, respectively, Nikki and Heidi made the joyous decision to take their relationship to the next level. Surrounded by their loved ones and the familiar walls of the church that had witnessed the blossoming of their love, they exchanged vows that sealed their commitment to one another. Nick and Heidi's marriage seemed flawless to those around them. The couple shared a passion for travel and biking, enjoying these activities together. They were active members of their church community and took pleasure in hosting dinner parties for their friends and loved ones. Heidi had recently begun working in an administrative role at a financial services firm where her father was employed. Nick and Heidi's relationship appeared strong and promising, with their bond growing even stronger over time. But no one knew behind the closed doors of their home a different story unfolded. Heidi didn't know that her life was about to take a darker turn. On a fateful morning of April 25, 2010, Heidi called 911 from her home in St. Paul, Minnesota, saying someone had broken in. Only 38 seconds into the call, Heidi was giving her address when she suddenly yelled, "No," and a gunshot was heard. 65 seconds after the initial gunshot, Nick Ferks used Heidi's phone to contact the dispatcher. This is what he said: "Please, someone just broke into my house and shot me and my wife." While on the phone, Nick cried uncontrollably and repeatedly said, "Oh, my Heidi, and my wife is dead. Please get here." He also shouted, "No." When the police arrived at the scene, they found Heidi unresponsive in the kitchen with a gunshot wound at the back. While Nick was beside her on the floor, still talking to the 911 dispatcher, he was very upset and had been shot in the upper left leg. He told the police that 1 or 2 people had broken into their home. He grabbed his shotgun and tried to escape with his wife through the back door. As they ran towards the detached garage, the intruder managed to take the shotgun from him and then shot both Nick and Heidi. Tragically, Heidi was declared deceased at the scene, her life cut short by the events that unfolded. Meanwhile, Nick was quickly transported to the hospital for treatment and was questioned in the hospital by the police. Police asked Nick why he and Heidi left their bedroom, which was safer, to face the possible danger. He said they were just trying to get out of the house through the back door. Soon, Nick's wounds were treated in the hospital, and he was released in just 3 hours. Later, he was again interviewed in the police station about the incident. At the police station, Nick talked about what happened in detail. He said he remembers watching a movie with Heidi and having wine before going to bed around midnight. Nick said he woke up around 6:10 to 6:15 a.m. when he heard the screen door open and someone messing with the doorknob. The investigators questioned Nick about locking the deadbolt. He admitted that he and Heidi usually made sure to lock it, but he believed he had forgotten to do so that particular night. That night, after hearing the noises, Nick said he took his shotgun from the upstairs closet. He explained that he had brought it up from the basement a month ago because he noticed it was starting to rust. Nick mentioned that the shotgun was empty, but he loaded it when he heard the noises. After that, he woke up Heidi, asked her to call 911, and instructed her to leave the house and go to the garage where their cars were parked. He also shared that he and Heidi had a safety plan. If they ever faced trouble, they agreed to go to the garage where their cars were parked. Nick, who is right-handed, was holding a pair of jeans in his right hand and the shotgun in his left hand as he walked behind Heidi, guiding her toward the garage. Nick recounted that he and Heidi paused next to the front door to get her wallet from the table. It was at this moment, he said, that the door suddenly burst open. A tall, dark-skinned man, approximately 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing between 200 to 220 pounds, came rushing in. He said the intruder was wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood pulled tightly around his face. Nick explained that he dropped the jeans, and the intruder seized the barrel of the shotgun. The two men then engaged in a physical struggle. During the altercation, the gun was shot. He said, "My finger accidentally slipped onto the trigger. She was running away, so I must have hit her in the back." Nick recounted that the shot struck Heidi, causing her to collapse immediately. He and the suspect continued fighting over the shotgun until it fired a second time. He stated that the second shot hit him in the upper thigh, causing him to fall to the ground. At that point, the intruder fled out the front door. He also told investigators that Heidi was unresponsive, and then he also lost his senses. Later, he also told police that their house was scheduled to be foreclosed on the very next day, and they had planned to inform their parents and friends about their situation that same day. Nick explained that he and Heidi had fallen behind on their bills, and their house had been foreclosed on and purchased by someone else. They were required to vacate the premises, but they had not shared this information with any of their friends or family. He mentioned that their plan was to pack up their house on Sunday and Monday morning, leaving some of their belongings in the garage to collect later. They intended to find someone to stay with for a while, but fate had something else for them. So, the once peaceful home was left with an air of tragedy, and the lives of Nick and Heidi were forever changed by the devastating events of that fateful morning. The investigation continued. Law enforcement secured the area and interviewed residents. None of the neighbors reported seeing anyone leaving the Furcus residence. One neighbor, Brendan O'Connor, who was looking after kittens in a nearby house, informed the authorities that he heard an argument, followed by gunfire and a plea. "You shot her. You shot me. Please, please no." Although no one witnessed the intruder leaving. After several weeks, Nick proceeded to give the police a sketch of the suspect, which was then shared with the public. Whose sketch was that? After speaking with the police, they released the description that Nick gave of the suspected intruder. A male, race unknown, between 6 feet to 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing 200 to 220 pounds, wearing a dark, hooded sweatshirt. About 3 weeks later, the police showed a sketch made by an artist hired by Nick's lawyer based on the initial description. In this updated account, Nick specified that the individual was African American and estimated to be between 40 to 60 years of age. During the investigation, the search initially focused on finding an unidentified African American male intruder based on Nick's description. The authorities searched the area thoroughly, hoping to find any evidence or witnesses supporting Nick's story. The investigation into Heidi's death did not lead to any arrests or charges, leaving the case unresolved for many years. After many years, something shocking was revealed. Over 10 years passed with no resolution in Heidi's murder case. Nick seemed to have moved on, marrying Rachel and starting a family. Yet financial troubles resurfaced, leading to suspicions from Rachel about undisclosed problems. Rachel's concerns about their financial situation and Nick's reluctance to discuss it sparked her curiosity. She began to dig deeper, uncovering secrets and inconsistencies in Nick's past. Her discoveries would ultimately lead her to question everything she thought she knew about her husband and his involvement in Heidi's tragic death. Rachel didn't know about the financial problems the couple was facing, similar to what Heidi and Nick went through years ago. Her worries made her call the authorities, which reignited interest in the case. Investigators then investigated Nick's second wife, Rachel Furcas, whom he wed in 2012. When Rachel talked to the authorities, she had already divorced Nick due to his increasing financial problems. Rachel had also recorded their conversation where she confronted Nick about his deceit before their divorce in 2019. She even told investigators he was definitely repeating the same things he did with Heidi with me. I saw a letter that we had not paid our property taxes, and if we didn't pay them we were going to get evicted by 2020. When Rachel contacted the police with her suspicions, it set in motion a chain of events that would once again thrust the Heidi Furcas murder case into the spotlight. Sergeant Nicole Sipes, who had been assigned to the case, listened intently to Rachel's concerns and began to re-examine the evidence. Sergeant Nicole Sipes of the St. Paul Police Department became deeply invested in uncovering the truth behind Heidi's murder. She made the bold move of enlisting the help of the FBI to analyze the audio recordings from the 911 call, hoping to find clues that could shed light on what happened that fateful night. After carefully examining the audio, the FBI found no proof that a third person was present during the incident. This was surprising, as it contradicted what Heidi's husband had told the police earlier. Sergeant Sipes and her team were confused by this new information. If only Heidi and her husband were in the house, then what exactly happened between them that led to her death? The lack of a third person made them even more suspicious of the husband's possible involvement in the crime. Determined to uncover the truth, the investigation continued with more intensity. The FBI's findings had opened up a new path to follow, and Sergeant Sipes was more committed than ever to bringing justice for Heidi and providing answers to her grieving family. The investigators also obtained financial documents that contradicted the statements Nicholas Furcas had previously made. These records led them to suspect him more strongly in Heidi's murder. Nick's story about what happened kept changing. At first, he said he got his gun, but the intruder took it from him and shot both him and Heidi. Later, he said the intruder didn't take the gun, but his own finger accidentally pulled the trigger, hitting Heidi in the back. Despite thorough investigation, there was a notable absence of any signs of a struggle, such as overturned furniture or marks on the walls. The forensic analysis of the scene contradicted Nick's account of the events, particularly regarding the trajectory of the shot that struck Heidi. Additionally, Heidi's 911 call did not mention seeing an intruder. The lack of evidence of a break-in or intruder at the crime scene also raised the investigators' suspicions. They believed this absence of clues was part of Nick's plan to cover up his involvement in Heidi's death. So, soon the arrest warrant was made for Nick Furcas. On May 19, 2021, over a decade after Heidi's death, a SWAT team closed in on Nick Furcas' home in Mounds View and arrested him. He was arrested due to Rachel's suspicions and the dedicated work of Police Sergeant Nicole Sipes. This sudden arrest surprised many who had thought the case had reached a standstill and would never see closure. As the legal process unfolded, the details of the case would be re-examined and the truth behind that fateful night would slowly come to light. The question on everyone's mind was, would Nick be held accountable for Heidi's tragic death? Soon after, Heidi's family released a statement in response to Nicholas' arrest. We're extremely grateful for all those who have worked so hard and long to get the case to this point, and also for everyone who has prayed and stood beside us all these years. We are hopeful that these charges will finally bring out the truth and result in justice for Heidi. Even though we know we can't have her back, we believe Heidi would want us to have the truth. God is honored by truth. Heidi's life and memory is further honored by truth. The family's words conveyed a mix of relief, gratitude, and a steadfast determination to uncover the truth. They acknowledged the tireless efforts of those who had never given up on the case and the unwavering support of the community. Their statement also expressed hope that the charges against Nick would lead to a resolution that would honor Heidi's memory and bring justice to her tragic death. When the case went to trial, Nick Furcas maintained his innocence and entered a plea of not guilty. Additionally, the majority of his family, particularly his father, expressed their belief in his innocence. They asserted that Nick's deep love for Heidi would have prevented him from carrying out such a violent act, but the jury thought otherwise. On February 10, 2023, the unthinkable happened. Nick, the person Heidi trusted most, was convicted of her brutal murder. After agonizing over the evidence for 10 long hours, the jury delivered their verdict, leaving all who knew Heidi reeling in shock and disbelief. In the trial, the prosecution carefully presented a timeline showing a man overwhelmed by serious financial difficulties. They argued that Nick had hidden the full extent of their financial problems from Heidi, and, fearing shame and conflict, resorted to ending her life. Additionally, the prosecution cast doubt on his story of a home invasion, suggesting it might have been a cover-up to deflect attention from himself. The prosecution presented compelling evidence during the trial, including the lack of signs of forced entry and inconsistencies in Nick's account. Perhaps the most persuasive piece of evidence was the conspicuous absence of DNA or physical proof indicating the presence of a third party, specifically the alleged intruder. This absence of evidence cast serious doubt on the validity of Nick's story. During the trial, prosecutor Rachel Cracker stated that Nick Furcas was unwilling to face the truth of his deception, leading him to commit a shocking act. He said he took Heidi's life and saved his reputation. But in Nick's defense, attorney Robert Richmond contended that the transition from financial distress to murder was illogical. He even said, all of this psychopabble that killing his wife would somehow save his reputation makes no sense. After heated discussions in the trial, the moment of truth arrived as the jury deliberated over Nick's fate. The weight of the evidence, the emotional testimonies, and the legal arguments all culminated in a pivotal decision that would determine whether justice would be served for Heidi's tragic death. So, after extensive court proceedings and careful consideration of the evidence, the jury unanimously decided that Nick Furcas was guilty of first-degree murder. On April 13, 2023, the judge handed down the harshest possible sentence. Nick would spend a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Despite being found guilty in a court of law, Nicholas Furcas continues to assert that he had no involvement in his wife Heidi's tragic demise. He firmly stands by his claim of innocence, even after being sentenced for the crime. On the day of his sentencing, Nick said, "I recognize the pain and loss shared by everyone here today. Justice had been served, but at what cost? A family shattered, a community betrayed, and a life taken far too soon. The finality of it all was almost too much to bear." The verdict brought a sense of closure to Heidi's family and friends, but it also left them with the painful realization that the man they thought they knew was capable of such a heinous act. So, you must be thinking, where is Nick now? Nick is currently serving his life sentence at the Minnesota Correctional Facility, located in St. Cloud, Minnesota. In the end, let me tell you what was the motive behind the killing. The main motive behind the killing remains unclear, leaving questions about what drove Nick to commit such a tragic act. However, the investigation revealed that in June 2009, Nick had been served with foreclosure papers on their house. The house was then sold at a sheriff's auction that same month, about 10 months before Heidi was killed. Eviction proceedings had started in February 2010, and hearing was scheduled for March 8, 2010, which Nicholas attended alone. The original lockout date was set for April 9, 2010. Nick called the attorneys and said his grandmother was in the hospital and about to die. He asked to have the lockout moved to April 26. However, when investigators looked into this, they found no evidence that either of Nick's grandmothers was actually in hospital or died in 2010. So, when questioned by investigators whether Heidi knew about all this or not, Nick claimed that Heidi was fully aware of their dire financial circumstances. He went on to say that they had made plans together to move out of their foreclosed home and start a new life somewhere else. But things were not as they seemed. The shocking truth came to light by the prosecutors. He had hidden their financial struggles from his wife and tragically ended her life before she could ever learn the harsh reality. Rather than being honest with his wife and working together to find a solution, Nick resorted to the unthinkable. Prosecutors said Nick killed his wife because he was too ashamed to tell her about their money problems. This included $18,000 in credit card debt and 22 months of late mortgage payments. Prosecutors argued that he killed Heidi because he was too ashamed and afraid to face the reality of their situation. By ending her life, he saved himself from having to confront the consequences of his own deception. Yet even as justice was served, the pain and loss felt by Heidi's loved ones remained. No amount of legal retribution could undo the harm done or bring back the vibrant life that was so cruelly taken. No one could have imagined that the person Heidi trusted most would be the one to take her life, but that is exactly what happened in her tragic case. Still with me? Good, that means you're ready for the rest. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you want more cases just like this one. On June 7, 2021, at 10:05 p.m., the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division received a call that two people were shot dead at a residence in Islington, South Carolina. Alex Meadow called 911 to report that his 52-year-old wife, Margaret Meadow, and their 22-year-old son, Paul, had been shot in the dog kennels on their family's 1,770-acre hunting lodge, the Moselle. Based on this cell phone data, investigators believe the killings happened between 8:49 and 9:06 p.m. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division SLED officers arrived on the scene to a distraught Alex standing in front of the kennels. Inside were the bodies of his youngest son and wife. They'd suffered multiple gunshot wounds from different weapons. When the police asked Alex why anyone would want his family dead, he told them about the strange threats his son, Paul, had been receiving. A boating accident had occurred earlier that year, and their handling of the situation might have earned the family some enemies. This is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck months back. He's been getting threats. The news of the murders of one of Hampton's most beloved families rocked the sleepy town to its core. Despite the tragedy gaining national attention, it would take more than a year for law enforcement to make their first arrest. While the police worked in the background, the question on everybody's mind was, who killed Maggie and Paul and why? However strange the murder might have seemed, what followed after was far more bizarre. Their death triggered a series of events that unearthed the secrets of Alex Murdaugh and led to what the media have come to call one of the most high-profile and sensational cases in South Carolina legal history. Richard Alexander Alex Murdaugh was born into a legal dynasty on May 27, 1968. The Murdaughs are a respected and well-connected family of lawyers who have dominated South Carolina Low Country's legal system for over 100 years. 3 generations of the family have served as district attorneys of the 14th Judicial Circuit from 1920 to 2006. Their reign came to a startling end with Alex Murdaugh. The Murdaughs laid the foundation for the titan they would become today when Alex's great-grandfather, Randolph Murdaugh Sr., founded the law firm Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elsroth, and Amp-Dietrich, PMPD. Over the decades, their influence grew so great the Hamptons became known as Murdaugh County. Alex Murdaugh tried to follow in his family's footsteps when he was old enough and pursued a law degree from the University of North Carolina. There he met his beautiful wife Margaret Maggie Bransletter. They started seeing each other in 1991 and wed 2 years later on August 14, 1993, at the Second Presbyterian Church in South Carolina. Alex and Maggie had 2 sons, Richard Buster Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh became a personal injury attorney with his family firm, PMPD, trying to continue his family's legacy. However, unlike the generations of Murdaugh that's come before, Alex abused the power and influence his family's firm gave him, using it to cover up financial crimes, theft, and some have even speculated murder. His underhanded dealings would go unnoticed for over a decade until his youngest son, Paul, was involved in a boating accident that left a girl dead. Paul's boating accident was just the latest in a long line of suspicious deaths surrounding the Murdaugh family. People speculate that these accidental deaths were not so accidental and were part of a larger cover-up. Given the Murdaugh family history and resources, the theory seemed likely, especially with how they handled the death of Mallory Beach. Paul Murdaugh drove the family boat to a party on Pucas Island on February 23, 2019. Fresh out of high school, Paul and his girlfriend Morgan Dowdy, Anthony Cook, Mallory Beach and Miley Altman were hankering for a party and an unsupervised night of fun. The plan was to kick the night off with a house party and the oyster roast on the island. Parties were a non-starter without alcohol, so Paul scored some beer and hard liquor using his older brother's identity card. They departed from the Mardo River house by 7 p.m. By midnight, they were raring for even more fun, so Paul insisted on driving the boat to downtown Beaufort, where he and Connor downed 2 rounds of shots. At around 1 a.m., they headed back to the boat, and on their way back, a surveillance camera captured a tender moment between Anthony and Mallory as they made their way back. By this point, Paul had a lot of alcohol in his system, and according to the other passengers, he started acting strange. At 1:15 a.m., they were on the water again, and the situation spiraled out of control. The group started arguing with Paul when he started driving in circles and acting drunk. Miley said that Anthony demanded he let him out on a nearby rock, but he refused. Morgan later said that Paul left the boat's steering wheel more than once to argue with her, and Mallory was terrified. According to GPS footage drawn from the onboard Garmin GPS, the boat sped up at some point, and although Paul denies ramping up the boat speed, he was steering. The boat crashed into Arthurs Creek Bridge at 2:20 a.m., and Mallory was ejected into the water. The rest of the teens did not come out untouched either. Connor had a broken jaw, while Morgan's hand was badly injured. Connor called 911 and help arrived shortly after. The teenagers were in utter mess when the Beaufort County Deputy Sheriff arrived, and the first thing he noticed was how distressed Anthony was. He reported that he actually tried to rush through him to get to Paul after he saw the latter smiling. The police reported that he saw blood in the main compartment of the boat and a large split from the hull on impact. All the teens were grossly intoxicated, and all of them, except Anthony, were ferried to the hospital to be treated. Everybody agreed to be treated except Paul, who was very agitated and had a blood alcohol level of 0.243 times higher than the legal limit. Alex, Paul's father, was seen that night, shuffling from hospital room to hospital room, trying to calm them down and control the situation. It took the search party 8 days to find Mallory's body. The coroner said she died of blunt force trauma to the head and drowning. Despite multiple witnesses, including Morgan, Paul's girlfriend, claiming Paul was out of control at the steering wheel that night, he would not be arrested or even charged. This fueled rumors that Alex Mutto had somehow greased the wheels of justice to get his son free. In March 2019, the Mutto family was slapped with a wrongful death lawsuit. Mallory's family alleged that Paul's mother, Maggie, knew her son was drunk when the group went boarding and knew that Buster had supplied them the ID they needed to purchase alcohol. It wasn't until April 18, 2019, on Mallory's 20th birthday, that Paul was charged with 3 felonies for boating under the influence, causing the death of Mallory and seriously injuring 2 other passengers. Paul pleaded not guilty and was released on a $50,000. Unfortunately, Paul's day in court did not come. He passed on before the courts gave one. Another seemingly accidental death people have linked to the Mutto was the murder of an openly gay teenager, Stephen Smith. He was found dead on July 8, 2015, in the middle of the road in Hampton County, South Carolina. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head and was initially ruled as a hit-and-run incident with no suspect arrested. However, the boy's mother believed he was the victim of a hate crime. Stephen had been a classmate of Alex Mutto's oldest son, Buster, back in high school, and the rumor was they were in a relationship. Some speculate that Buster might have been involved in Stephen's death and that the hit-and-run story was a lousy cover-up. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, reopened the case on March 22, 2023, and revealed that his death was a murder, but no suspects have been named. Gloria Satterfield was a longtime housekeeper for Alex Mutto's family. Her death was another seemingly innocent though unfortunate passing. On February 2, 2018, Gloria suffered a severe head injury when she fell down the stairs at the family's Moselle residence. She passed away on February 26, 2018, due to various complications. Alex Mutto had claimed that his dogs had gone to greet Gloria at the top of the stairs, but the housekeeper accidentally tripped over them, causing her to fall backward and hit her head. After her passing, There was strangely no autopsy to confirm Alex's version of events. On her death certificate, the cause of death was ruled natural causes. The sons of Gloria Satterfield initiated a wrongful death lawsuit over their mother's death in 2018 and were awarded a $4 million insurance policy settlement in October 2020. However, the settlement they won never arrived. Mutto had allegedly hatched a scheme to steal the insurance payout. He approached Gloria's sons and encouraged them to sue him, and even went as far as introducing a lawyer, Corey Fleming, to them. Corey Fleming was a longtime friend and godfather to one of Alex Meadows' sons. The two conspired to steal the Satterfields' payout. The money was diverted to Alex's bank account, and they never notified the Satterfields of receiving the insurance settlement. Satterfield's sons then initiated a new civil lawsuit on September 15, 2021, against Alex Meadows. On the same day, state investigators opened a criminal investigation into Gloria Satterfield's death. The reason investigators gave for opening the case was to determine any criminal liability for the death. The decision was based on a request from the Hampton County coroner, who found Gloria's manner of death inconsistent with natural causes. Her family later permitted state authorities to exhume her body for further investigation. By late September 2021, Alex Meadows was facing multiple financial and embezzlement charges. Before the Satterfield brothers filed their first lawsuit against Alex Meadows, he'd been embroiled in financial schemes, fraud, and embezzlement for nearly a decade. Alex was allegedly involved in a money laundering and painkiller ring, which lasted from October 7, 2013 to September 2021, with his distant cousin and eventual partner in crime, Curtis Smith. On September 4, 2021, the pair cooked up another sinister scheme. Alex gave Curtis a gun and directed him to shoot him. Alex's only surviving son, Buster, would receive his life insurance policy when he passed. Curtis pulled up to where Alex had staged a fake flat tire and shot at him as instructed. However, the bullet only caused superficial injuries to Alex, and he was even able to call 911 himself. The moment local law enforcement inspected the scene, they smelled foul play, but they weren't quite able to prove it. It wasn't until days later that Meadows confessed. He admitted to conspiring with Curtis and staging the shooting. His lawyers announced that he was going through a tough time, and unsavory elements were taking advantage of his state of mind. They claimed Alex wanted to end his life so that Buster could cash on a $10 million life insurance policy. Alex surrendered himself when he heard a warrant was out for his arrest. He was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Just 2 days after the incident, another perplexing news broke. Alex Meadows announced that he would be resigning from his position in his family's law firm, Peters, Meadows, Parker, Elsroth, and M. Dietrich PMPed, and entering rehab for treatment once he left the hospital. He was quoted saying, "Made a lot of decisions that I truly regret." Another bombshell dropped just hours later when his firm released an official statement alleging Meadows had misappropriated $792,000 of company funds. The firm's CFO had confronted him earlier about the missing money and then reported him to relevant authorities. The South Carolina Supreme Court indefinitely suspended Alex's law license in September 2021. Investigators dug deeper into Alex Meadows' life. They began to uncover several financial crimes, tax evasions, embezzlements, and misappropriation of funds from clients and his law firm. Alex left rehab on October 14, 2021, and was arrested again upon release. He was charged with 2 felony counts of obtaining property by false pretenses. The arrest was made based on an investigation into the misappropriation of investment payout from the wrongful death case of Gloria Satterfield. This time, Alex was denied bond. This was only the beginning of Alex Meadows' legal woes. On November 18, 2021, he was indicted on 27 counts of financial misconduct. He was accused of stealing money from his clients, other lawyers, and the family of his late housekeeper. On December 9, 2021, even more charges were brought against him. Another 21 counts were added to the tally, bringing the total to 48. The charges at the time included 1 count of forgery, 4 counts of money laundering, 7 counts of computer crimes, 9 counts of breach of trust with fraudulent intent, obtaining signature or property by false pretenses, It was estimated that Alex had stolen more than $6.2 million from his victims. The state's investigation into Mutto's business dealing took months to untangle, with new charges brought against him almost daily. By June 2022, the charges against him totaled 81. By the time Alex was formally disbarred on July 13, 2022, he was already facing 84 criminal charges and 11 lawsuits. The mother of the 19-year-old Mallory Beach was among the many who brought a legal claim against the estates of Margaret and Paul Mutto. The enormity of these financial crimes raised questions about the character of the once prominent attorney. Could he be hiding something even more sinister? Perhaps the murder of his wife and son? So, what could have possibly been his motive? The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, decided to revisit what they knew and had accepted as facts about the double murder. They considered new information they gathered while investigating the numerous financial crimes of Alex Mutto. One of the first facts investigators realized was that all was not well in Alex and Maggie Mutto's marriage. The couple had hit a rough patch. Maggie was living apart from her husband in the family's beach home on Edisto Island, more than an hour away from the Moselle property. Marion Proctor, Maggie Mutto's sister, told law enforcement agents that Mary had not even planned to see her husband on the night of the murders. Alex reached out to Maggie on the fateful day, asking her to meet him at the family lodge. He asked Maggie to accompany him to visit his father, who was terminally ill and could pass away at any time. She was reluctant to go initially, and was said to have messaged a friend saying that her husband's behavior was fishy, and that he was up to something. She suggested that they meet at the hospital instead. Ultimately, she agreed to drive to the Moselle property before heading to the hospital to visit Alex's ailing father. Unfortunately, she was murdered before she had the chance to visit her father-in-law. Maggie and her younger son were shot dead at their Moselle property. The 700-acre hunting lodge estate contained the Mutto house, dog kennels, a cabin, and stretches of swampland. Maggie and Paul were found near the dog kennels, and they had been shot several times. Paul was shot twice with a shotgun, and Maggie had 5 gunshot wounds. She'd been killed with a different weapon, which ballistic analysis determined was a blackout .300 ammo from an AR-style rifle. Alex Mutto claimed that he had a long nap that day before leaving to see his ailing mother, who suffers from dementia. He said he was away for about 45 minutes to an hour and a half. And when he got back, he saw his wife and younger son dead on the floor near the dog kennels. Alex's timeline for the night had been laid down during a series of interviews with law enforcement. I knew something was bad. While Alex was a person of interest in the eyes of law enforcement, there was still something missing, a motive as to why a prominent and influential lawyer would decide to kill his family. It wasn't long before they found what they were looking for. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED, discovered that weeks before the murder, the state grand jury had subpoenaed Alex Mutto's finances. It was concerning an obstruction of justice investigation connected to a fatal 2019 boat crash involving Paul Mutto. Alex Mutto was scared that all his financial wrongdoings would be exposed following the hearing, which was scheduled for June 10, 2021. To make matters worse, his law firm had discovered his misappropriation of company funds. Gene Setchinger, the law firm's CFO at the time, had confronted Mutto about the missing money on June 7, 2021, the day of the murder. State authorities claimed that the financial pressure had Alex rattled and he feared his world would collapse. So he hatched a daring plan that would divert attention from his financial crimes, which were beginning to go public, and help garner sympathy for him in the public eye. July 14, 2022, 13 months after the fatal shooting of Maggie and Paul, Alex Mutto was charged with the murders of his wife and son. The start of the murder trial of Alec Murdaugh, the once prominent South Carolina. Mutto was charged with 2 counts of murder and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. The prosecutors claimed that Mutto had shot and killed his wife and son at close range with a shotgun and an AR-style rifle. The murder weapons were never found. Mutto's defense team argued that 2 shooters carried out the shootings due to the different weapons used. Expert witness for the defense also stated that based on the trajectory of the bullets, the likely height of the shooters was between 5 foot 4 inches and 5 foot 2 inches. Alex stood at the proud height of 6 foot and 4 inches, which disqualified him as a suspect. Shot was 5-2 to 5-4. That is the most likely explanation. Yes. The expert witness under cross-examination was grilled by the prosecutors and later admitted that there were other possibilities apart from the height scenario painted that could have caused the trajectory of the bullet. Ballistic determined that Maggie was shot with a .300 blackout ammo from an AR-style rifle. Investigators found a box of .300 blackout ammo in the Mutto family estate. State prosecutors argued that Mutto killed his wife and son to gain sympathy and escape accountability for his string of financial crimes. Mutto's lawyers ridiculed the idea, asking why he would shift a financial investigation away from himself in order to avoid scrutiny by putting himself in the spotlight of a murder investigation. In the course of the trial, it was revealed that Alex Mutto had been a person of interest since the start of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division SLED investigation into the murders. According to Dick Harpootlian, Mutto's lawyer, he had an ironclad alibi for the night in question, and also had no reason to kill Maggie and their younger son, Paul. He described Alex and Maggie's marriage as full of love. The prosecutors then presented 2 videos recorded of Alex on the night of the murder, taken a few hours from each other. One was a Snapchat video taken off Paul's phone, and the other was a body cam of one of the law enforcement agents at the scene of the crime. The footage you're seeing is from a Snapchat video that was taken off of Paul's phone earlier in the night before the murders. Now compare that to what Murdaugh is wearing later on in the evening after the killings. Something immediately stood out. The outfits in the 2 videos were different. The blue shirt is seen in the Snapchat video that was taken roughly 1 hour before the murders and was different from what Alex was wearing, as seen in the body cam recording of the officer. The investigators claimed a search for the blue shirt was unsuccessful. It was nowhere to be found. Prosecutors suggested that Mutto tried to influence the key witness's accounts by asking her if she remembered the shirt he was wearing that night. He was pacing back and forth in the living room, and he said, "I got a bad feeling." There was a video that was out, and he said, "You remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt?" In my mind, I was saying, I don't remember Vinnie Vine's shirt. It was the polo shirt. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that that was the shirt he was wearing. Cell phone data from Mutto's phone showed he was at his mother's home for only 15 to 20 minutes. This was further corroborated by the testimony of Alex Mutto's mother's caregiver, who stated he stayed for only 15 to 20 minutes before leaving. Mutto claims to have stayed for at least 45 minutes. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's. How long did he stay in the room with y'all? I say y'all, for the record, you and Miss Libby, I apologize. About 15 to 20 minutes. 20 minutes. The most crucial piece of evidence was found late in the investigation. When going through Paul's phone, which was recovered at the scene, they found a video that Paul recorded at 8:44 p.m., minutes from the time investigators believed the murders happened. The murder occurred between 8:49 to 9:06 p.m., according to state authorities. The video on Paul's phone was recorded in the dog kennels. The audio featured 3 distinct voices. Family and friends were called to identify the voices. There's a chicken. The voices were determined to be Paul's, Maggie's, and Alex's. This placed Mutto in the vicinity when the murders occurred. At this point, the ironclad alibi that Mutto relied on was completely destroyed. He had claimed he was never at the dog kennels that night. During the 5th week of the trial, Mutto took the stand and reiterated that he could never have intentionally hurt his wife and son. He testified, "I didn't shoot my wife or son." He admitted that he had lied about his alibi. Mutto's new story was that he had an opioid addiction at the time and was prone to paranoia, and that was the cause of his lie to the law enforcement agents. Prosecutors suggested that after Mutto killed his wife and son, he then took her phone and made a series of calls and texts to the device to help build his alibi. One text read, "Call me, babe." It was sent at 9:47. Cell phone data also showed that Mutto and his wife's phone locked within seconds of each other. Another piece of evidence presented to the jury based on data from Alex's cell phone was that within the time frame of when the murder occurred, Alex suddenly took a lot of steps. Prosecutors attribute this to him trying to hide or dispose of evidence that would link him to the murder. Mutto's lawyers discredited this claim by pointing out that the steps recorded on Alex's phone did not match that of his wife's. so it is wrong to think he picked up his wife's phone after the shootings. Ultimately, the video Paul recorded at the dog kennels provided the decisive evidence by which the case was determined. The jury reached a verdict in 3 hours on March 2, 2023. The jury found Alex Mutto guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to 2 life sentences to run consecutively without the possibility of parole. The jury also convicted him of 2 counts of possession of a weapon during a violent crime, which added another 5 years to his sentence. Mutto pleaded guilty to 22 counts of financial crimes as part of his deal, but continues to stand by his claim of innocence in the murder of his wife and son. On March 9, 2023, he filed a notice to appeal his double murder conviction. In a surprising turn, Mutto's lawyers filed a motion seeking a new trial after allegedly uncovering evidence of jury tampering by Rebecca Hill, which she has now denied. Rebecca was a Colleton County Clerk of Court and was accused of tampering with the jury by advising them not to believe Mutto's testimony and other evidence presented by the defense, pressuring them to reach a quick guilty verdict, and even misrepresenting critical and material information to the trial judge in her campaign to remove a juror she believed to be favorable to the defense. A hearing would be convened for Mutto's lawyers to present evidence and witnesses to support their claim. However, a judge is yet to be selected to preside over the hearing. With Mutto's appeal, over 100 financial and drug crime charges, and multiple pending lawsuits, we can be sure that we have not heard the last of Alex Mutto. Still with me? Good, that means you're ready for the rest. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you want more cases just like this one. On June 5, 2002, 14-year-old Elizabeth Smart slept in her bed in the affluent town of Federal Heights in Salt Lake City, Utah. Elizabeth and her sister, Mary Catherine, shared a bedroom at the time. However, their peaceful slumber would soon be shattered. As the night progressed, a soft-spoken man forced open a window in the girl's room armed with a knife. This intrusion awoke Mary Catherine, but she pretended to be asleep, hoping to protect her sister. The man then turned to Elizabeth and ordered her to be quiet or else he would harm her. Terrified, Elizabeth complied with his demands, putting shoes on before being taken outside the home. Meanwhile, Mary Catherine lay still, waiting for 2 hours before finally waking their parents, Ed and Lois Smart. She told them someone had taken Elizabeth, but her parents initially didn't believe her. Ed and Lois dismissed her claims, thinking that perhaps Mary Catherine was dreaming. However, as events unfolded, they took their daughter's story seriously. After inspecting Elizabeth and Mary Catherine's bedroom, Ed and Lois discovered a cut window screen confirming Mary Catherine's story. Worried about Elizabeth, Ed and Lois immediately contacted the authorities. The police arrived at the Smart family home and questioned Mary Catherine about the man who had abducted Elizabeth from their bedroom. Mary Catherine described the man as having dark hair and noticed dark hair on his arms and the backs of his hands. Despite speaking quietly to Elizabeth throughout the incident, Mary Catherine was still able to identify his voice as somehow familiar. However, she struggled to remember any specific circumstances she could have heard before. About 3.5 hours after Elizabeth was taken, the authorities utilized the Rachel Alert system to broadcast information about her abduction to the public. The Rachel Alert was named after another Utah girl who was abducted and murdered. By utilizing this alert system, the authorities could quickly reach a wide audience and enlist the public's aid in locating Elizabeth. Because Ed and Lois Smart had put their house up for sale before Elizabeth was taken from her bedroom on June 5, 2002, the police looked at people who toured the house as possible suspects in Elizabeth's abduction. In addition to the house tour, the police also searched the Smart family's computer. They wanted to uncover any online interactions Elizabeth may have had with strangers, as this was a common tactic used in child abduction cases. By examining her computer records, they hoped to determine if she had come into contact with anyone who may have known or been involved in the abduction. The day after Elizabeth was kidnapped, her parents went on national television and pleaded for her safe return. In a heart-wrenching and emotional appeal, Ed Smart addressed the perpetrator directly, imploring them to bring their daughter home. His voice filled with desperation and love. He pleaded with the person responsible for taking Elizabeth to have mercy and return her safely. Tears accompanied Ed's plea as he spoke about his immense love for his daughter and his unwavering commitment to finding her. When the police spoke to Elizabeth Smart's neighbors in Federal Heights, none of them reported seeing or hearing anything suspicious on the day Elizabeth was abducted. This lack of information surprised the police, as they had hoped to gather more information to assist with the investigation. Shortly after Elizabeth's abduction, the mayor of Salt Lake City, Rocky Anderson, made a public announcement offering a $10,000 reward for her safe return to her family. However, the reward was soon raised to $250,000. Nearly 1,200 volunteers joined Elizabeth Smart's family and friends to search for her. At a news conference, police told the public despite the thousands of tips they were receiving, they were making little headway in Elizabeth's abduction. The authorities in Salt Lake City called in help from other police departments across the state. However, without evidence like a vehicle description, there wasn't a lot of information to go on. With no leads in Elizabeth's disappearance, the police began to get frustrated with the lack of progress in her case. Scott Atkinson, the captain of the Salt Lake City Police Department, told the public that everyone was still a suspect in Elizabeth's abduction. Yet, he reiterated Elizabeth's family was not the focus of the investigation. One of the 1,200 volunteers searching for Elizabeth alerted the police to a suspicious man she saw while she was looking through a wooded canyon for Elizabeth. The volunteer described the man as being in the area and acting suspiciously. This information prompted the police to begin a search for the man. The search lasted all night long, but despite their efforts, the police were unable to locate the suspicious individual. As a result, they ruled the tip out and determined that it was not credible. Another tip received by the police regarding Elizabeth's abduction came from the local milkman in Federal Heights. The milkman claimed to have witnessed a man driving an older gray Honda or Nissan on Elizabeth Street a day or two before her disappearance. He told the police that he had a peculiar feeling about the driver of the car and decided to write down the license plate number. When the police thoroughly searched their vehicle database for that specific license plate number, they came up empty-handed. Unable to find any relevant information or leads, they dismissed the tip as not viable. The police officers investigating the abduction of Elizabeth Smart encountered a significant challenge due to the large number of individuals who showed up at the Smart residence in the hours following her abduction. By the time the police arrived at the scene around 4 a.m., the home was already filled with numerous individuals, causing potential contamination of any possible evidence that may have been present. As the search for Elizabeth Smart continued, the police questioned a man who had contact with Elizabeth at a social function before her abduction. However, they soon released this person and determined they had no connection with Elizabeth's disappearance. The search efforts intensified, and over 20 volunteer pilots in their private planes searched the Salt Lake area from the skies. Yet their efforts yielded no results. Tracking dogs indicated they had smelled something in Red Butte Canyon, several miles from Elizabeth's home. Police searched that area, but it turned out to be a dead end. Elizabeth's father, Ed Smart, had reached the point of exhaustion during the search for his daughter. He collapsed from the strain and had to be taken to the hospital. However, a few hours later, he was released and determined to continue looking for his daughter. Ed Smart and his wife had not been able to sleep and were utterly exhausted by the ordeal. In a media interview, Ed Smart expressed his frustration and determination to find his, stating that he and his wife were barely holding it together. Despite Elizabeth's parents' exhaustion while they looked for her, Ed and Lois Smart held out hope their daughter was alive. They firmly believed in their unwavering belief that Elizabeth was going to come home to them. This conviction was instilled deep within their hearts. Elizabeth's mother, Lois Smart, expressed her love and commitment to her daughter through the media. She said in a powerful and emotional statement, "Elizabeth, if you can hear us, we love you." Elizabeth's loved ones held a candlelight vigil, praying for her to return home safely. In response to the abduction, the police requested Elizabeth's father, Ed, to take a polygraph test. Ed willingly complied with the request, demonstrating his family's commitment to aiding the authorities in finding their daughter. Her family was more than willing to do whatever was necessary to help the investigation. The investigation into Elizabeth's abduction ruled out the possibility that she had staged her disappearance. and they determined that she had not run away. Mark Kloss, whose daughter was kidnapped and murdered in California in October 1993, reached out to Elizabeth's family to offer his support. He traveled to Utah to speak with Ed and Lois Smart, sharing his own experiences and insights to help them navigate the challenging circumstances they were facing. During an interview with the media, Mark Kloss highlighted how the internet had benefited Elizabeth's disappearance. He stated that with the internet, the police were able to quickly and effectively spread the word about Elizabeth's missing person flyer, as this allowed them to reach a wider audience and alert people in different states, increasing the chances of finding her. The police soon received information that a man named Brett Michael Edmonds had been sighted in Federal Heights around the time Elizabeth was abducted. This information led detectives to seek Brett for questioning. However, their search for Brett proved unsuccessful, as they could not find him anywhere. As the investigation continued, the police discovered that Brett had relocated to New Mexico and Texas. A chase ensued, and authorities eventually apprehended a man they believed to be Brett at a department store. The individual was arrested on charges of auto theft and shoplifting. However, upon further investigation, it was determined that he was not Brett Michael Edmonds. Despite the physical similarities, the man was determined to have had no connection to Elizabeth's case. Eventually, the police found Brett Michael Edmonds in West Virginia, where he was admitted to the hospital due to an overdose and liver failure. Brett's health was so critical that the authorities feared he might not survive. However, his condition allowed for the possibility of questioning him regarding Elizabeth's abduction. Brett was conscious, alert, and able to speak, which presented an opportunity for the police and FBI agents working on the case to interview him. He was cooperative with the police, and the police concluded that Brett had nothing to do with the abduction. After Brett Michael Edmonds was cleared as a suspect in Elizabeth's abduction, the police turned their attention to 48-year-old Richard Albert Ritchie. Ed Smart, Elizabeth's father, informed the police that he had employed Richard at his home for 2 months the previous year. According to Ed, because Richard did not own a vehicle, they worked out a deal where Ed would give Richard his 1990 Jeep Cherokee in exchange for his labor. However, Ed Smart was unaware that Richard Ritchie was a career criminal, and he later stated that he would not have hired Richard if he had known about his background. Richard Ritchie's criminal history dates back to 1973, when he was convicted of second-degree felony burglary. This robbery marked the beginning of a string of offenses over several decades. In 1981, Ritchie was again convicted of burglary for a separate incident. His most serious crime occurred in 1983, when he was sent to prison for aggravated robbery and attempted murder. The conviction resulted from an incident where he wounded a police officer during a gunfire exchange with authorities during a drugstore robbery. Additionally, Richard Ritchie was convicted of theft in 1996 for stealing about $2,500 worth of food from a food pantry in Richfield. According to corrections records, Richard Ritchie was paroled in September 2000. In an interview with the media, Ed Smart expressed his doubts about Richard Ritchie's involvement in his daughter's abduction. Ed stated that despite Ritchie's criminal history, he initially found Ritchie to be a capable worker. On June 14, 2002, Richard Ritchie was arrested on a parole violation, and the police were unable to confirm his whereabouts on the day Elizabeth was abducted. However, Richard Ritchie denied any involvement in Elizabeth's abduction. Through a statement from his attorney, Richard Ritchie informed the public that the police conducted an exhaustive search of his home, even digging up his garden. However, no evidence related to Elizabeth's abduction was found. Richard Ritchie claimed that he cooperated fully with the police, providing them with blood samples for DNA comparison, and sat through 26 hours of interviews. He also surrendered his vehicle to the police for investigation. By July 2002, Elizabeth Smart had been missing for a month, and her family desperately longed for her to return home. They thought their prayers were answered when police received a report of a girl who matched Elizabeth's description being sighted in Nebraska under suspicious circumstances. A witness at a gas station claimed to have seen a crying girl between the ages of 12 and 14 who seemed to be held against her will in a minivan. The witness provided a detailed description of the girl, which matched Elizabeth's appearance. This new development sent shockwaves through the Smart family, as they eagerly hoped for any lead that might lead to finding their missing daughter. However, the police investigation into the report revealed that it had nothing to do with Elizabeth's abduction. After a thorough search, the police found insufficient evidence to connect the sighting to Elizabeth's case. This disappointing discovery left the Smart family grappling with a mix of emotions as they continued to hope for Elizabeth's safe return, while acknowledging the potential for false leads. Despite the setback, the Smart family remained steadfast in their determination to find Elizabeth. They maintained a cautious optimism, stating that while they were not ruling out the possibility that the girl at the gas station could be Elizabeth, they needed to keep an open mind. The family spokesperson expressed, "We're not necessarily holding out hope it is Elizabeth. If it is Elizabeth, we'd be elated." Meanwhile, the main suspect in Elizabeth's disappearance, Richard Ricci, was charged with theft and burglary. He pleaded not guilty to the charges. These charges were filed in 2 incidents involving residences in the Federal Heights neighborhood and the Smart family home. Richard Ricci was accused of committing burglary, a second-degree felony, and theft, a Class A misdemeanor, in the theft of items from a Federal Heights house on April 4, 2001. Additionally, Richard Ricci was charged with theft, a third-degree felony, in the robbery of items from the Smart house on June 6, 2001. The stolen items were not related to Elizabeth's kidnapping investigation. Salt Lake District Attorney David Yoakum held a press conference to announce the charges. He stated that the stolen items from the Smart house included jewelry and a perfume bottle valued at approximately $3,500. When Ed Smart confronted Richard Ricci about the theft, Richard denied the allegations and was subsequently fired. Unfortunately, the police investigation into the abduction of Elizabeth Smart suffered a significant setback in August 2002 when their best lead, Richard Ricci, passed away from an irreversible injury to his brainstem that caused hemorrhaging. Richard Ricci's condition deteriorated significantly, and he eventually lost the ability to communicate or breathe on his own. As a result, his family made the difficult decision to remove him from a ventilator. In an effort to save Ricci's life, doctors operated to remove a blood clot in his brain and alleviate the pressure on his brainstem. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done, and the efforts were unsuccessful. Despite the loss of Richard Ricci, the authorities continued their efforts to locate and apprehend those responsible for the abduction. However, Ricci's death presented a significant challenge in the investigation and the search for Elizabeth Smart's abductor. The loss of the prime suspect hindered the progress of their case and cast doubt upon the viability of other leads. In August 2002, an 11-year-old girl was sexually assaulted and beaten after she was taken from her bedroom. The severity of her injuries was unimaginable, as doctors at the hospital discovered that every bone in the middle of her face had been broken. She had to undergo surgery, but, unfortunately, her condition remained critical. Following the assault, police arrested a close friend of the girl's father, Javier Sickler. He was charged with aggravated burglary, aggravated assault, and attempted murder. According to Javier Sickler, he recalled knocking on the front door of the victim's home, but claimed that he blacked out afterward. However, despite the initial similarities with the abduction of Elizabeth Smart, the police determined that Javier Sickler had nothing to do with her kidnapping. As the months continued to pass and Elizabeth Smart remained missing, the police investigating the abduction turned to unconventional methods in their attempt to find her. Among these methods was the use of psychics, individuals who claimed to be able to use extrasensory perception to gain information about the missing girl's location. The psychics provided information to investigators, suggesting that Elizabeth could be found entombed in a crypt in the foothills above Salt Lake City. This tip prompted officials from a company in Seattle to report that more than a dozen of its members had located Elizabeth's body through a special psychic process called technical remote viewing. According to the members of the Seattle-based group, their psychic abilities allowed them to determine Elizabeth had been killed within hours of her abduction. However, upon arriving at the designated tomb, the officers found no signs of Elizabeth's disappearance. In November 2002, a man by the name of Walter Kenneth Holloway was arrested and accused of extortion. Walter Holloway had contacted the Smart family and the Salt Lake Police Department, claiming to be the kidnapper of their daughter, Elizabeth. He demanded $3 million from Ed and Lois Smart for the safe return of their daughter, and threatened to harm Elizabeth if he did not receive the money. However, the police were able to track Holloway to South Carolina and determined that he had no involvement in the abduction. Ed Smart later stated that he was sickened by the extortion scheme and felt furious because it diverted the police's attention away from finding his daughter. The false kidnapping allegations had hindered their efforts and dedicated resources that could have been better utilized in finding Elizabeth. In October 2002, Elizabeth Smart's sister, Mary Catherine, suddenly realized that the abductor's voice was that of an unemployed man the family knew as Emmanuel. The family had hired Emmanuel to work on the roof and rake leaves in their yard for a day. However, the police officers were skeptical due to the short time Emmanuel had worked for the family, the long time that elapsed between the abduction and the revelation, and the limited time Mary Catherine had heard the abductor's voice. Despite the doubts, the family had a sketch artist draw Emmanuel's face from their descriptions. The sketch was eventually released in February 2003 and featured on several television shows, including Larry King Live and America's Most Wanted. The drawing of a suspect that was released by the police was recognized by relatives of a man named Brian David Mitchell, who provided the police with contemporary photographs of him. These photographs helped authorities confirm that the sketch was indeed an accurate depiction of Brian David Mitchell. On March 12, 2003, two couples in Sandy, Utah spotted Brian David Mitchell with a woman and a girl. They recognized Brian David Mitchell from the photos they had seen on the news, which depicted him as the missing girl's abductor. The woman accompanying Brian David Mitchell was later identified as his wife, Wanda Barzy. One of the couples called the police immediately after recognizing them. The police department was immediately notified and dispatched police officers to the location. Upon questioning, Elizabeth Smart, the missing girl from Salt Lake City, was identified. The officers rescued her and arrested both Brian David Mitchell and Wanda Barzy. After Elizabeth was rescued, her testimony revealed a shocking account of her abduction, abuse, and captivity. Elizabeth was taken to an encampment outside of Salt Lake City when Brian David Mitchell took her out of her home. The camp consisted of a makeshift shelter surrounded by dense foliage to provide camouflage. Here she first met Wanda Barzy, Brian David Mitchell's wife, who would play a significant role in her captivity. According to Elizabeth Smart's testimony, Wanda Barzy initially played the role of a maternal figure, offering her comfort and warmth. However, as the days turned into weeks, Wanda Barzy's demeanor began to change. She began to exert control over Elizabeth, demanding that she adhere to their bizarre religious beliefs. Wanda Barzy would force Elizabeth to pray, read scriptures, and participate in religious rituals. One of the most traumatic experiences Elizabeth faced during her captivity was being forced to marry Brian David Mitchell. Wanda Barzy threatened Elizabeth with physical harm if she did not comply with their demands. The wedding ceremony, which Mitchell described as a ceremony of eternal love, was a sham. It had no legal standing and served only as a symbol of Brian David Mitchell's control over Elizabeth. Following the forced marriage, Brian David Mitchell proceeded to assault Elizabeth. He justified his actions by claiming that he was a Davidic king who had been commanded to kidnap virgin brides in order to fight against the Antichrist. Brian David Mitchell insisted that Elizabeth was the first of many virgins he would abduct, and that she would accompany him as he battled this mythical figure. Elizabeth Smart endured unimaginable abuse during her captivity. In order to prevent her from escaping, she was shackled to a tree with a metal cable, which severely limited her mobility outside of the tent she occupied. This constant confinement prevented her from seeking freedom and left her feeling trapped and helpless. In addition to the physical restraint, Elizabeth was also subjected to psychological torment. She was forced to take a new name and chose the name Esther, after Esther of the Old Testament. The name change was a symbol of the loss of her identity and the manipulation and control exerted over her by Brian David Mitchell and Wanda Barzy. One of the most disturbing aspects of Elizabeth's captivity was the repeated sexual assault she survived at the hands of Brian David Mitchell. She was forced to endure these assaults multiple times a day, leaving her traumatized and fearful. In addition to sexual abuse, Elizabeth was made to look at explicit magazines, further exacerbating her trauma and degradation. Elizabeth was constantly threatened with violence and even death. Brian David Mitchell regularly threatened to kill her, leaving her in a constant state of fear and anxiety. The constant fear and uncertainty only intensified the abuse she endured, leaving her feeling overwhelmed and helpless. In order to further weaken her resistance, Mitchell often forced Elizabeth to drink alcohol and take drugs. These substances were used as a means to lower her resistance and make it easier for him to control her. The constant intoxication left her disoriented and vulnerable, making it easier for the abusers to carry out their horrific acts. Elizabeth was also starved and fed garbage by her captors. After her rescue, Elizabeth called Wanda Barzee the most evil woman she had ever met. After years of legal proceedings, Wanda Barzee pleaded guilty to all the charges stemming from Elizabeth's abduction and was sentenced to concurrent terms of 15 years in state and federal prison. In 2016, her federal imprisonment was terminated, and she was transferred from the Federal Medical Center Carswell in Fort Worth, Texas, to the Utah State Prison in Draper, Utah, to begin serving her state prison sentence. Elizabeth Smart protested the release of Wanda Barzee in September 2018, but Wanda Barzee was still let out. Elizabeth Smart, who by the time of Wanda Barzee's release was an advocate for child safety, stated that she believed Wanda Barzee still had the potential to harm others. She argued that Barzee had not demonstrated remorse for her actions or any signs of rehabilitation. Her protest garnered attention in the media and highlighted the ongoing concerns surrounding the release of convicted criminals. After a long legal battle that spanned several years, Brian David Mitchell was sentenced to life in prison for the kidnapping of Elizabeth Smart. During the sentencing hearing, Elizabeth had the opportunity to address her kidnapper directly. In a powerful and emotional statement, she expressed the pain and trauma he had caused her. She told him that the 9 months she spent in captivity had taken away a part of her life that she could never regain. Despite this ordeal, Elizabeth showed remarkable resilience and determination. She assured her kidnapper that she would lead a good life despite the darkness he had brought into her life. Elizabeth's words reflected her strength and determination to overcome her challenges. On May 5, 2009, just before 3 a.m., the Coleman family, known for their seemingly perfect life, was found brutally murdered in their own home. Let's piece together the events of that fateful night of a crime that left an indelible mark on the hearts of many. Chris Coleman met his wife Sherry when he was in the Marines, and she was in the United States Air Force. It was love at first sight for Sherry. She knew right away that Chris was the guy she wanted to be with for the rest of her life. Within a few months, Sherry was pregnant with their first child, Garrett. Because Chris and Sherry were devout Christians, they married before Garrett was born. Chris called his dad, Ronald Coleman, to break the news they were now married and expecting a baby. Ronald was surprised but happy to hear that Sherry was expecting a baby. After Garrett was born, it wasn't long before Chris and Sherry had their second son, Gavin. Gavin was their wild child, while Garrett was more laid back like his father, Chris. Both boys had bubbly personalities and were good little boys. Sherry lived and breathed for her sons, and she was like a mama bear. If you stepped on one of her children, you better watch out. Chris was a very good father, and they made a great family. They laughed, played together, and cherished every moment with their sons. Once the Colemans left the military, they relocated to Waterloo, Illinois, a small town. Their house was situated in an upscale neighborhood, the result of a successful new job that Chris landed. Chris became the head of security for the renowned TV evangelist Joyce Meyer, the CEO of one of the largest Christian ministries in the world. However, Joyce's multimillion-dollar income and opulent lifestyle sparked controversy among certain individuals. Critics accused her of being a greedy con artist who exploits the fears of her followers. They claimed that her financial success and lavish lifestyle were at odds with her religious teachings. Chris served as a bodyguard and personal security guard for Joyce. One of his primary responsibilities was to monitor and safeguard against hate mail and letters sent to Joyce's church. These threats were often aimed at Joyce's life, with people expressing their intentions to find and cause harm to her. Joyce's ministry, based in St. Louis, Missouri, allowed Chris to earn a living as a bodyguard. He made a substantial salary of $100,000 per year, which provided financial stability for his family. In addition to his role as a bodyguard, Chris often accompanied Joyce on his travels around the world. Wherever she went, he followed closely. This constant presence allowed Chris to provide additional security for Joyce. However, it meant that he was away from home for extended periods. Sherry confided in a friend that one year, while Chris was working for Joyce, he had been gone 260 days out of the year. She was stressed out because the boys, Garrett and Gavin, missed their dad. The boys hated when he was gone, and they would mark off each day on a calendar until he came back from his trip. Garrett and Gavin would stare at those days until they were up, eagerly waiting for their dad to return. However, by the time Chris did finally get home, it wasn't long before he had to leave again. This constant cycle of absence caused a lot of tension in Chris and Sherry's marriage. Sherry was tired of doing everything alone, sick of being both the mom and dad. She felt overwhelmed and underappreciated, and the constant juggling act was taking its toll on their relationship. In October 2008, Chris traveled to Tampa, Florida, where Sherry had attended high school. Sherry reached out to an old friend, Tara Lentz, and asked if she would be able to check in on Chris while he was in town. Chris eventually got in touch with Tara after settling in Tampa, and they decided to meet up. Tara graciously showed Chris around the city. On November 14, 2008, at approximately 11 p.m., Chris received an email that stood out. The email address was destroychris@gmail.com, and the subject line and content terrified him. This email stated that Chris should stop working for Joyce Meyer, or else he or his family would be killed. As the hours passed by, more aggressive emails arrived at the ministry from the same email address, reiterating the threat and indicating a specific time and date when the attack on his family might occur. The sender of these emails knew Chris Coleman's schedule and knew that he would be traveling out of the country. Chris informed Sherry about the email threats he had received, and the following Monday, he reported the emails to the local police. He explained that he was not home much, because he had traveled with Joyce Meyer Ministries. The police offered to conduct patrols around the residence when Chris was not home, but despite the increased police presence, Sherry continued to fear for her family's safety. Sherry once asked a friend to stay with her, because she was not comfortable staying alone in the house with Chris away. She made it clear that she was deadly serious about protecting her family, and willing to take whatever measures necessary to ensure their safety. To show her friend that she was serious, Sherry revealed that she had a gun, and demonstrated how to hold it in case someone broke into the home, and she was not present. 2 months after the death threats began reaching the Coleman family, an unmarked hand-delivered letter arrived abruptly in their mailbox. The letter, written in bold letters, demanded immediate action. It read, "Deny your God publicly or else. No more opportunities. Time is running out for you and your family." This threat was ominous and explicit, stating that if the Colemans failed to comply with the request, they would face dire consequences. Sherry was deeply shaken by the unsettling message. This intrusion into her private space, coupled with the explicit threat to her and her family, left her feeling genuinely frightened. Throughout the ordeal, Sherry's fear intensified with each passing day. The letter served as a reminder of the potential danger lurking around the corner, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After receiving a death threat in the mail, Chris and Sherry Coleman decided to take extra precautions to protect their family. As a part of this effort, Chris installed surveillance cameras outside his home. These cameras captured footage of the surroundings and were sent to a screen in the basement office of their home. Additionally, the footage was saved on a digital video recorder, allowing Chris to have a permanent record of the incident. He hoped that the surveillance cameras would help him identify the culprit responsible for the threats against his family. Shortly after Chris installed the security cameras outside his house, the threats against the Coleman family stopped. Life returned to normal for Chris, Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin. For a while, things were quite good. In April 2009, Sherry told everyone that she was feeling better about her marriage and was determined to do whatever it took to make it work. She expressed relief that the death threats had stopped arriving, and she felt a sense of happiness. However, her optimism did not last for long. Another letter arrived at the Coleman home, this time containing an ominous warning. It stated that her worst nightmare was about to come true. Chris, Sherry's husband, was disturbed by the contents of the letter. He decided to examine the footage captured by their security camera from the previous night. To his surprise, he noticed a silhouette that caught his attention. However, the identity of the figure remained a mystery. This new development brought back the fear and concern for Sherry and her children's safety. Once again, she found herself living in constant fear of the unknown. The reassurance she had gained from the temporary lull in threats had vanished, and she felt that her worst nightmare was imminent. The local police increased their efforts in response to the escalating threats against the Coleman family. One neighbor, Justin Barlow, a detective sergeant with the nearby City of Columbia Police Department, took a special interest in the case. Detective Barlow took it upon himself to personally reach out to Chris through telephone. During their phone conversation, Detective Justin Barlow informed Chris that he noticed Chris's absence from home for work. The detective offered assistance, stating that his cell phone number was available if Chris needed anything or had any concerns. Detective Barlow reassured Chris that he could respond more quickly than the police if there were an emergency since he lived in the neighborhood. Detective Justin Barlow, who lived across the street from the Coleman family, set up video cameras to monitor their driveway over several weeks. The footage captured by Detective Barlow's cameras depicted the Coleman family going about their daily routines, but it did not capture the person who had left death threats for them. Despite Detective Barlow's efforts, the videos failed to provide any clues or information about the person behind the messages. Chris headed to the gym at 5:45 a.m. on May 5, 2009. Approximately 1 hour after leaving, Chris dialed his home phone number to ensure that Sherry and the boys were up and ready for school. However, no one answered the call. Alarmed by the lack of response, Chris called his neighbor, Detective Justin Barlow, at 6:45 a.m. Chris explained to Detective Barlow that he had left home around 5:30 a.m. and traveled to the gym in St. Louis County. While exercising, he made calls to Sherry's phone to ensure she was awake. However, to his surprise, she was not answering. This growing concern prompted Chris to ask Detective Barlow to check on Sherry and his sons. Detective Justin Barlow grabbed his essential items, including his weapon, handcuffs, flashlight, and radio, before heading out to secure the Coleman residence. As he waited for the dispatcher to send a unit to assist him, he had one goal: making contact with Sherry and ensuring everything turned out okay. With a mixture of anticipation and apprehension, Detective Barlow approached the door of the Coleman residence. He knocked firmly, hoping he would get a response. However, the silence that greeted him sent shivers down his spine. The lights inside the house were off, and there was no movement as far as he could tell, which gave him a bad feeling. Within minutes of Detective Justin Barlow arriving at the Coleman home, a patrol vehicle pulled up with another officer to help him. The second officer was sent to the rear of the house to see if he could peer through a door or a window or make contact with Sherry or the boys through the back of the house. However, as soon as the second officer got there, he found signs of forced entry into the basement. This discovery immediately caught the attention of Detective Barlow, who began to think that someone in the house was in danger. The detective was deeply concerned about the safety of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin. After discovering the signs of forced entry into the Coleman home, Detective Justin Barlow and the second officer decided to enter the premises through the basement. As they announced their presence, they received no response. Conducting a thorough search in the basement, they stumbled upon a disconnected video cable at the computer desk. This discovery led them to conclude that the camera's digital video recorder had gone missing. Detective Justin Barlow and the second officer worked their way up the steps of the Coleman home from the basement. As they ascended the steps, the officers noticed a strong whiff of aerosol spray paint. The smell grew stronger as they approached the main level of the home. After climbing the stairs, they saw the wall was painted with spray paint. The messages scrawled across the surface were derogatory and directed at Chris, Sherry, and their sons. 13 minutes after Chris called Detective Justin Barlow, Chris returned home from the gym. Detective Justin Barlow told Chris to wait outside as they searched his home. Chris did not try to come in or ask any questions. Instead, he sat down on the porch quietly. At the same time, a third officer arrived at the Coleman home. The three officers knew they needed to search the rest of the house for Sherry and the boys. As they made their way upstairs, they came across more hate-filled spray-painted messages on the wall. Upon reaching the second story of the Coleman home, Detective Justin Barlow entered the bedroom of Garrett, the oldest Coleman's son, only to find him seemingly asleep. However, upon closer inspection, the detective realized that Garrett was not alive. Signs of life were nowhere to be found, and his body was cold to the touch. Ligature marks were visible around his neck, indicating that the young boy had indeed been murdered. The discovery of Garrett's lifeless body sent shockwaves through the detective's mind. In the next room, the second officer walked in to check on Gavin. But to his horror, he discovered that the boy was also deceased. Just like his brother Garrett, he had ligature marks around his neck, indicating that he had been strangled. The killer had even spray-painted an obscene message on the bedsheets, adding an extra element of horror to the scene. The third officer entered the master bedroom and found himself confronted by a disturbing sight. Sherry, deceased like her sons, lay lifeless across the bed. Her hair was strewn across her face, concealing her features. It was clear to the officer that Sherry had been murdered. As the officer examined the room, he noticed several bruises on Sherry's body. These injuries seemed to indicate that she had put up a fight, defending herself and trying to protect her sons. After Detective Justin Barlow and the officers found the dead bodies of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin, they heard Chris enter the house. Having been waiting outside for news about his family, Chris announced himself, unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Detective Barlow had to break the devastating news to Chris that his entire family was gone, murdered. This news was too much for Chris, and he took it hard. Detective Barlow took Chris outside with the intention of providing him with some privacy to process the news. However, as the reality of the situation sank in, Chris' reaction was overwhelming. Chris started to feel sick, and his body seemed to collapse. He curled up in a fetal position, unable to contain the wave of emotions washing over him. The shock of what had just unfolded was too much for Chris to comprehend. Chris couldn't believe that his family had been taken away in such a violent way. In a moment of despair, Chris made a desperate attempt to reach out to his father, Ronald. He called Ronald and told him that something had happened to Sherry and the boys. Upon receiving the news, Ronald immediately realized that Chris was in shock. Ronald couldn't believe that such a tragedy had happened to his family. News of the shocking murders of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin quickly spread throughout the community of Waterloo, Illinois, where the Coleman family resided. As neighbors woke up to the grim news, they were devastated and terrified. The Coleman family had always been seen as a perfect American family, with their charming sons, Garrett and Gavin, admired by everyone. One of the neighbors expressed the sentiment that everybody would want their children to be like Garrett and Gavin, as they were always polite, helpful, and had hearts of gold. For Sherry's brother and mother, the harsh reality of the brutal crime was impossible to accept. Chris was taken to a nearby police station for questioning after his wife and two sons were discovered murdered. Detective Justin Barlow asked Chris if he could shed any light on the killings. He expressed a lot of regret for leaving to go to the gym and leaving Sherry and the boys alone in the home. When Detective Justin Barlow asked Chris if he had any idea who could have killed his family, Chris claimed that he had no idea. However, there were several things that stood out to the detective during the interview that seemed suspicious. One of the initial issues was the fact that Chris never asked how his wife and sons were killed. This lack of curiosity seemed odd to the detective, considering the gravity of the situation. It seemed as if Chris was not genuinely interested in finding out the details of how his family was murdered. Furthermore, the detective noticed that Chris was trying to hide scratches on his arms during the interview. He asked for a blanket in the room, even though it was warm, to conceal the injuries. These scratches raised a red flag for Detective Barlow, as the detective knew that Sherry, Chris' wife, had fought her killer for her life. When the detective asked Chris how he got the scratches, he said it was from putting up a satellite dish the day before. During the interview with the detectives at the police department, Chris adamantly denied having a relationship outside of his marriage. However, Chris did admit to having a close friendship with a woman named Tara Lentz, a cocktail waitress and high school friend of his wife's who lived in Florida. Chris admitted that his wife would not have approved of their conversations, but he insisted that he had no intention of leaving his wife for Tara. He claimed that he would never consider betraying his family in that way. However, a different story emerged when one of the detectives reached out to Tara in Florida. According to Tara, her relationship with Chris was more than just friendship. She alleged that they had been in a full-blown affair since November 2008. Tara provided the police with her phone and laptop computer, which contained extensive evidence in the form of emails, explicit pictures, and videos that she and Chris had sent to one another throughout their relationship. When the detectives confronted Chris with the information Tara had provided them, Chris admitted that he had been seeing Tara more frequently than he had initially confided in the detectives. Further investigation revealed that Chris and Tara devised a system to meet up at locations where he worked for Joyce Meyer. They met in secret, often traveling to exotic destinations like Hawaii to enjoy time together away from their families. Chris insisted that his relationship with Tara was not considered an affair, stating that an affair implies a deeper level of commitment and involvement than he and Tara had. However, the detectives discovered some interesting information from Tara's cell phone and computer. Tara had a calendar marked with a wedding to Chris and scheduled vacations. She appeared to be under the impression that Chris was planning to leave his family for her. This evidence raised suspicions among the detectives, as it contradicted Chris' assertion that their relationship was not a serious affair. Chris' father, Ronald, was stunned to learn their son had an affair. However, Ronald insisted that Chris' relationship with Tara had nothing to do with the murders of Chris' wife and son. Ronald said that Chris had always been gentle and would never commit such heinous crimes. He emphasized that Chris was a quiet man who exhibited no signs of violence. Detectives believed that Chris' affair with Tara Lentz was a strong motive for murder. However, their preliminary investigation determined insufficient evidence to charge him with the crime. So, after 6 long hours of questioning, Chris walked out of the police department without any charges being filed against him. Tara Lentz became a person of interest in Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin's murders. However, she was cleared as a suspect when the detectives determined that she was in Florida the morning of May 5, 2009, when the family was killed. The murders of the Coleman family sparked one of the largest murder investigations in Illinois history. A task force consisting of 25 detectives was assembled to track down the killer. For 15 days straight, they worked 20-hour days calling in professionals to assist with the case. One of the key focuses of the task force was determining the origin of the hate-filled emails sent to Chris Coleman. Every threatening email the Joyce Meyer Ministries received over the past year was meticulously examined, leading the team to locations all over the country. Each person who emailed Joyce Meyer was tracked and interviewed, but none of the individuals who sent those threats appeared to be responsible for the Coleman family murder. A computer forensic team was brought in to investigate the murder of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin. The detectives who requested their assistance were hoping to uncover any digital evidence related to the crime. This team began by analyzing the email account destaracris@gmail.com. By conducting analysis, the computer forensic team discovered that the email address was created on November 14, 2008, just days before the first email was sent. One of the more surprising discoveries made by the team was the fact that the death threats sent to Chris Coleman's family originated from the IP address associated with Chris himself. The detectives continued to investigate the Coleman family's murder by conducting a meticulous examination of both the spray-painted messages found at the crime scene and Christopher Coleman's handwriting. To gather evidence, they took photographs of the spray-painted messages at the crime scene and collected samples from Christopher Coleman. These samples were then sent to a handwriting expert for analysis. After comparing the two samples, the expert concluded that the handwriting matched the spray-painted messages. This finding led the detectives to conclude that Christopher Coleman was the one who wrote the messages on the walls of his home on the day of the murders. A chemical analysis identified the brand color of the spray paint as Rust-Oleum Candy Apple Red. After being informed of Chris Coleman's purchase at a hardware store days before his family was killed, one detective decided to reach out to the manager of the store. The manager confirmed to the detective that Chris had made a purchase at the store, and the specific product he had purchased was Rust-Oleum Candy Apple Red Spray Paint. This discovery was significant as it linked Chris Coleman to the same type of spray paint that was used in the murder scene. During the investigation into the Coleman family murders, the time of death became a significant aspect. Chris initially told investigators that he had left his home around 5:45 a.m. on May 5, 2009, the morning his family was murdered. However, the medical examiner confirmed that Sherry Garrett and Gavin were killed around 3 a.m., which meant Chris was home at the time of his family's murder. 2 weeks after the discovery of the bodies, Chris Coleman was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. The prosecution argued that these crimes were driven by greed, selfishness, and narcissism. Chris Coleman, it seemed, had decided it was time for a fresh start, and his family was in the way. In April 2011, Chris Coleman was put on trial for the murder of his wife Sherry and their 2 sons, Garrett and Gavin. The state alleged to the jury that Chris had killed his family because he wanted to be with Tara Lentz but couldn't divorce his wife Sherry because he would lose his well-paying job with Joyce Meyer Ministries, since they did not believe in divorce. During the trial, Chris' defense attorney argued Chris was innocent of murdering his family and alleged an intruder walked into the home on May 5, 2009, and killed them. 2 years to the day of the murders of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin, Chris Coleman was found guilty of their murders. The judge sentenced Chris to life in prison without parole, even though he was eligible for a death sentence. This decision was because the state of Illinois had recently repealed the death penalty, which was scheduled to come into effect just a few months after the murders. Sherry's family and friends were determined to ensure that she, Garrett, and Gavin would never be forgotten, and they wanted to do something meaningful to honor their memory. They decided to raise money for victims of domestic violence, a cause that was near and dear to their hearts. Carlisle, Ohio was home to many families, including the Richardsons. The Richardson family consisted of Kim and Scott Richardson, who were both actively involved in their children's lives. Their son, Jackson, was passionate about playing football, while their daughter, Brooke Schuyler, or Skylar as she was known, was a cheerleader. Skylar suffered from an eating disorder that ruled her life from a young age. Her mother, Kim, first noticed her daughter's struggle with her eating habits when she was in the 6th grade. At just 12 years old, Skylar's obsession with food and exercise became apparent when she refused to purchase gum if it had more than 5 calories. Because Skylar was a flyer on the cheerleading squad, she needed to be light and easy to toss. This pressure to maintain a certain weight made her battle even harder. She had become consumed by her body image and the constant fear of gaining weight. Skylar's struggle with her weight and body image began during cheerleading season. In an effort to maintain her body weight, she started throwing up after meals. However, this destructive behavior only exacerbated her issues when cheerleading season was over. After the end of cheerleading season, Skylar's struggle with her weight intensified. She would experience periods of binge eating, where she would consume excessive amounts of food in a short period. These episodes would often be followed by periods of starvation, where Skylar would restrict her food intake or engage in extreme diets. Skylar's parents noticed her changing behavior and were concerned for her well-being. They tried to approach her about their concerns, but Skylar would shut down whenever the topic was raised. She never wanted to talk about it, and any attempt to address her weight was met with resistance. Frustrated, Skylar's parents sought professional help from various doctors and therapists. They hoped that these interventions would provide some relief for their daughter. After an evaluation, Skylar was eventually diagnosed with body dysmorphia. This condition involves an obsessive focus on a perceived flaw in appearance, often leading to significant distress and impairment in daily functioning. July 2016 marked the summer before Skylar's senior year, when she decided to begin dating a friend's cousin. However, the relationship did not last for long, and by January 2017, Skylar had moved on to a new boyfriend, a high school student named Brandon. Skylar was genuinely happy and seemed to be gaining weight. Her parents, Kim and Scott, hoped that their daughter's eating disorder was under control. They noticed that she looked healthy and appeared genuinely happy. In February, Skylar excitedly picked out her prom dress. It was a tightly fitted dress that required her to be laced into it. By mid-March, Skylar went on vacation with her family. During the trip, she wore a two-piece bathing suit. Her mom thought she looked wonderful. Kim, knowing that her daughter and Brandon were heating up, wanted Skylar to start taking birth control pills. She believed that this would protect her daughter's health and help prevent any unwanted pregnancies. In mid-April 2017, Skylar visited her mother's gynecologist to obtain a prescription for birth control. Skylar's mother Kim waited outside the doctor's office while Skylar met with the doctor. Upon exiting the examination room, Skylar emerged with tears streaming down her face. Kim immediately asked her daughter why she was so upset, to which Skylar replied that it was a traumatic experience for her. She believed her daughter was telling the truth, unaware of the real reason behind the tears. The truth was that during Skylar's visit to the OBGYN, the doctor informed her that she was approximately 8 months pregnant. Skylar requested the doctor not to tell anyone about this, as she was not ready to share the news with her loved ones. 9 days later, on May 5th, Skylar and her boyfriend, Brandon, went to the prom. Despite her advanced pregnancy, Skylar managed to fit into her prom gown. 2 months after Skylar went to prom on July 14, 2017, the Carlisle police showed up at Richardson home. They informed Skylar's parents, Kim and Scott, that they needed to speak to the teenager about something she may have witnessed. The police officers assured the parents that Skylar was not in trouble and took her at their word. Scott decided to drive Skylar to the police station, unsure of what awaited them. The police wanted to question Skylar regarding a call they received from a gynecologist's office. This OBGYN reported that one of their patients had given birth to a baby and buried the baby in the backyard. Upon receiving this information, the police promptly took Skylar into custody and brought her to an interrogation room. Skylar's father was not allowed in the room with her. Before initiating the interview, the police read Skylar her rights. They then proceeded to disclose the details of the call from the doctor's office. According to the caller, the doctor had informed them that on April 26th, Skylar had discovered that she was pregnant. However, when Skylar returned to the office, she reportedly disclosed that the baby was not alive and she buried her in the backyard. During her interview, Skylar admitted to the police that she had given birth to a stillborn baby girl on May 7, 2017. Skylar stated that she had delivered the baby in the bathroom and noticed that the infant was not breathing and had no heartbeat. She explained that she felt the need to bury the baby and decided not to tell anyone about the incident. According to Skylar, she silently walked downstairs and retrieved a small garden shovel. She then dug a shallow grave in her backyard, where she buried the baby. To mark the spot in the memory of her child, Skylar placed a vase with a flower in it at the burial site. After questioning Skylar, the police informed her parents, Kim and Scott, about the real reason she had been brought to the station. Kim and Scott were shocked to learn that she had been pregnant, as they had no idea. They saw her every day and believed that she was unaware of her pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, Kim was heartbroken to discover that her daughter had faced this difficult situation alone. She expressed her sorrow at the fact that Skylar had to deliver the baby in the bathroom without anyone there to support her. Skylar informed her parents that she had named the baby Annabelle, and claimed that the child's father was a close friend's cousin, whom she dated briefly before Brandon. Crime scene investigators arrived at the Richardson home to conduct a search for the baby's remains. During the search for the baby's remains in the Richardson backyard crime scene, investigators removed weeds and brushed the ground to uncover the skeletal remains. The police were meticulous in their approach, carefully removing any debris that could hinder their investigation. Despite the challenges posed by the overgrown vegetation, they were able to uncover a significant amount of evidence. After removing the weeds and brushing the ground, the police discovered several bones, including pieces of the skull. These remains were meticulously collected and placed in small body bags to preserve any evidence. The investigators took great care to ensure that the integrity of the bones was maintained. One investigator later testified that the remains smelled. Another investigator confessed that the bones were so small that it was difficult to determine if they were collecting rock or bone. The coroner confirmed the discovery of hair and very small fingernails, but no organs or other identifiable items. After more than 5 hours of questioning, Skylar and her parents were allowed to return home. However, 6 days after the incident, the police contacted Skylar and informed her that she needed to come back again. They assured her father, Scott, that she was not in trouble. However, during the interview with Skylar, the police informed her that they had received new damaging information from the coroner's office. They claimed they had discovered more about the story than what Skylar had initially shared. The medical examiner who analyzed the remains stated that there was evidence to suggest that the baby's bones may have been burned. Skylar was bewildered when confronted with the statement that the baby was burned. She adamantly denied setting a fire, stating that she would never harm her child. The police, however, remained determined to get Skylar to admit to killing her baby girl and burning her remains to hide the evidence. In an attempt to elicit an admission, the police suggested that perhaps Skylar had tried to cremate the baby in order to keep the ashes off the premises. This suggestion only further confused Skylar, who was adamant that she did not burn the baby. However, suddenly, Skylar changed her story and told police she did have a lighter and may have used it to try and cremate her baby's remains. Additionally, Skylar stated that there is a possibility that the baby was born alive, as she made a gurgle or a noise and possibly even heard her cry at one point. Skylar admitted to holding the newborn too tight, which may have contributed to the baby's death. During the hour-long interrogation, the police gathered sufficient evidence to arrest Skylar on a charge of reckless homicide. Their theory was that Skylar suffocated the baby. After presenting the case to a grand jury, she was eventually indicted and arrested for aggravated murder, a charge that carries a mandatory life sentence in Ohio. Skylar pleaded not guilty to the additional charges of voluntary manslaughter, abuse of a corpse, and danger to children at her arraignment. She spent the weekend in jail until her family was able to secure a $50,000 bond. Skylar found herself at the center of a media firestorm following the tragic death of her child. From the moment her name emerged, the public judged and scrutinized everything she and her family did. The constant judgment and scrutiny took a toll on their well-being, leading them to retreat into the safety of their own home. However, the threats they received made it difficult for them even to step outside. Members of the public would take pictures of them, further fueling the frenzy and adding to the immense pressure they were under. The relentless public scrutiny became unbearable, engulfing every aspect of their lives. Despite her attorneys believing that Skylar gave a false confession and that her infant death was not intentional, the prosecution remained steadfast in their approach. Despite mounting evidence contradicting their initial assessment, they pressed forward with their case. One of the key pieces of evidence in the prosecution's case was the initial report from the medical examiner, who stated that the remains had been burned. However, upon further examination, the medical examiner retracted her initial assessment. After carefully reviewing the baby's body, she declared that there was no evidence whatsoever of burning. Despite this new revelation, the prosecution's approach remained unchanged. They clung to Skylar's admission that she had attempted to cremate the remains, even though the evidence contradicted their theory of a burned body. This approach highlighted the state's determination to secure a conviction, regardless of the evidence. Throughout this tumultuous period, Skylar's family endured immense stress and fear. The public scrutiny and threats made their lives unbearable, and they struggled to navigate a world where every move they made was under the microscope. Skylar's defense attorneys worked tirelessly as the trial approached to defend her against the charges. Skylar's family was able to raise the $50,000 bail amount to secure her release on bond. However, as a condition of her release, she was ordered to wear the ankle bracelet to monitor her whereabouts. As a result, Skylar remained primarily confined to her home and avoided going out in public. She found herself isolated and preferred to spend most of her time with her family's dogs. Over 12 months, Skylar's life took on a different path. Her plans to attend the University of Cincinnati were put on hold as she awaited trial for the murder of her baby. The charges were serious, and the defense filed a motion to move the trial to a different county. However, the request was denied, leaving Skylar to continue facing the trial in the original jurisdiction. During this time, the weight of her circumstances weighed heavily on Skylar. She grappled with the emotional and psychological impact of the allegations against her, as well as the isolation she felt from the outside world. Spending time with her dogs provided solace and a sense of comfort. It became her main companionship and support as she awaited her trial. Skylar's family stood by her side throughout this difficult period, offering unwavering support and encouragement. They stood by her, believing in her innocence and hoping the truth would come to light. Despite the challenges she faced, Skylar remained determined to fight for her freedom. In July 2019, the state approached Skylar's defense attorney with an unexpected offer. The offer stated that if Skylar pleaded guilty to the remaining charges, which carried a sentence of 15 years, the state would withdraw the charge of aggravated murder. Skylar's parents were conflicted about this decision and wondered if she should accept the plea deal. After carefully considering the offer, Skylar decided to turn down the plea deal. This decision terrified her parents, who questioned if she made the right choice. However, they knew it was Skylar's choice, not theirs. On September 3, 2019, Skylar went on trial for the murder of her newborn baby girl. The state began its opening statements by presenting a text message that Skylar had sent to her mother. In this message, she expressed how happy she was, stating that her belly had returned to its normal size. She added that she would never allow it to get like it was again. This message was sent just a few hours after Skylar gave birth. "I am literally speechless with how happy I am, my belly is back, OMG," she texted her mother. The prosecution told the jury during the second day of Skylar's trial. During the state's opening arguments, they alleged that Skylar had sent more text messages to her mother and boyfriend less than 24 hours after she had killed her baby. These messages, according to the state, suggested that Skylar was thrilled about her baby's death, and pointed to these texts as evidence that she played a role in the baby's death. In one message, Skylar texted her mom, "I'm so excited for dinner to wear something cute. Yay, my belly is back now. I am taking this opportunity to make it amazing." This message was interpreted as an attempt to hide her guilt and excitement about not having a baby anymore. The state argued that Skylar's use of the words excited was indicative of her pleasure in the baby's death. Additionally, the state alleged that Skylar had sent a message to her boyfriend stating, "Last night was like the worst ever, but I feel so much better this morning. I'm happy." According to the state, this message was proof that Skylar had felt relieved after the baby's death. The state asserted that Skylar had no intention whatsoever of ever having her baby. They admitted that they could not provide concrete proof that the baby was born alive. However, they presented evidence indicating that Skylar had confessed to it during an interview with the police, when Skylar stated that she had heard the baby gurgle and cry. After discovering she was pregnant, the state alleged that Skylar conducted a search on the internet for how do I get rid of a baby. In addition, it was claimed that Skylar's mother, Kim, had informed Skylar that her life would come to an end if she became pregnant. This revelation reportedly instilled fear in Skylar. The prosecutor said she was determined to keep her secret. When she could conceal her daughter no longer, she took her daughter's life. On the third day of Skylar's trial, the doctor who performed the autopsy on her baby and ruled the cause of death as violent homicide took the stand to testify. However, the doctor stated that she was not able to determine whether the fractures she found on the skull of the baby occurred before or after the death of the baby. Instead, she made her opinion on the cause of the fractures based on statements made by Skylar during her police interrogation. Skylar's defense attorney challenged the doctor's findings, arguing that she may have suffered from confirmation bias. The attorney argued that the doctor had already formed an opinion and was unlikely to change it. During cross-examination, the doctor admitted that she never examined the remains of the deceased baby under a dissecting microscope. The defense attorney then asked the doctor if she consulted with an obstetrician. The doctor responded that she had not. Furthermore, the attorney asked if the doctor had looked at photos of the burial site or the backyard of Skylar's residence. The doctor again stated that she had not. Another doctor, a fetal medicine specialist, testified in the afternoon portion of Skylar's trial, mostly under examination by the prosecution. This doctor cast doubts on Skylar's baby being stillborn, stating that all she had was one screening. Given the margin of error of fundal height measurements during the third trimester of pregnancy, which the doctor said are off 60% of the time, she was probably carrying a healthy baby. The doctor added that Skylar had admitted feeling her baby moving inside of her, and a deceased baby does not move. He also cast doubt on the reports from a doctor who filed a report for the defense that said Skylar's baby likely had growth issues. During cross-examination by Skylar's attorney, the doctor was asked if the prosecution was paying him. He replied that he was given an amount of $5,000 a day because that's what it costs the practice if they have a doctor who's not there. As the prosecution presented their case against Skylar, shocking and heart-wrenching evidence unfolded in the courtroom. Among the various pieces of evidence shown, the most impactful were the pictures of the deceased baby's remains displayed on the television screen. These images left a lasting impact on Skylar, as revealed by her reactions during the trial. When the pictures of her baby's remains appeared on screen, Skylar's initial reaction was to stare straight ahead. She avoided looking at the photos, seemingly unable to bear the sight. Skylar's stoic demeanor contrasted with the previous day when she visibly trembled when the judge sat down before jury selection. When Skylar's defense attorneys presented their case, they argued that Skylar's life was far from perfect, even before the accusation of murder. They claimed that much of what the prosecution presented were half-truths and argued that some of the texts presented in court were taken out of context. The defense argued that Skylar's frequent use of such text language did not imply that she committed the heinous crime of murdering her daughter. The defense attorneys also emphasized Skylar's mental health struggles, specifically highlighting her battle with an eating disorder since she was 12 years old. They presented evidence indicating that Skylar regularly visited a psychologist and nutritionist to address her eating disorder. To support their claims, they showed the jury pictures of Skylar depicting her at various stages of weight and appearance. These pictures included images of her looking rail thin, as well as those where she appeared slightly heavier. According to her attorney, Skylar cradled the baby for hours while bleeding on the ground in the bathroom. They said despite her physical state, she remained steadfast in her commitment to comfort and care for the lifeless body. After enduring unimaginable pain, Skylar's attorneys said she made the decision to bury her baby in the backyard. Skylar's attorney explained to the court that Skylar had intended to notify her family about her upcoming pregnancy, but unfortunately, she never had the opportunity to do so. According to her doctor, Skylar was told that she would deliver a baby within 8 to 10 weeks. As a result, she assumed she would have enough time to attend the prom and graduate high school before addressing the situation with her mother, whom she knew would not be supportive. During the defense turn, an obstetrician testified that the baby was stillborn. The doctor argued that Skylar did not admit to cutting the cord, suggesting that it may have become detached before or during birth. The doctor also pointed out that Skylar's description of the baby's appearance was noteworthy, as she said the baby was really white. The obstetrician stated that this did not indicate a healthy newborn. He said in his experience, a newborn is usually a purplish color. Furthermore, the obstetrician noted that Skylar only gained 15 pounds throughout her pregnancy. He suggested that her eating disorder may have restricted the baby's development in the womb. This testimony aimed to cast doubt on the validity of Skylar's statements to the police regarding the baby's well-being. The defense's argument was that Skylar only told the police what she wanted to hear during the interrogation and that she did not witness or engage in any harmful behavior toward the baby. They aimed to cast doubt on the credibility of her testimony and suggest that other factors may have contributed to the baby's death. Skylar Richardson's trial lasted for 1 week before the jury was sent to deliberate. After just 4 hours, the jury returned with a verdict. They acquitted her of aggravated murder, involuntary manslaughter, and child endangerment. However, she was convicted of abuse of a corpse, a felony that carried up to 1 year in prison. The judge ordered her to be held in jail until her sentencing hearing. 1 day later, her sentencing hearing took place. Skylar apologized for her actions and acknowledged the gravity of what she had done. During Skylar's sentencing hearing, the judge did not spare any leniency when he admonished Skylar for her role in the tragic loss of her baby. The judge firmly believes that if Skylar had made better decisions throughout her pregnancy, her child would still be alive today. The judge's admonishment was stern and unwavering. He expressed his disappointment in Skylar's actions and made it clear that the choices she made had severe consequences. The judge emphasized that the decisions she made led to the death of her baby. After expressing his dissatisfaction with Skylar's actions, the judge handed down a sentence of 3 years probation for abuse of a corpse. This sentence served as a reminder that Skylar's actions were morally reprehensible and against the law. In November 2020, a judge granted a request from Skylar's attorneys to terminate her probation 2 years early. During the hearing, Skylar expressed her desire to return to a normal life and stated that she no longer required the supervision of a probation officer. The judge acknowledged her progress and agreed that there was no longer a need for the probation department's resources to be invested in her case. The judge emphasized that a sentence of probation is not designed solely as punishment or rehabilitation. Instead, it provides an opportunity for individuals to demonstrate why they should not be sentenced to prison. Since her acquittal, Skylar has taken full advantage of this opportunity. She has completed 2 semesters in college and has been working part-time at the law firm that represented her. Despite being acquitted, Skylar has faced challenges in finding additional employment. According to her attorneys, she has been rejected from various job opportunities due to her probationary status. Despite these setbacks, Skylar remains determined to pursue her career goals. She has expressed interest in attending law school and becoming a public defender. On July 11, 2013, 21-year-old Jordan Lynn Graham led a car with her foster brother, Michael, and her close friend, Hannah, up going to the Sun Road, a 30-mile stretch of narrow winding path leading up to a treacherous mountain overlook in search of her husband, who'd gone missing on July 8, 2013. Following a mysterious hunch by a suspect Gmail account, Carmen Tony 607, they were searching Glacier National Park for signs of Cody Johnson, who some unnamed friends have supposedly seen go off a cliff. The message read, "They are positive he fell and he is dead, Jordan." Cody's relatives and friends searched the park alongside the potential widow, combing through over 1,500 square miles of wilderness filled with winding trails, swift-flowing rivers, cliffs, mountain lions, and grizzly bears. Of all the cliffs and all the roads, Jordan led them up that particular one, claiming she had a feeling, ignoring numerous location suggestions from Michael and Hannah. At the very top, they stopped at a parking lot and hiked up the loop trail. It was an extremely steep trail leading up to a 200-foot cliff overlooking a deep ravine. Jordan navigated her way to the top with practiced ease and hopped past jagged rocks to the very edge of the cliff, overlooking the ravine. Peering over it, she threw a rock off and said, "I think he's down there." It took a particularly brave FBI agent, tying himself to a tree and leaning over the edge, and the aid of several emergency services and a helicopter to confirm and extract the body at the bottom of the ravine. The body belonged to Cody Johnson, a newlywed car enthusiast, businessman, and a pillar of the community. How did Cody end up here, and what did his wife and the mysterious Carmen Tony 607 have to do with it? And who were the mysterious out-of-town friends that were with Cody when he fell? These were the questions that hounded the Kalispell Police Department for days to come. Cody Johnson was born on April 8, 1989, in San Jose, California, and he grew up with his mother, Sherry Johnson, whom he was intimately close to. They moved to Kalispell in northwestern Montana in 2002. It is a small tourist town in Flathead Valley, located between a lake with the same name and Glacier National Park. Cody spent most of his childhood exploring the great outdoors, driving on long trails with his friend, and kindling his lifelong obsession with all things cars. According to Cody's friends and family, he was real. He was personable, charismatic, and selfless. He was one of those rare types of people who wouldn't hesitate to go the extra mile to help you once they got to know you. Cody was also lucky enough to grow his lifelong interest in cars into a thriving business. It started with modifications and souping up cars for racing in his teenage years, but it did eventually evolve to include commercial cars. Cody was a custom commercial car builder, but he also had a job at Nomad Communications, where he worked with his uncle and several of his car-loving friends. It also didn't hurt that his childhood best friend, Cameron Fredrickson, was his boss. Life was pretty much perfect for Cody. The only thing missing was somebody to share that life with. At 23, Cody was in the market for a life partner. He talked to his friends about wanting to marry a church girl, And on Halloween 2011, he met Jordan, the woman who'd change his life forever. Born in August 1991, Jordan Lynn Graham lived in Kalispell all her life with her family. She grew up deeply religious and attended the Faith Baptist Church, where she babysat children and worked with families. Her whole life revolved around her faith. All her friends were in church, and it was her dream to one day become a stay-at-home mother and raise a family. Jordan and Cody hit it off when they met on Halloween 2011. She was initially shy before she opened up, and they got to talking. She told Cody about her dreams of starting a family and how much she loved nature and the outdoors. Jordan liked Cody, but she was only 20 years old at the time and was not looking to start anything serious. They went on a few dates but remained just friends. All that changed when Cody began to seriously pursue her. He joined her church, First Baptist, and began to move in the same circles as she did. It wasn't long before their casual relationship evolved into something more, at least for one of them. They started dating officially in November 2011, and Cody was entirely taken by her. He adored her and wanted to be with her day and night. According to Sherry Johnson, Cody was sure he wanted to marry Jordan a few weeks into their relationship. Even when Jordan told him she wanted to maintain her chastity until marriage, he didn't change his mind. The people who knew the couple well, however, noticed that Jordan didn't seem to feel as passionately for Cody as he did for her. Some chalked it up to her shy nature, but others were a bit more apprehensive of the lopsided relationship. They were not affectionate in public, didn't hold hands, or even flirt. Most of Jordan's friends were surprised when she said yes to Cody's proposal that followed 1 year later, in December 2012. They thought she was not serious enough to get married after 1 year of dating but were happy for her. Nonetheless, in an Instagram post, Jordan flaunted her new ring with the caption, he proposed. Best early Christmas present ever. Smiley face. The marriage was slated for June 29, 2013, and immediately started planning. Cody was heavily involved, as was Kimberly Martinez, Jordan's best friend and matron of honor. However, it was Jordan who seemed the most interested in the wedding planning. She even performed a song the couple hired a professional songwriter, Elizabeth Shea, to write. The lyrics of the song seemed chillingly prophetic in hindsight. When Kimberly or anybody else broached the topic of actually being married to Cody, however, her mood soured. She asked her matron, Kimberly, several times over if she was doing the right thing, and on her wedding day, her true feelings about the union were impossible to hide. She was a nervous wreck. She was looking down a lot and didn't seem like she wanted to make eye contact with her husband. When it was time for wedding photos, Jordan seemed to have recovered well enough. And by the time they had their first dance, she was entirely focused on Cody. However, this bliss would not last for long. The morning after their wedding, she texted her friend from the hotel they were honeymooning from. She hadn't consummated their marriage and turned her husband away the first night of their wedding and the 6 other nights following that. I just know he's gonna want to do stuff and I'm not really wanting to. And another. Using the my period started spiel tonight, I freaking hope it works. Because if I'm forced to do something, I'm gonna freak out. Turned out that Jordan was deathly afraid of sex. A combination of her faith and her true feelings towards Cody made her nervous about being intimate with him. Pressure continued to mount until July 7th, 8 days after their wedding. Cody was supposed to go golfing with friends, but he canceled at the last minute because Jordan had a surprise for him. After church and some alone time on the lake, the couple sat down to a communal dinner with a few of their friends at the local Dairy Queen. Cody went home with Jordan, and that was the last time anyone saw him. Cameron Fredrickson was the first to notice Cody's absence. He was a model employee and always arrived before the workday started. When Cody hadn't turned up far into the workday, Cameron stopped by Cody's new house that he bought with Jordan before their wedding. After knocking for a while with no answer, he got a little worried and let himself in. No one was in, so he searched the house looking for hints as to where Cody and Jordan could have disappeared to with very little success. Cameron's worry morphed into fear when he found Cody's phone in the garage. Immediately, he knew something was wrong. Cody went everywhere with his phone. Leaving it behind could have been a sign that something horrible might have happened to him. Several calls later, Cameron discovered that no one had seen him since the dinner at Dairy Queen at 8:30. Cameron went to the police station immediately to file a missing persons report, and the authorities took the case seriously from the get-go. Cameron's distress made it difficult not to. Officer Chaz Zimmerman was one of the first people to question Cameron. He found it strange that it was his boss who reported him missing, not his wife. Later that day, Kimberly finally got a hold of Jordan, and when she asked what happened, Jordan said the following. She said that she'd seen him leave with some buddies in a black car washing templates. She told them that on their way back from the restaurant, he got a phone call that made him very upset, so she decided to give him some space. However, later that night, she went to the garage to get her phone charger that she supposedly left in their car. On her way back from the car, she got a text from Cody that said the following. I got a message saying that he was going to go for a ride with some of his out-of-town buddies that were visiting. I had no idea who they were, but he always told me this one thing: when his friends came to visit, he would take them to Glacier Park. She told the police what she told Kimberly and expanded further. She told them she didn't recognize any of the men, and they hadn't fought that night. As for the reason for his disappearance, Jordan claimed she thought Cody was likely joyriding with his out-of-town friends. When the police pressed about why she didn't report the disappearance, she claimed she didn't want to upset him by filing a missing person report if he was going to come back in a few hours. 48 hours after the disappearance, Cody and Jordan's friends and families had gathered in their family home and, at this point, expressed confusion at Cody's behavior. It didn't sound like him to abandon his wife and tell no one where he was going. Still, Jordan stuck to her story until Kimberly confronted her. The longer the impromptu meeting went on, the more uncomfortable she seemed to get. Eventually, Jordan got so agitated that she threw her wedding ring across the room. Some thought it was her odd way of coping, but Kimberly was convinced there was something else going on. She called her friend when she got home. The next day, Jordan was called into the station and confronted by the officers about her inconsistent accounts. Sherry Johnson also saw the police sometime that day, armed with Cody's phone records from the day of the disappearance. She was worried about her son and hoped the mysterious man Cody called would shed some light on his whereabouts. But it ended up being a car friend calling to return a tool to Cody. He was immediately eliminated as a suspect because he had a rock-solid alibi. His wife was in labor when Cody disappeared. With all of their leads exhausted, the police turned their attention back to Jordan. She clearly had a story to tell, but it wasn't adding up. The break in the case they were desperate for came on July 10th. A mysterious message came from an email, Carmen Tony 607, and it declared that Cody was dead and they could call off the search. Hello, Jordan. My name is Tony. There is no bother looking for Cody anymore. He is gone. Jordan approached Hannah with the email, face devoid of emotion, and told her about what Carmen Tony 607 said happened to Cody. He'd supposedly slipped and fell off a cliff in Glacier National Park with his mysterious friends. Hannah nearly lost it when she read the message, and she had to push a lethargic Jordan to go to the police. And I'm like, freaking out like, what are you talking about? And I read the email and it says, Cody's gone, Jordan. Any emotion? No, she wasn't crying at all. She was just showing me this email and I start shaking. I told her to go to the cops and she did go. But I was kind of just like rushing it, like, go, move. Like, what are you doing? Don't just stand here looking at me. Instead of putting the police investigation to rest, the email only made them more paranoid. It seemed very convenient that an anonymous email would provide the information they were desperately searching for and advise them to call off the search. What alarmed Detective Corey Clark more than the particulars of the message was Jordan's lack of emotion. She didn't seem affected by a message basically confirming her husband's death. Based on the information in that email, Jordan decided to go to Glacier National Park with her close friends and family to search for Cody. Hannah described Jordan as strangely chipper the entire ride up the park. The drive up there was her waving her hand out the window. They found nothing by the end of the first day and resumed their search on the second. And it was then Jordan miraculously found Cody's body. We stand there and she's like, I think he's down there. And I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he ever be going down there? Why would anybody do that? This wall is here for a reason. The coroner said that his head and arms took most of the damage from the fall. Cody's family and friends were devastated at the loss, but Jordan was relieved, according to Hannah. Now that a body was found, the police would stop investigating. But the problem was the police still had no idea who Carmen Tony 607 was. When Jordan was initially questioned about the message, she pointed them at Tony Stalkup, a fellow car enthusiast and acquaintance of Cody. He hadn't seen Cody in several months, but he was so concerned for him that he allowed them full access to his accounts. They did not find the email address they were looking for, and both Jordan and Cody's phone records did not reveal much. So they had to reach out to Google to subpoena the IP address of Carmen Tony 607. Pending the arrival of the information, the police re-interviewed Cody's family and friends, and it was then Kimberly finally told the police about Jordan's fragile mental state leading up to the marriage. She asked her several times if she should marry Cody and expressed horror and fear at the thought of having sex with him. She regretted marrying Cody and wished she could take everything back. When Kim told her to tell Cody how she felt, she messaged her, "I should be happy, but I'm not. If I tell him, it's going to break his heart." 2 days before Cody disappeared, she typed this. "He held me down the other night, and he was in my face." And then on July 7th, they uncovered this exchange. She'd intended to talk to him and was terrified of how he'd react. Later that day, she ended up at Kim's house and told her how the talk with Cody went. Not well. She said Cody got really angry and freaked out, and she decided to leave so that he could cool off. She spent the night at her step-parents' home. When the police learned about this, Jordan became an even more likely suspect, and the information from Google arrived around the same time. It confirmed that Carmen Tony 607's email address was generated from a computer at her stepfather's home. A short interview with each member of the Graham family painted Jordan as the creator, but that was not damning evidence enough. Cody and Jordan's cell phone records were. The cell towers put them at Glacial National Park the night of Cody's disappearance. CCTV cameras also captured pictures of the couple entering Glacial Park at 9:17 p.m. after she denied being with her husband that night. Only one person knows the answer to that. That's Jordan Graham. On July 18, 2013, the police called Jordan in, and when they presented her with evidence, she broke down into tears. She finally told the detective her version of what happened on the 8th of July. According to her, she confessed how she felt about their marriage to Cody, and they got into a huge argument. They both decided to go on a trip to Glacier National Park and headed for the loop. Jordan finishes the story in her own words. "So he would have fallen face first down the hill. Why did you continue to turn around and then push him off?" "I think it's because emotions were running so high. I was frustrated, I was angry. I was every emotion I could ever think of, all at once." Her comment at the blindfold had the detectives eager to make a connection between a stray scarf at the bottom of the confession Jordan gave. Nothing was eventually proven. Jordan also claimed that Cody's death was accidental and that no part of her planned the assault she would later come to receive. "There was no planning on your part to kill Cody?" "No. Okay. You hadn't planned that until this whole thing just kind of happened, and it heated the emotion and the passion of that situation." When asked why she pushed her husband Cody off the bridge, she said the following. She stated that he had turned his back to her, he was facing the cliff, and that's when she went up to him and with both hands pushed him in the back off the cliff. Jordan also confessed to creating Carmen Tony 607 at her stepfather's house and sending the messages. Jordan walked out of the police that day, surprisingly still a free woman. The police did not charge her and wouldn't charge her until July 22nd at Cody's funeral, where she was texting on her phone. This one act of disrespect evaporated any sympathy anyone had left for Jordan. She was on her phone, whether it was texting or a mobile app. Rumors had been circling that Jordan had killed Cody to escape their marriage, because it was the only way she could take back her decision without disgracing herself and her family. If Cody were dead, she wouldn't need to divorce him. Her attitude at his funeral all but confirmed those rumors. People were beginning to question whether Jordan ever loved Cody. Jordan was charged with first, second-degree murder and making false statements. The jury also added the charge of premeditated first-degree murder after reviewing her case. Her trial finally started on December 9, 2013. The prosecution ruthlessly came after Jordan the moment the trial started, and a few days in, things were not looking good for her. They picked apart her story, raising vital questions like why she lied and led Cody's friends and family on whether she was innocent and remorseful about her actions. The testimony from Cody's family and loved ones certainly didn't help her case. It painted her as a callous and unfeeling wife who murdered her husband to get out of sleeping with him. Her defense tried to argue self-defense, but it didn't look like they'd win, so Jordan went for a plea deal for second-degree murder. She would get 30 years in prison without the possibility of parole, in exchange for the prosecution dropping the charge of first-degree murder. However, before her sentencing, Jordan changed her mind and tried to retract her plea when she heard the prosecution plan to go after her for premeditated first-degree murder. It carried a maximum sentence of 50 years, and it was up to U.S. District Judge Donald Malloy to decide whether to honor her plea or start a new trial. On December 13, 2013, Jordan Lynn Graham was sentenced to 30 years and 5 months in prison, and ordered to pay a fine of $16,910 in restitution to Cody's family. She took the stand during her sentencing hearing to apologize for killing Cody. She claimed to be in shock when it happened. "I wasn't thinking where we were. I just pushed," she explained to the judge. Over the years, Jordan would try over and over to get a reduced sentence on several grounds. Her final one was in 2016, but her case was never reopened or reviewed. The federal prosecution was determined to make a statement of her case. The sentence today is going to send a message that if you kill someone and are subject to federal jurisdiction, you will be prosecuted swiftly and severely punished for your crime. Jordan will not be leaving prison until she is over 52 years old. A love triangle is a tangled web of forbidden emotions and volatile relationships. Such situations often bring emotional turmoil and intense conflict, sometimes escalating to threats against the physical and mental well-being of those involved. Even more chilling is when one person is unaware they've been caught in this web until it's too late. The story of Henry Stenge unfolds like a gripping detective thriller, where passion, deceit, a double life and struggles with dependency intersect. Henry believed he had found true love with a much younger woman, a relationship that could have been considered unconventional given their age difference. However, unbeknownst to him, the woman was simultaneously involved in another romantic entanglement. For months, she skillfully manipulated both men to achieve her own goals, until her carefully crafted house of cards collapsed. On Friday, June 1, 2018, around 7 a.m., an amateur photographer and hiking enthusiast named Marcus was exploring the barren landscape of Joshua Tree National Park in southeastern California. As he ventured off a main trail, Marcus noticed a large flock of vultures scavenging over something. Assuming it was a carcass of a large animal, he chose to keep his distance. Equipped with a compact camera he typically used for landscape photography, Marcus decided to capture the scene of the birds circling in the desolate desert. He snapped a few photos and continued his hike, putting the unusual sight out of his mind. The following day, Marcus shared details of his hike with his wife, while transferring the photos from his camera to their home computer. As his wife examined the images, her expression changed dramatically. She called Marcus over and pointed to one of the photos. Upon zooming in, it became disturbingly clear that something resembling a human leg was partially buried in the sand beneath the vultures. Shaken, the couple promptly contacted local authorities to report what they had seen. Marcus handed over all the photos and described the exact location where he had spotted the birds. The area near one of the park's major roads was relatively easy for investigators to locate. What started as a routine discovery turned into one of the most complex and astonishing criminal investigations in recent years. About 30 feet from the roadside, a gathering of vultures and a pair of coyotes stood out in stark contrast to the desolate desert landscape. It was unusual to see coyotes scavenging in broad daylight, which immediately raised suspicion among the officers. They pulled their vehicle to the shoulder, stepped out, and approached the scene. There, they found a shallow grave hastily dug into the dry earth, less than 2 feet deep. Local wildlife had already disturbed the site, exposing its grim contents. When forensic specialists arrived to exhume the remains, it became clear this was no accident of nature. The remains belonged to a middle-aged white man, estimated to have been buried there for about a week. The body had been partially unearthed, with the lower half closer to the surface, allowing scavengers to access it. Several gruesome injuries were evident. The man's skull showed multiple fractures, consistent with blows from a heavy, blunt object. The scene painted a harrowing picture of an aggressive and deliberate act. Judging by the shallow grave's proximity to the road and its hurried construction, the perpetrator had been in a rush. If they had ventured farther into the desert and dug a slightly deeper hole, the body might have remained hidden for years. Instead, they chose to conceal the crime hastily and left the scene recklessly. Forensic analysis indicated that the crime likely occurred elsewhere. The grave contained minimal traces of blood, despite the extensive injuries, suggesting the body was transported post-mortem. This deduction pointed investigators toward the troubling conclusion that the crime was carefully premeditated, at least in part. However, despite the perpetrator's apparent haste, they had left no obvious clues or evidence for investigators to follow. The medical examiner determined the cause of death to be severe blunt force trauma to the head. The force of the blows suggested a deeply personal motive, with the attacker displaying overwhelming aggression. Investigators speculated that the crime stemmed from hatred or a personal vendetta, but the victim's identity and the story behind his death remained a mystery. Despite the body's condition, degraded by decomposition and scavenging wildlife, investigators managed to recover several fingerprints from the remains. When the prints were run through a criminal database, they yielded no matches. This lack of prior records suggested the victim had never been in legal trouble before. However, when the prints were uploaded to the Department of Motor Vehicles database, investigators were able to identify the victim. The remains belonged to Henry Stenge, a 54-year-old resident of Marietta, a suburban city in Riverside County, California. Henry's home was about 90 miles from where his body was discovered. Investigators immediately headed to his residence, hoping to uncover answers about how and why his life had ended so tragically in the remote wilderness of Joshua Tree. Henry Stenge lived alone in a home that reflected his solitary lifestyle, a cluttered, unkempt bachelor pad. Personal belongings were scattered throughout the house, and empty pizza boxes and takeout containers littered countertops. The place lacked the warmth of a lived-in home but showed no signs of forced entry, theft, or a struggle. It was clear that whatever had happened to Henry had occurred somewhere else. The most unsettling discovery awaited investigators in the garage attached to the house. This space, likely the scene of the crime, told a gruesome story. Dried blood spatter covered the walls, tools and storage boxes Henry had kept there. On the floor was a large, congealed pool of blood, partially smeared as though someone had attempted to clean it but quickly abandoned the effort. In the corner of the garage lay a pile of blood-soaked rags, heavily doused with bleach, evidenced by the empty bottle discarded nearby. Near the door leading into the house, investigators found what appeared to be the weapon used in the crime, a heavy dumbbell stained with dried blood. Overhead, dangling wires suggested that a surveillance camera had been forcibly removed. Further inspection of the house revealed additional cameras, one in the living room and another in the hallway, also torn from their mounts. Whoever had committed this brutal act had knowledge of the camera placements and had taken them to eliminate any potential evidence. Unfortunately, the perpetrator left behind little for investigators to work with. There were no foreign fingerprints, no shoe prints, and no blood or DNA from anyone other than Henry. The scene seemed meticulously sanitized, leaving detectives with more questions than answers. Henry had no known legal troubles. He was divorced, lived alone, and had no apparent enemies. Neighbors described him as a quiet and friendly man, someone who mostly kept to himself but was always polite. Yet the sheer ferocity of the crime raised questions. Who would commit such a savage act? Was it someone from Henry's past, or did it have to do with his unusual hobbies? Most troubling of all, why had no one reported him missing sooner? Henry grew up in a close-knit family, one that valued respect and strong connections. His mother and two younger sisters lived with their families in a nearby town. The family frequently stayed in touch, sharing regular phone calls and occasional visits. However, in recent months, Henry had become more withdrawn, speaking less with his loved ones and keeping details about his life to himself. His family worried about him but tried not to overreact. When he failed to contact them for a week, they grew increasingly concerned but decided to wait before raising an alarm. The news of Henry's violent death was devastating for his mother and sisters. Shocked and heartbroken, they immediately cooperated with investigators, offering any information they could in the hopes it would help solve the case. Henry Steng was once a vibrant and athletic man. He loved outdoor adventures, hiking, traveling, and spending time in nature. A talented guitarist and an avid motorsports enthusiast, Henry cherished his motorcycle, a prized possession that had carried him across multiple states. But in the spring of 2014, everything changed. One day, as Henry prepared to set off on a ride, his motorcycle was struck by a pickup truck driven by an intoxicated driver. The collision was devastating. The driver dragged Henry nearly 300 feet before finally stopping. Miraculously, Henry survived, but his injuries were life-altering. The crash left Henry with severe damage to his legs, requiring multiple major surgeries. He endured months of grueling rehabilitation to regain the ability to walk. However, the physical pain persisted and over-the-counter medication offered no relief. Doctors prescribed powerful painkillers to manage his condition, but the medication quickly led to dependency, which spiraled into a debilitating addiction. At the time of the accident, Henry had been married for over a decade and he and his wife were raising 2 children together. His wife initially supported him as he struggled with recovery and his growing dependency on medication. However, the strain proved too much. By 2016, she filed for divorce, taking their children and moving to a nearby town to be closer to her family. Despite the separation, she maintained cordial relations with Henry, allowing him to stay involved in their children's lives. After the accident, Henry's physical limitations forced him to abandon many of his previous hobbies. Instead, he turned his attention to his love for technology and electronics. He spent much of his time tinkering with gadgets and equipment, transforming one room of his home into a fully equipped radio studio. From there, Henry launched a podcast, using the platform to discuss current events and share his often candid and unfiltered opinions. Henry's broadcasts became a daily routine. He expressed his thoughts openly, often delving into philosophical musings or bold commentary on controversial topics. The lack of censorship in his show drew a dedicated audience, earning him both loyal fans and fervent critics. Some listeners, particularly those who disagreed with his views, began to provoke him intentionally, goading him into emotional outbursts. Clips of these tirades were recorded and shared on social media, often taken out of context to paint Henry in a negative light. In one online community for amateur radio enthusiasts, detectives uncovered a particularly hostile individual who seemed to harbor a deep grudge against Henry. This person frequently insulted Henry and posted edited clips of his broadcasts, harshly criticizing his statements. Upon closer investigation, however, it became apparent that this individual's behavior was not unique to Henry. The user had a habit of targeting various figures in the community, using the platform to demean and attack others as a form of entertainment. While their animosity toward Henry was evident, it was unclear whether this online hostility had any connection to the crime. In late January 2018, just 4 months before the tragedy, Henry Steng experienced a terrifying ordeal. According to his family, someone broke into his home in the middle of the night while he was sound asleep. The intruder entered through a window and attacked Henry with a hammer, delivering several blows to his head. Nothing was stolen from the house, making it clear that the intent wasn't robbery but likely a personal vendetta. The attacker brought the hammer with them and took it when they left. Surprisingly, Henry didn't report the incident to the police. Instead, he took matters into his own hands by installing hidden surveillance cameras throughout his house. Whoever entered his home the second time knew about these cameras and their locations. When investigators pieced together Henry's final days, they found his last known podcast broadcast had aired on the evening of Thursday, May 24, 2018. From that point on, there were no records of outgoing or incoming calls, no text messages, and no activity on his utilities. Neither water nor electricity had been used since that night, Leading investigators to believe this was the day Henry lost his life. Detectives began their investigation by interviewing those closest to Henry. They learned that his divorce proceedings were still ongoing, despite his and his ex-wife's efforts to maintain civility for the sake of their 2 children. The couple had been locked in a heated legal battle over the house, where Henry lived after the separation. Meanwhile, his ex-wife and their children had moved in with her mother. Adding to the tension, it came to light that Henry's ex-wife had been covering the utility bills for the house. After the accident that left Henry unable to work, he survived on a small disability allowance, which wasn't enough to support himself fully. Despite their separation, she continued helping him financially. Neighbors reported that Henry's ex-wife visited him periodically, likely to resolve their property dispute. These visits, however, often escalated into loud arguments, with the couple's shouting matches audible throughout the neighborhood. The discord raised a crucial question. Could the mother of Henry's children have been so desperate to resolve their conflict over the house that she resorted to extreme measures? At this point in the investigation, Henry's ex-wife became the primary suspect. Detectives brought her in for questioning, where she shared a somber account of their relationship. According to Henry's ex-wife, their marriage had once been happy and stable. But everything changed after Henry's motorcycle accident. She had done everything she could to help him recover and adapt to his new life. But the long-term use of prescription medications altered his personality, making him increasingly difficult to live with. Eventually, she felt she had no choice but to leave. Despite the separation, she continued to support him by paying his bills, ensuring he had a roof over his head. Her loyalty and financial support made it difficult for investigators to determine whether she could be capable of committing such a heinous act. The detectives had to dig deeper. While Henry's ex-wife remained a person of interest, her story painted a more complex picture, one that called for further investigation into Henry's strained relationships and hidden conflicts. Henry's ex-wife initially sought a peaceful resolution to their property dispute, but the situation took a dramatic turn when Henry introduced a young girlfriend into his life. He announced his intention to live in the house with his new partner, a declaration that ignited conflict. Overcome by his infatuation, Henry appeared to neglect the needs of his children entirely. Despite their differences, Henry's ex-wife had no apparent motive to harm him. On the contrary, she expressed pity for her former spouse. Moreover, she had a solid alibi for the day investigators believed the crime took place. She was on a week-long business trip in another state. With her cleared of suspicion, detectives turned their attention to the mysterious young woman Henry had been so enamored with. Henry's mother revealed that about 10 months before his death, her son began dating a much younger woman named Ashley Stapp, who was just in her early 20s. Neither Henry's mother nor his sisters approved of Ashley, finding her behavior odd and her intentions unclear. Given Henry's circumstances, his age, disability, and reliance on a small disability allowance, it was hard to understand what had drawn the young college student to him. While Ashley didn't appear to be financially motivated, it was evident that she had her own reasons for maintaining the relationship. The romance progressed rapidly, raising concerns among Henry's family, who tried to warn him of potential risks. However, Henry dismissed their concerns, proudly declaring Ashley to be his ideal woman. A neighbor provided additional insight, stating that Ashley was a regular visitor to Henry's home and that they had chatted on several occasions. The neighbor specifically recalled Ashley driving a distinctive blue Chevrolet with a large dent on the rear passenger door. The day police conducted their search of Henry's home, Ashley was spotted again. Witnesses reported seeing her slowly drive past the house, appearing to observe the scene from a distance before speeding away without stopping. Her actions raised questions. If she had noticed that Henry hadn't been in touch for a week and then saw police at his house, why didn't she inquire about what was happening? Her behavior seemed suspicious, and investigators were eager to speak with her. As detectives delved deeper into Ashley's background, her social media profile revealed a startling twist. Her public photos and posts made no mention of Henry. Instead, she appeared to be in a committed relationship with another man, a young, fit U.S. Marine. The man in question was identified as Curtis Kruger, a 30-year-old lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps. Pictures of the couple together showed them embracing and smiling, with no indication of Ashley's involvement with Henry. This revelation suggested a tangled web of secrets and deceit, raising critical questions about Ashley's true intentions and the dynamics of her relationships with both men. Investigators now had to determine whether the volatile circumstances of this hidden love triangle had led to the violent crime that ended Henry's life. Curtis Kruger's military career kept him frequently on the move, spending most of his time on base with limited chances to see Ashley Stapp. Their relationship consisted largely of weekend visits, and even those weren't guaranteed. When they did manage to meet, they would often take trips out of town to enjoy each other's company in private. Occasionally, Ashley visited Curtis on base during family days and other military events, blending seamlessly into his world. The couple had even begun planning a wedding. Curtis often spoke about how Ashley was the woman of his dreams, someone he never wanted to lose. However, doubts lingered in his mind. He confided in his sister about Ashley's frequent disappearances, her refusal to answer his calls, and her lack of explanations for her absences. Suspicious, Curtis installed tracking software on Ashley's phone to monitor her movements. It didn't take long for him to uncover the truth. Curtis confronted Ashley at a gas station near Henry Stenge's home. Under pressure, she admitted where she had been spending her time and even gave Curtis the address. However, she denied being unfaithful, instead revealing a troubling secret. Ashley claimed that a hip injury she had sustained years earlier had led to a dependency on powerful painkillers. She further explained that Henry, who was also battling a similar dependency, had been trying to reduce his usage. This effort had left him with a surplus of medication, which Ashley had been taking for herself. She claimed that Henry forced her to provide something in return for the medication and accused him of abusive behavior. Enraged by her story, Curtis took matters into his own hands. Armed with a hammer, he entered Henry's home on a cold January night and attacked him in his sleep. Curtis believed he had killed Henry and later confessed his actions to his sister, who would go on to become a key witness. Unbeknownst to Curtis, Henry survived the attack. Refusing to report the incident to the authorities, Henry assumed the assault was related to his outspoken podcasting activities. He had no idea his girlfriend and her double life were at the center of the attack. With Curtis and Ashley as prime suspects, detectives faced a challenge. They lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, and both suspects could have invoked their right to remain silent and requested legal counsel, potentially stalling the investigation. To overcome this, the police devised a clever plan to catch the pair off guard, a trap that would ultimately expose the truth. First, the authorities obtained a court order to monitor Curtis and Ashley's phone conversations. Then, officers visited Ashley's brother and showed him a photograph of her with Henry, asking if he recognized anyone in the image. He immediately identified his sister, but said he didn't know the man next to her. The officers explained that they were investigating a serious crime and needed to establish the identity of the man in the photo. They asked the brother to send Ashley the picture and try to find out more. Her reaction came quickly. Ashley called her brother and claimed she had no idea who the man was or anything about a crime. Shortly after, Ashley called Curtis in a panicked state. During the emotional conversation, she explained that the police had somehow connected her to the investigation. The two suspects expressed confusion over how this had happened, confident that they had covered their tracks by removing the cameras and hiding the body in the desert. While they avoided using explicit language about the crime, their discussion included specific details that only someone involved in the events would know. Both Curtis and Ashley were arrested the same day and taken to the station separately for questioning. Curtis immediately refused to speak and requested a lawyer. Ashley, however, was confronted with the recording of her conversation with Curtis. Realizing there was no way to deny her involvement, she began making a confession. Initially, Ashley's statements were inconsistent and unclear. She admitted to being at the crime scene the night of the attack, but claimed she hadn't seen the attacker. According to her first account, someone had broken into the house and Henry went to investigate, only to be ambushed in the garage, when detectives revealed evidence that both her and Curtis' phones were traced to Henry's home. On the night of the crime, Ashley's story shifted. She admitted to being romantically involved with both men for nearly 10 months. After Curtis found out about her relationship with Henry, he decided to confront him. Ashley confessed that after Curtis attacked Henry in January, leaving him severely injured, he believed Ashley would stay away from Henry, but when he learned that she continued to see him, Curtis became enraged. On the night of the crime, Curtis drove to Henry's home, where he attacked him again. Ashley admitted to helping Curtis cover up the crime. She revealed that she had shown him where Henry's surveillance cameras were located, helped him remove them, and assisted in hiding Henry's body in the desert. Finally, Ashley disclosed the location of the hammer Curtis had used in the first attack in January. This weapon, when recovered, still had traces of Henry's blood and Curtis' fingerprints, serving as critical evidence in the case. The trial of Curtis Kruger and Ashley Stapp began in August 2020. Curtis continued to deny any wrongdoing, claiming that he was defending the honor of his fiancée. His attorney argued that Ashley was the true instigator, leading a double life and manipulating both men for her own benefit. The defense also highlighted that after the brutal crime, Ashley had taken all of Henry's medications from his home for her personal use. In September 2020, Curtis was found guilty of assaulting Henry and second-degree murder and evidence tampering. He was sentenced to 18 years in prison, with eligibility for parole no earlier than 2031. Ashley accepted a plea deal, admitting to charges of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. She was sentenced to 9 months in jail, 2 years of probation, and was required to attend treatment for her dependency issues. Ashley was released after serving just 4 months, but violated the terms of her probation and was sent back to jail to serve the remaining 5 months of her sentence. Ashley has been free for some time now, but there is no reliable information about her current whereabouts or life. Still with me? Good, that means you're ready for the rest. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you want more cases just like this one. The world is fast and full of hidden dangers, which is why parents teach their sons and daughters from an early age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar cars, and never to go anywhere with people they don't know, no matter what they might say. Unfortunately, those with ill intentions often take advantage not only of the trust of the naive, but also of the vulnerable situations in which some adults find themselves. Mia Stephen, a young medical student, attended a party with her friends. She had a great time, enjoying the evening and the company of those around her. Everything seemed normal, and no one could have predicted what was to come. Tragically, Mia never returned home. Her disappearance mobilized the entire city, as people came together in the hope of finding her alive and unharmed. However, those hopes were shattered when a grim discovery was made in a nearby forest, something so shocking that even the most seasoned investigators struggled to process what they had found. Mia Stephen was born on January 15, 2000, in Aalborg, a large port city in northwestern Denmark. She was the youngest in a loving and close-knit family. She spent her childhood and teenage years in this cozy town known for its low crime rate and sense of safety. Mia excelled in school, showing a natural talent for subjects like chemistry and biology. Her teachers considered her a gifted student and were confident that she would achieve great things. Even as a teenager, Mia knew she wanted to pursue a career in medicine. She was deeply compassionate and attentive, always eager to help those around her. Mia was known for her bright and friendly personality, which made her popular among her peers. She was surrounded by a large circle of friends and was cherished for her warmth and approachability. Her striking appearance and graceful demeanor also attracted attention. She began modeling while still in school, appearing in various campaigns and catching the admiration of many. Wherever she went, Mia stood out, and she often had admirers vying for her attention. After finishing school, Mia fulfilled her goal of enrolling in the medical program at Aalborg University, one of the most prestigious institutions in Denmark. Alongside her studies, she continued modeling, working on commercials and fashion catalogs. Despite her accomplishments and growing independence, Mia still lived at home with her parents, maintaining a strong bond with her family. When the COVID-19 pandemic swept across the world, Mia was in her second year of university. The lockdowns and restrictions brought significant changes to her life. Classes moved online, and her in-person interactions with friends were replaced by social media, phone calls, and video chats. For a lively, outgoing, and sociable young woman, the lockdown period was a real challenge. That's why, when all restrictions were finally lifted in early February 2022, Mia Stephen eagerly prepared for her first party in years, a night that tragically turned out to be her last. On February 5, 2022, Denmark saw its first Saturday in nearly 2 years without pandemic-related social restrictions. Young people, especially college students, were thrilled to return to the nightlife they had missed so much. For them, it was a cause for celebration, and parties were planned across the country. Mia was especially excited about the evening. She called her friends, carefully coordinating the venue where they would meet to enjoy the long-awaited night out. At the same time, she sorted through her wardrobe, choosing an outfit that would highlight her figure and make her stand out. For her, this outing was more than just a trip to a bar. It was a symbol of returning to normal life. She had recently completed her second-to-last semester at university and wanted to celebrate this milestone with close friends she hadn't seen in a long time. She styled her hair, applied makeup, and wore a sleek black dress paired with high heels. To complete her look, she added a cropped leather jacket and a few elegant accessories. Despite the chilly February weather, she looked stunning. Her friends drove her to the venue, and Mia assumed they would take her home later. But plans shifted as the night went on. That evening, the bars and clubs along the city's central streets were packed with young people eager to make up for lost time. However, the streets themselves were mostly empty due to the biting cold. Mia and her friends started the night at one lively bar, where they spent several hours catching up and enjoying themselves. Later, they moved to a nearby pub, and an hour after that, they switched venues again. With each move from one bar to another, the group changed. Some friends left to go home, others ran into acquaintances and joined different crowds, and new friends came along to replace them. Naturally, the night was filled with laughter, dancing, and plenty of drinks. According to witnesses, Mia also consumed alcohol, but wasn't overly intoxicated. She danced, laughed, and chatted with everyone around her. By 3 a.m., the friends she had originally arrived with decided to leave. Mia, however, chose to stay, reassuring them that she would find her way home later. At the time, she was seen talking with an unfamiliar man who appeared to be interested in her. By 6 a.m., the club closed for the night. At that point, Mia was left with only one of her friends. The two stepped outside into the cold, dark morning. A biting wind blew through the empty streets, making the freezing weather even more unbearable. The two decided to head home by bus, but they needed to go in opposite directions. They parted ways, each heading to their respective bus stops. No one saw Mia alive again after that. Mia never returned home that night. At first, her parents didn't panic, assuming she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends. However, their concern grew when they realized her phone was going straight to voicemail, something very unlike her. By noon on February 6th, Mia's mother, unable to wait any longer, began calling her daughter's closest friends and classmates. One by one, they all said the same thing. They hadn't seen or heard from Mia since the night before, and they couldn't reach her either. Alarmed, her parents went to the local police station and filed a missing person report. They feared that since Mia was an adult and had gone to a party, law enforcement might delay their search by waiting the standard 24 hours. To their relief, the authorities took the case seriously and began investigating immediately. Detectives started by interviewing all the friends and acquaintances Mia had interacted with at the various bars that night. Witnesses confirmed that Mia had been drinking but wasn't overly intoxicated. They also provided a detailed description of what she was wearing: a sleek evening dress and a light jacket. Considering the cold February weather, investigators initially theorized she might have succumbed to the elements. However, they quickly ruled this out as no related reports had surfaced. Next, police reviewed security footage from the clubs Mia had visited. Unfortunately, the crowded venues made it almost impossible to track one specific individual. although Mia appeared to be in good spirits and declined her friend's offers to drive her home. Nothing else from the footage seemed suspicious. Attention soon turned to the mysterious man Mia had been seen dancing with that night. It was vital to locate and question him. Fortunately, identifying him wasn't difficult. He was a fellow student at Mia's university and an aspiring athlete with a promising future. He willingly came in for questioning and explained that he had left the bar around 5 a.m. and taken a taxi to his home across town. Police were able to verify his alibi through the taxi driver, who confirmed dropping him off at the stated location. Mia's family and friends insisted that she had no known enemies, conflicts, or anyone who might wish her harm. She had never used prohibited substances, had no involvement in criminal activity, and showed no signs of mental health issues. This led investigators to consider the possibility of a stalker or obsessive admirer, but no one in her circle had ever heard of such a person. To broaden the search, detectives examined footage from street surveillance cameras along Mia's route after she left the bar. She had exited the venue with a friend, and the two walked together for about 300 feet before stopping to say goodbye. From there, each headed toward their respective bus stops. During their review of the footage, investigators noticed something unusual: a dark car that appeared to be following Mia after she parted ways with her friend. After parting ways with her friend, Mia walked another 500 feet or so and stopped to wait for her bus. Unfortunately, it never arrived. It was early Sunday morning and the public transit schedule hadn't fully resumed following the lockdown, leaving Mia stranded. To make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, a detail she only realized once she was outside, so she couldn't call for a ride or contact anyone for help. At 6 a.m., the streets were still dark and deserted. Mia, dressed in an evening gown, stood shivering at the bus stop, hoping her bus would show up soon. But as time dragged on, it became clear that it wasn't coming. At around 6:15 a.m., a black Volkswagen Golf pulled up near the stop. The driver spoke to Mia, likely offering her a ride, but she refused. The car drove off, leaving Mia alone once again. She remained at the bus stop, waiting in the freezing cold for over an hour. At 7:30 a.m., the same car returned and stopped at the bus stop. This time, the driver and Mia spoke for about 5 minutes. After what seemed to be a reluctant decision, she got into the car. It's believed that by then, the cold had taken such a toll on her that she decided to accept the stranger's offer. But the questions remained. Who owned the vehicle? Who was behind the wheel? And where did they take her? Investigators needed answers, and they needed them fast. The investigation was hindered by the poor quality of the surveillance footage. Despite their best efforts, experts could only identify the car's make and model. Neither the license plate nor the driver's face was discernible. To track the vehicle's movements, detectives reviewed recordings from other cameras in the area, and soon they caught a break. A few blocks from the bus stop, the Volkswagen Golf was spotted parking near a 24-hour convenience store. Fortunately, this store had a high-resolution camera that captured the car's license plate. Investigators immediately ran the plate through the vehicle registration database and identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson. Thompson lived not far from the nightlife district where Mia and her friends had been partying. Thompson shared his rented home with a 30-year-old roommate named Adam, who had previously come to the attention of the authorities. Both men had a record of minor offenses, including a scam where they impersonated police officers. Although they had only received fines for their past actions, this time the stakes were much higher. Both men were taken into custody for questioning. However, Adam was soon released after providing a solid alibi. He had left town to visit family the day before Mia disappeared and didn't return until February 8th. Investigators verified this information, and Adam was cleared of any suspicion. The investigation identified a primary suspect, Thomas Thompson. To build a clearer picture, detectives began by digging into his background. Born in June 1985 in the Danish city of Kolding, Thomas came from a modest family. During his teenage years, his parents sent him to live on a small farm in the southeastern countryside, owned by his grandparents. After graduating high school, Thomas joined the military, signing a contract and building a respectable career. He served in high-conflict areas around the world, eventually achieving the rank of sergeant. In 2015, he left the service, returned home, and enrolled in university, where he earned a degree in engineering. In recent years, Thomas had been renting a home in Aalborg and working as an engineer at a local industrial company. Colleagues and supervisors described him as a skilled, quiet, and diligent professional. However, he was notably private, rarely sharing personal details or forming close relationships at work. Thomas had a troubling legal history. On several occasions, he had been accused of domestic aggression, physical altercations, and causing injuries. Despite this, he managed to settle each case out of court. His former partners described him as short-tempered, aggressive, and alarmingly violent. In moments of rage, Thomas seemed to lose control, behaving in a way that left those around him terrified. Some even felt he might be capable of committing a serious crime. It was clear that Thomas had a dark side he struggled to manage. But did that mean he could have targeted Mia, harmed her, and possibly committed a crime against her? And most critically, where was Mia? Thomas, for his part, remained silent. In his car, investigators found a built-in GPS system. Hoping to trace his movements that night, they examined the data. They discovered that around 2 a.m. on February 6th, Thomas had tried to disable the GPS tracking. However, the attempt caused a malfunction, and instead of shutting off, the system began recording location data every 30 seconds. This error allowed detectives to reconstruct his movements in detail. According to the GPS, Thomas left his home at 2:45 a.m. and spent the next several hours driving around the city, seemingly looking for a target. At approximately 6 a.m., he stopped near the bus stop where Mia was waiting and spoke to her briefly. She declined his offer for a ride, and he drove off. For the next hour and a half, Thomas continued driving aimlessly through the streets before returning to the bus stop. By this time, Mia was visibly freezing and likely desperate. She reluctantly got into his car, seemingly feeling she had no other choice. The car left the city and passed through a few small nearby towns before turning onto an isolated wooded area. GPS data showed several brief stops close to one another, followed by a long pause where the car remained stationary for about an hour. An operations team with search dogs was dispatched to the site. Soon they discovered a broken phone belonging to Mia. Not far from it, they found a hair clip, followed by a torn necklace that she had been wearing that night. Strands of her long hair and fragments of her clothing were also found caught on the branches of nearby trees. The scene painted a grim picture. It seemed that Mia had tried to escape into the woods, tripping, losing items, and snagging herself on branches, while someone relentlessly pursued her. However, the most horrifying discovery lay ahead. Several hundred feet deeper into the forest, the search dogs indicated areas of disturbed soil, suggesting something had recently been buried. Digging beneath about 3 feet of loose dirt, investigators uncovered human remains. The remains were dismembered into 231 fragments, some of which were scattered on the ground nearby. Identifying the victim was only possible through genetic testing. To the devastation of her loved ones, the remains were confirmed to belong to Mia. News of the grisly find quickly leaked to the press, forcing law enforcement to make a public statement. They assured the community that the dangerous perpetrator had been apprehended. Forensic examination revealed chilling details. Marks on the bones suggested the body had been dismembered using a tool resembling a power saw. Pieces of tissue showed evidence of being soaked in a chemical solution, possibly an attempt to dissolve them or eliminate traces of DNA. Due to the condition of the remains, determining the exact cause of death was difficult. However, medical examiners believed the likely cause was mechanical asphyxiation. Mia had likely been strangled, not with bare hands but with a rope or a thin strap. Blood stains were found in Thomas Thompson's car, even though they had been partially cleaned. DNA analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Mia. Additional blood traces were discovered in his home, particularly in the bathroom, where it appeared her remains had been dismembered. When confronted with the evidence, Thompson initially tried to explain his actions, claiming he had no harmful intentions and did not plan to harm anyone. He said he attempted to disable his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a corrupt police officer who was blackmailing him, although he could not provide a name or any proof of this claim. Thompson also described seeing a lightly dressed woman at the bus stop early that morning. He said he had stopped out of kindness to offer her a ride, but she refused. He claimed he then drove off to attend to other errands. About 90 minutes later, on his way back, he saw the same woman still at the stop, now visibly freezing. According to him, this time she accepted his offer for a ride. According to Thompson's account, the young woman was intoxicated, behaved flirtatiously, and allegedly offered intimacy as a form of gratitude for his help. He claimed they drove out of the city to a secluded area, where they engaged in consensual activity in his car. Thompson then alleged that during this encounter, Mia accidentally pulled on the car door handle, causing the door to swing open. He said she fell out, broke her neck, and died instantly. Panicked, he decided not to contact law enforcement and instead attempted to dispose of her body to protect himself. The story raised immediate doubts. Detectives pointed out several inconsistencies, particularly the scattered personal items and strands of Mia's hair found in the forest. When pressed further, Thompson altered his story, claiming that after their encounter, Mia began to sober up, accused him of aggressive behavior, and threatened to press charges. He said he tried to calm her down, but she became hysterical, fled the car, and ran into the woods. Thompson claimed he followed her, intending to bring her back to the car to drive her home, fearing she might freeze to death. He said that during the chase, she tripped, hit her head, and died on the spot. Thompson admitted to taking her body home, where he dismembered it in his bathroom and soaked the remains in chemicals, hoping they would dissolve entirely. However, after several hours, the process had no effect. The remains were still intact and now emitted a foul odor. Desperate, he packed the remains into bags, drove them to the forest, and buried them. He insisted the death was an accident, and that his only wrongdoing was attempting to conceal the evidence out of fear that no one would believe him. He maintained that he acted out of panic, not malice. Despite Thompson's shifting narratives, further searches at his property uncovered damning evidence. Behind his home, investigators found a makeshift burn pit partially covered with soil and debris. There, he had attempted to destroy blood-stained clothing, car floor mats, Mia's personal belongings, and her purse. While most items were heavily damaged, her purse remained mostly intact, including its thin strap, which bore Mia's blood and traces of her skin cells. Forensic experts confirmed this strap was the weapon used to strangle her. The prosecution successfully argued that Thompson had acted with premeditation and malicious intent. The evidence showed he had deliberately attempted to disable his car's GPS system, indicating he planned his actions in advance. Prosecutors portrayed him as a predator who went hunting that night, ultimately targeting an isolated and vulnerable young woman. Mia, cold and alone, became his ideal victim. While she initially refused his offer for a ride, her desperation led her to accept the second time he approached her. Thompson's attempt to destroy evidence and his inconsistent statements further undermined his claims of innocence. The jury concluded that he had deliberately lured Mia into his car with harmful intentions, and later took steps to conceal his actions. Despite the evidence, however, the court's sentence was unexpectedly lenient, sparking widespread outrage. Many questioned how someone who had committed such heinous acts could receive anything less than the maximum punishment allowed by law. It's likely that once Mia was in the car, Thompson threatened her with a weapon and drove her to the secluded forest. There, she attempted to escape, but he caught up with her. Evidence suggests he assaulted her, and then used the strap of her purse to strangle her. Afterward, he took her body to his home, where he dismembered it, and attempted to dissolve the remains in chemicals. Thompson's actions indicated that his crime was premeditated and carried out without remorse. For instance, on the same day he committed these horrific acts, he ordered pizza delivery to his house twice, and even went to a nearby store to buy candy. Witnesses from the neighborhood reported that he appeared completely calm, smiling and chatting with others, while at the same time, the remains of the young woman floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, the court could not confirm evidence of an assault with intent due to the destruction of DNA by the chemical solution. Thompson himself claimed during interrogations that their encounter had been consensual. The investigation also uncovered Thompson's troubling history of voyeurism. He had been caught peeping into windows of various women's homes, watching them undress and even taking photographs. However, no charges were ever filed against him, and the victims' complaints were not acted upon. In June 2023, Thompson was found guilty of premeditated homicide and desecration of a body through dismemberment. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, under the law, he will be eligible for parole after just 10 years, and as history has shown, there's a strong chance he may be released. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. Why do some young women choose much older men as their husbands? The story of Rossana Galliano was not unique. A young college student fell in love with a man who was the same age as her father and married him. However, the tragic end of this union shocked all of Argentina and became one of the most discussed topics in the media. Who was Rossana Galliano? Rossana Edith Rodriguez Galliano was born on November 24, 1978, in a suburb of Buenos Aires. She was the youngest of 4 children in the family of Ronaldo Galliano and Graciela Rodriguez. Rossana grew up alongside her older brothers, Oscar and Gustavo, as well as her sister Monica. The siblings were very close from childhood. Her father owned a small car repair shop and mechanic. Her mother had once worked as a teacher at a local high school, but after having children, she decided to leave her teaching career and dedicate herself to raising her kids and managing the household. Everyone who knew Rossana personally described her as a cheerful, lively, and very sociable young woman. She had many friends at school, was actively involved in dance, and had a talent for drawing. She dreamed of becoming an artist or an interior designer one day. She was determined to pursue her goals and, after graduation, enrolled at the National University of the Arts in Argentina. It's likely that she would have achieved everything she set her mind to, if not for the arrival of Jose Ares in her life. In 2001, a man named Jose Jacinto Ares came to Ronaldo Galliano's workshop with his vintage car, which had a rather complicated issue. The experienced mechanic agreed to take on the job. While discussing the details and cost of the repair, Rossana stopped by her father's workshop to drop off lunch that her mother had prepared. Rossana, with her youthful beauty, large eyes, and radiant smile, immediately caught Ares' attention. The man began visiting the workshop daily, supposedly to check on the progress of the repair and monitor the work. He always came during lunchtime, hoping to see Rossana again. Now, it's important to provide a little background on Jose Ares and his dark past. He was born on November 28, 1948, in the Famaglia department in the northwestern part of the Argentine province of Tucumán, to Jacinto Pedro Ares and Elsa Dorothea Aguilar. He had Italian roots on his side and Greek roots on his mother's. Much of his childhood and youth was spent in Naples and on the Greek island of Crete. Some sources suggest that Jose Ares' father had close ties to organized crime and amassed a considerable fortune through illegal activities. In the mid-1980s, Jacinto mysteriously died under circumstances that pointed to a targeted attack, possibly orchestrated by someone with an agenda. At the time of his father's death, Jose was serving a prison sentence for smuggling illegal substances. Until 1996, Jose and his mother lived in the United States, but he violated immigration laws and was facing deportation. His mother, Elsa, however, gained U.S. citizenship, bought a home in Boston, and remained there with her sister. Jose had been married twice before, but kept no contact with his former wives or the children from those marriages. He didn't like talking about his past, keeping his marriages, criminal record, questionable family history, and the mystery surrounding his father's death hidden from others. By the time of the events described here, Jose, who was over 50 years old, owned several properties in Buenos Aires and its suburbs, 3 expensive cars, and dressed in a stylish, luxurious manner. He knew how to present himself in a way that impressed others, exuding an air of sophistication and charm. His charisma quickly won over young Rossana. They exchanged phone numbers, and within a week, Jose invited her on a date. Their relationship developed so rapidly that Rosanna didn't fully realize how deeply she had fallen for a man who could easily have been her father. The couple began seeing each other secretly, and at first, Rosanna's parents had no idea. She confided in her older sister Monica, who immediately expressed concern, but promised to keep it from their parents for the time being. 6 months later, Jose appeared at the Galliano household to formally ask for Rosanna's hand in marriage. By this time, he was 52 years old, and Rosanna was just 22. Her parents were taken aback by the proposal and didn't know what to say. Rosanna's mother, Graciela, pulled her aside and asked her directly if she was truly planning to marry this much older man. Rosanna hesitated for a moment, but then told her mother that she loved Jose and was ready to marry him. However, Graciela sensed that something wasn't quite right. Her daughter appeared tense, upset, and even scared. It seemed likely that Jose was pressuring Rosanna, pushing her to accept his proposal. Jose, on the other hand, claimed that the 30-year age gap was no obstacle to their love and should not stand in the way of starting a family together. At the end of 2001, just 7 months after meeting, the couple tied the knot and Rosanna moved into Jose's home. First, everything seemed perfect. Jose appeared to genuinely care for and love his young bride. He threw an extravagant wedding celebration, gave Rosanna expensive gifts, and arranged a romantic seaside getaway for their honeymoon. In 2002, Rosanna and Jose welcomed their first child together, a son named Geronimo. However, after the birth of their child, serious problems began to arise within the family. Jose essentially trapped Rosanna in their home, controlling her every move. He monitored all her phone calls, and she was forbidden from interacting not only with friends, but also with her own relatives. At first, Rosanna tried to keep her troubles a secret from her family. She believed she could handle the situation on her own, and hoped the issues in her marriage would resolve. But as time passed, the situation only worsened. Jose revealed himself to be a jealous, manipulative man, a controlling tyrant prone to aggressive behavior. He verbally abused Rosanna, belittled her family, and even claimed that he had picked her out of the trash, implying that she should be grateful for everything he did for her. Rosanna grew increasingly fearful of her husband and tried her best not to upset him. She was willing to sacrifice contact with her parents, brothers, and sister just to avoid provoking Jose, but he didn't need any real excuse to become angry or violent. Over time, the emotional abuse turned physical. Jose began to lash out with his fists almost every day, and it became clear that he enjoyed the power it gave him. Rosanna lived in constant fear, but she didn't know what to do. She naively believed that the problem would eventually fix itself, and her husband would stop tormenting her. But it only got worse. Jose owned several firearms, including 2 handguns that he kept loaded at all times and liked to show off to guests. He frequently threatened Rosanna with these guns, telling her that he would use them if she ever dared to argue with him or try to leave him. One day, her brother Oscar became an unintended witness to such a scene. Oscar had stopped by unexpectedly because he had been unable to reach Rosanna, and he was worried. The front door was unlocked, so he entered, only to find himself in the middle of an intense argument between the couple. Jose was insulting Rosanna and her family, slapped her a few times, and then pulled out a gun. He grabbed her by the hair, held the barrel to her face, and casually talked about how much he would enjoy pulling the trigger. Oscar immediately intervened and stood between his sister and Jose, protecting her. He threatened to call the police and demanded that Rosanna pack her things, take the child, and come with him to their parents' house. Surprisingly, Rosanna refused. She told Oscar that she would stay with her husband and asked him to leave, insisting that he shouldn't interfere in their marital problems. Oscar was stunned but didn't argue further. He quietly left the house, though he wasn't ready to leave just yet. He wanted to make sure that Rosanna was safe and that Jose wouldn't follow through on his violent threats. Oscar waited outside, hidden from view, and took several photos with his phone. While the camera quality of early 2000s phones was far from perfect, the pictures clearly showed Jose holding a gun and pointing it toward his terrified wife sitting on the floor. Oscar left only after Jose had put the weapon away and locked himself in his study. In 2006, Despite the ongoing nightmares at home, Rosanna and Jose welcomed their second child, a son named Nguyen. Rosanna did everything in her power to try and mend her relationship with her husband, hoping to keep their marriage intact so that her sons could grow up in a two-parent household, free from wants. Yet the situation remained unchanged. Jose continued to be as cruel and abusive as ever. Jose had an unusually close relationship with his mother, Elsa, who supported him in every way. Even though Elsa lived in the US, she frequently traveled to Argentina, where she would stay at her son's house for extended visits, sometimes as long as a month or two. For Rosanna, these visits felt like a constant trial, a humiliating ordeal. She was forced to serve her husband's elderly mother, all while enduring daily insults and criticisms. Elsa believed that Rosanna was a terrible mother, an inadequate wife, and a poor housekeeper. She would often say that Rosanna didn't deserve her son, that she was living in his house, relying on him for everything and amounted to nothing. Elsa had witnessed Jose's violent outbursts against Rosanna on multiple occasions, yet never once intervened. Instead, she blamed Rosanna for provoking him and threatened that if Rosanna ever sought a divorce, she and Jose would take away her sons and make sure she'd never see them again. Even when Elsa wasn't physically present, she made her presence known. She kept constant contact with Jose, asking about everything that happened in the household, offering advice on what to do, and encouraging him to not let Rosanna get away with anything. In mid-2006, when Nguyen was just 7 months old, Jose brutally attacked Rosanna again, breaking her nose and several ribs. This violent assault was the breaking point for Rosanna, and she finally decided to report the abuse to the authorities. She filed a formal complaint of domestic violence and requested a forensic examination, which documented multiple bruises and injuries at various stages of healing, indicating a history of systematic physical abuse. Surprisingly, the case was eventually swept under the rug, and Jose managed to convince Rosanna to give him another chance. She continued to live under the same roof with him, but this time, she started confiding in her sister Monica. Whenever something happened, Rosanna would call Monica to tell her what had occurred, and she even started sending her messages containing the threats she received from both Jose and Elsa. Monica kept a journal of these conversations and documented them for over a year. Rosanna repeatedly fled from her husband's abuse, taking her 2 sons and hiding out at her sister's house for days at a time. According to close family members, Jose would threaten to kill her or take her sons away, forcing her to return to him at least 5 times during these escape attempts. By the end of 2007, Rosanna had filed for divorce and successfully obtained a court order preventing Jose from coming near her and their sons. However, Jose countersued, claiming his right to visit with his sons. The court established a schedule for such visits, which was to be strictly followed. They decided that the meetings would take place at a country house owned by Jose, which was vacant. Rosanna would often attend these meetings with her brother Oscar, as she feared Jose and felt safer with someone who could intervene if things went wrong. Rosanna struck up a friendship with the local gardener, Daniel Gonzalez, and confided in him about her harrowing experiences. Daniel was empathetic and became a witness to several incidents where Jose publicly humiliated Rosanna, using cruel language. He would later testify about these events in court. In August 2007, Rosanna met a young man named Oscar Lugo. Soon, their romantic relationship blossomed. Oscar was just 3 years older than Rosanna, but he was kind, caring, and attentive. He quickly bonded with her sons. It seemed as though she had finally found the perfect partner, and the couple even started planning their wedding to take place once her divorce from Jose was finalized. However, Jose continued to obsessively monitor the life of his still legal wife. He tried to control her, and when threats and physical abuse didn't work, he resorted to bribery. He offered Rosanna a car if she would return to him, but she firmly rejected his offer. Desperate, Jose, who was still in close contact with his mother, confided in her about his plan to kill Rosanna by hiring someone else to do it. Elsa not only supported the idea but also provided financial backing, sending her son a large sum of money to carry out the crime. It took Jose nearly 2 months to find a hitman and devise a detailed plan. On January 16, 2008, Rosanna, her sons, and her sister Monica went to the country house for another scheduled visit with Jose. Jose took the boys out for a walk, leaving the women in the house to wait for their return. Around 9 p.m., Jose sent a message saying that Geronimo, one of the boys, was feeling unwell and had a fever, so he was taking him to the hospital. Rosanna became concerned and sent several text messages to Jose, trying to understand what was going on, but he didn't answer his phone. Around 10 p.m., Jose called Rosanna. The call would turn out to be a deadly trap. He knew that the house had poor cell reception, and he was aware that Rosanna would step outside to catch a signal. As soon as she left the house, Monica heard 6 gunshots and rushed to see what was happening. She saw a dark figure slipping behind a fence on an empty lot next door. Moments later, she found Rosanna lying on the ground, bleeding heavily. Monica ran back into the house to grab her phone, but she was unable to get through to emergency services right away. In a panic, she called her brother, explained the situation, and asked him to immediately contact the police and medical help. Out of the 6 shots fired, 4 hit their target, striking Rosanna in the chest and neck, leaving her with no chance of survival. By the time emergency services arrived, she had already stopped showing signs of life. Rosanna bled out within minutes, and doctors could only confirm her death. None of Rosanna's close family members had any doubt about who was behind this tragic event. Jose was interrogated that same evening, but he feigned genuine surprise and insisted he had no involvement in his wife's death. Since he had an alibi, he was released pending further investigation. Rosanna's relatives decided to bring the case to the media because they feared that without publicity, Jose would simply pay someone off and escape punishment. However, the media attention might have backfired. Jose hired top-tier lawyers and actively gave interviews, tarnishing Rosanna's name and that of her family. He claimed that Rosanna had been unfaithful to him, having numerous lovers, any of whom could have wanted her dead. He even accused Monica of being involved in the murder, arguing that she hadn't helped her dying sister but instead called their brother. Monica, however, was thoroughly investigated for any possible involvement in the shooting. No traces of gunpowder residue were found on her clothes or hands, and ballistic tests revealed that the shots had been fired from a .45 caliber pistol, something a slender woman like Monica would have struggled to handle. Meanwhile, Jose continued to list Rosanna's supposed lovers, including the gardener and several other men from their household staff. The investigation moved slowly at first, but thanks to the testimonies of numerous witnesses, Monica's detailed diary, and pictures on Oscar's phone, authorities were able to establish that Jose had been abusing his wife for years and had threatened her with physical harm. Further investigations revealed several instances where Rosanna had called the police, reporting domestic abuse, with medical evidence supporting her claims. Despite Jose being the primary suspect in his wife's death, the couple's sons remained in his custody, where they were cared for by his mother, Elsa. For nearly 6 months, the Galliano family was prevented from seeing the boys. It wasn't until the fall of 2008 that Graciela and Monica were granted visitation rights, though they were denied custody. Oscar, who had photos on his phone showing Jose aiming a gun at his sister, began receiving anonymous threats, and he was placed under a witness protection program. Authorities attached a tracking device to him to monitor his whereabouts. A few months later, this device saved his life when he was kidnapped by 2 unknown assailants, severely beaten, and left to die in a remote area outside the city. Thanks to the tracking signal, he was located just in time and rushed to the hospital. Jose was arrested a year after Rosanna's death and charged with abuse, assault, and orchestrating a planned crime. Despite extensive efforts, the identity of the hired perpetrator was never established. However, Jose's cousins, Paolo and Gabriel, were arrested as potential accomplices. In April 2009, due to lack of evidence, the charges against them were dropped and they were released. The trial for the main suspect was delayed repeatedly, giving rise to suspicions that the case was being intentionally stalled. During this time, it came to light that Elsa, Jose's mother, had transferred a significant sum of money to her son shortly before the tragedy. Allegedly, the funds were meant to purchase a home for Rosanna and her sons to live in after the divorce. However, the property was never purchased, and the money disappeared from the account just weeks before the crime. Elsa was also arrested as an accomplice, but both she and her son were released on bail soon after. The trial finally began in the spring of 2013, more than 5 years after Rosanna's death. Jose and Elsa were the only defendants, as the identity of the perpetrator remained unknown. Just a week into the trial, Jose suffered a stroke and was hospitalized, while Elsa was placed under house arrest. During this time, Geronimo and Nguyen continued living with the Aris family. 6 months later, the trial resumed, and despite the defense team's best efforts, both Jose and Elsa were found guilty. The primary motive was identified as Jose's unwillingness to divide property and custody of his sons during the divorce. Elsa was at least aware of her son's plans and actively supported him. Throughout the trial, the defendants attempted to tarnish Rosanna's reputation, accusing her of numerous affairs, allegations that were ultimately proven false. In November 2013, Jose and Elsa were convicted on all charges and sentenced to life imprisonment. However, by 2015, both had their sentences commuted to house arrest. Elsa due to her advanced age, and Jose following another severe stroke. During this period, Geronimo and Nguyen were placed under the care of Elsa's younger sister. It wasn't until early 2017 that Rosanna's family, the Galeanos, secured legal visitation rights with the boys. By then, however, both sons were teenagers who had been estranged from their maternal relatives for years. Their reunions with Rosanna's parents, siblings, and extended family were cold and distant, as the boys no longer felt a connection to them. On October 24, 2018, Jose passed away following another stroke, just 1 month shy of his 70th birthday. The following year, Elsa died at the age of 91, reigniting the question of custody. Since Geronimo was just months away from turning 18, he chose to stay with Elsa's sister as he didn't want to change schools or move. Nguyen, however, was placed in the care of his Aunt Monica by court order. Both Geronimo and Nguyen, having endured years of trauma and loss, struggled with chronic depression, anxiety, and other psychological challenges. As Geronimo grew older, he chose to move to another city, severing ties with his maternal relatives, whom he viewed as strangers. Nguyen lived with his Aunt Monica until adulthood, but their relationship remained formal and distant. After finishing high school, he moved into a college dormitory and distanced himself from Monica and other relatives on his mother's side. Teenage years are perhaps the most vulnerable period in a person's life. It's a time when individuals are no longer children, but not yet fully formed adults. They are still naive and carefree, but often keep secrets, sometimes out of fear or embarrassment. Sadly, an inability to share those struggles with a trusted parent or loved one can sometimes lead to tragedy. The case of Justice Garrett, who is just 16 and whose life was tragically cut short in 2018, has rocked the state of Florida. For her mother, it was a devastating revelation. She hadn't noticed or understood the nightmare her daughter had been enduring. Justice's story is one of a terrible secret she kept, fearing judgment, a silence that ultimately led to an unimaginable tragedy that ended her life. Justice Mary Garrett was born on March 19, 2002, and was the eldest of 2 daughters in the family of Danielle and Sebastian Garrett. She grew up alongside her younger sister, Jeanette, who was 10 years younger. Most of Justice's childhood and teenage years were spent in the small town of New Smyrna Beach, located in Volusia County, Florida. In 2016, Justices divorced and the sisters stayed with their mother. About a year later, Danielle met a man named Robert Kern, with whom she soon began a romantic relationship. By the fall of 2017, Danielle, along with her 2 daughters, moved to the tiny rural town of Sorrento, Florida, with a population of just over 1,000, and moved into Robert's home. Justice struggled the most with the move and found it difficult to adapt to the new environment. First, she deeply missed her close friends who remained in New Smyrna Beach. Second, as a high school student, she had to transfer schools in the middle of the academic year. Third, she didn't like her new home or her mother's partner. Despite her frustrations, Justice tried not to create problems and behaved respectfully. Known for her social, friendly, and humorous nature, Justice quickly made friends at her new school. She became especially close to a classmate named Rochelle, and the two were practically inseparable. Justice frequently stayed over at Rochelle's house, and the girls even listed each other as sisters on social media. On Friday, April 13th, 2018, Justice overslept and missed the school bus. She hurriedly prepared for class and didn't have time for breakfast. That day, her younger sister was feeling unwell and stayed home, while her mother planned to take Jeanette to the hospital. Justice decided to take a public bus to school, which was only a couple of stops away. She packed her backpack, said goodbye to her mother, and left the house. That was the last time anyone saw Justice alive. When Justice didn't come home from school on time, Danielle wasn't alarmed. She assumed her daughter had gone to Rochelle's house after class, as she often did. By evening, Danielle believed that Justice had decided to stay overnight at her friend's house, something she had been doing frequently. Even the fact that Justice's phone was turned off didn't immediately concern her. However, on Saturday morning, Danielle received a call from Rochelle, who nervously asked if everything was okay with Justice. Danielle, feeling a sudden chill run down her spine, asked in a trembling voice if Justice hadn't stayed over at Rochelle's house. The response left her shocked. Rochelle revealed that she hadn't seen Justice since Thursday. Justice hadn't shown up for school on Friday, and her phone had been off for nearly 2 days. Danielle panicked. After several failed attempts to contact her daughter, she rushed to the local police station and filed a missing person report. The search for Justice began immediately. When officers learned that Justice had moved to the area only 6 months earlier, they initially assumed she might have traveled back to her old town to visit friends for the weekend. Teenagers at that age often leave home impulsively, whether in protest or for other reasons, so authorities considered it likely that she would resurface soon. However, Danielle insisted that her daughter would never do such a thing without letting her know. The first step was to determine Justice's circle of acquaintances and see if she had a boyfriend, any recent arguments, or other details that might help piece together the events of the day she was last seen. Justice hadn't taken any money with her, and all her belongings remained at home. Her phone became unreachable shortly after she left for school. Her social media accounts showed no activity since late Thursday night, and she hadn't responded to any calls or messages. None of her friends had any idea where she could be, as she hadn't contacted or reached out to anyone. According to her family and close friends, Justice didn't drink alcohol or experiment with prohibited substances. She wasn't in a relationship and had never been involved in serious romantic commitments. Justice didn't associate with negative influences, had no conflicts with others, and had never broken the law. Teachers at her school described her positively, and her peers generally saw her as kind, compassionate, and sweet. Police quickly checked all local crime reports, incidents, and traffic accidents throughout the area. They considered the possibility that she might have been involved in an accident and was unable to communicate. However, there were no records of her being involved in any such events. Using data from her phone, investigators were able to track her movements on the morning she disappeared. Around 7:30 a.m., Justice left her home and began walking toward the school. Approximately 15 minutes later, her movements became unusual. She stopped for a moment, then abruptly changed direction. Shortly afterward, her phone was turned off. Justice's disappearance sparked rumors and speculation throughout the town. In a community where little ever happened, any incident became the center of attention, quickly spreading through gossip, and often embellished with falsehoods. For some locals, rumors were a form of entertainment, and they saw no harm in passing them along. While Justice's friends and many classmates genuinely wanted to help the investigation, others saw the situation as an opportunity to gain attention, boost their own importance, or even achieve a fleeting sense of notoriety. Several people claimed to have seen Justice Garrett in different parts of town. Some said she got into a mysterious black car with tinted windows. Others suggested she was walking with a group of nonconformist teens, and a few even speculated she had been recruited into a religious sect. These rumors seemed to come out of nowhere, and it was difficult for investigators to separate fact from fiction. As a result, Every piece of information, no matter how implausible, had to be checked thoroughly. One student, a girl a grade above Justice, stood out with her behavior. She started an entire blog dedicated to Justice's disappearance, claiming the teen had run away with a secret boyfriend and was expecting his child. The girl was simply seeking attention and popularity at school, spreading sensationalized and entirely fabricated stories. Her actions led to disciplinary measures, and she was temporarily suspended from school during the investigation. Additionally, her social media accounts were deactivated for spreading false information. On April 17th, 4 days after Justice's disappearance, a man made a chilling call to the police. He reported finding something disturbing in a wooded area on the outskirts of DeLand. The man, an avid runner, often jogged along a secluded trail that wound through a park and into the forest. That morning, as he ventured deeper into the woods, he noticed a strong, unpleasant smell of decay. Initially, he assumed it was the carcass of a dead animal and thought about reporting it to the appropriate services to have it removed. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to investigate the source of the odor himself. The runner stepped off the trail and walked about 15 feet into the brush. There, he came across a gruesome sight: a heavily decomposed human body, disfigured beyond recognition. Judging by the long hair and remnants of clothing, it appeared to be a young woman. The man immediately called law enforcement and waited on the trail to ensure he didn't accidentally disturb potential evidence. When officers arrived, they conducted a thorough examination of the area and the remains. It became clear that this was the scene of a violent crime, and the victim was indeed a very young woman. Her clothing was torn and her undergarments were missing, indicating that the nature of the crime was likely of an intimate and aggressive nature. There were noticeable bite marks on the legs, likely from wild animals, but the most severe damage had been caused by a corrosive chemical. This substance had eroded the girl's face down to the bone and had also been poured over her chest, lower abdomen, and intimate areas. It was clear that the perpetrator had attempted not only to disfigure the victim, but also to eliminate any traces of DNA, a tactic that, as it turned out, was successful. From the start, investigators suspected that the body found in the woods belonged to the girl who had gone missing days earlier. However, due to the extensive chemical damage and decomposition, DNA testing was required for confirmation. Tragically, the Garrett family's worst fears were realized. Justice had been found dead. Her remains were discovered about a 30-minute drive from the town where she lived. Evidence suggested that she had been severely beaten before the crime, as her nose, cheekbone, and several ribs were broken. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the exact cause of death could not be definitively determined, but it was presumed to be mechanical asphyxiation. A suspicious stranger, the man who discovered the remains, provided valuable information during his interview with police. He explained that he frequently ran along the same trail every other day. 2 days before finding the body, he had noticed a suspicious man emerging from the woods near the area where Justice's remains were later found. The witness couldn't provide a detailed description of the man, as he had only seen him briefly from behind and at a considerable distance. He described the individual as a white male, short in height, with a stocky build, wearing jeans and a black hoodie. The man quickly left the area after noticing that he wasn't alone and disappeared behind the trees. At the time, the runner found the encounter odd but didn't think much of it. There was no noticeable odor of decomposition that day, so he dismissed the interaction from his mind. However, after discovering the remains 2 days later, he recalled the strange man on the trail and reported the incident to authorities. Detectives immediately suspected that the stranger in the woods might have been the perpetrator responsible for the crime. It was possible he had returned to the scene to cover his tracks and destroy evidence. Experts determined that the corrosive substance used on the body was chlorine bleach. The combination of the chemical and the area's humid climate accelerated decomposition, rendering the remains unrecognizable. The jogger, however, was ruled out as a suspect after successfully passing a polygraph test and providing a solid alibi for the day Justice disappeared. According to Justice's mother, her daughter had planned to take a public bus to school that morning. However, surveillance footage from street cameras revealed that Justice never approached the bus stop. Adding to the mystery, A neighbor mentioned seeing Justice get into a car belonging to her stepfather, Robert. This revelation completely changed the direction of the investigation, as detectives now had to re-interview the teenager's parents to determine why they hadn't been truthful. Danielle quickly confessed, explaining that her partner, Robert Kern, had recently been temporarily stripped of his driver's license. However, since her daughter was running late that morning, he agreed to give her a ride. Danielle had withheld this information to avoid causing trouble for Robert. At the time of the initial interview, she believed Justice was still alive and would return home soon. Detectives immediately requested footage from surveillance cameras near the school to verify the stepfather's story. However, the recordings revealed that Robert had not dropped Justice off at school or anywhere nearby. His car was not captured on any cameras along the route to the school. So where had they gone? With this new information, it became clear that Robert was likely the last person to see Justice alive. When questioned again, Robert admitted to driving Justice that morning, despite his suspended license. According to him, Justice had begged him to take her not to school, but to a neighboring town, DeLand, where she supposedly had a planned meeting with a secret boyfriend. Robert claimed he didn't know the name of the person she was meeting and had initially refused to take her there. However, he eventually gave in to her pleas, hoping to improve their strained relationship. Justice allegedly made him promise not to tell her mother about this outing. She assured him that she would return on her own later in the day and mentioned that being Friday, she planned to stay overnight at a friend's house. Robert agreed, as he didn't see anything unusual or concerning about the situation. This revelation introduced a new suspect into the case, a possible secret boyfriend. Investigators needed to identify and locate him as soon as possible. He could either be involved in Justice's disappearance or, at the very least, be the last person to have seen her alive. To begin the search, law enforcement decided to review Justice's contacts and activity on social media. Since her phone had not been recovered, detectives seized her laptop, and what they discovered raised more questions. Justice had multiple accounts across various social platforms, where she frequently interacted with both real-life and online friends. However, no romantic conversations or evidence of a boyfriend were found. One account, however, stood out as particularly unusual and suspicious. This profile quickly became the focus of investigators as they worked to uncover its owner and its potential connection to Justice's disappearance. A young man named Kevin had been showing an unusual amount of interest in Justice Garrett in recent months. He messaged her daily, liked her posts, and left compliments under her photos. However, Justice seemed uninterested. She rarely replied to him, often ignored his messages, and showed no desire to maintain contact. Friends of Justice later confirmed that she had mentioned a persistent admirer who constantly messaged her on social media, but she found him annoying rather than flattering. From Kevin's profile, he appeared to be 2 years older than Justice and lived in the same town. His page featured only a few photos showing an athletic and attractive young man. However, none of Justice's friends or family had ever seen him in person. Soon, it was discovered that the account was fake, and the photos had been taken from the internet. Specialists quickly accessed the account and traced its creation details. The investigation revealed that the account did not belong to a teenager at all, but was instead tied to an adult man, Robert Kern. Justice's stepfather was called back for questioning. Detectives asked why he had created a fake account to interact with his stepdaughter, and why he hadn't disclosed this earlier. Robert appeared surprised that investigators had uncovered his connection to the account, but quickly composed himself and offered an explanation. According to him, he had set up the account to boost Justice's self-esteem, claiming that as the new girl in town and at school, she might appreciate receiving compliments from a seemingly attractive young man. While it was true that Justice was new to the area, as mentioned earlier, she had quickly integrated into her school community and made many friends. However, those close to her had recently noticed changes in her behavior. The once cheerful and carefree teenager had become increasingly tense and nervous. She didn't share the reasons for this shift with anyone, but she frequently stayed over at her best friend Rochelle's house. In fact, Justice spent so much time there that it was as if she had moved in, though she never confided in Rochelle about what was troubling her. According to Rochelle, Justice's stepfather had come to her house several times to pick Justice up and bring her home. Each time, Justice seemed visibly nervous and would try to avoid leaving with him. She would call her mother, begging to stay a few more nights at Rochelle's, promising to complete all her chores and focus on schoolwork in exchange. Danielle often gave in to these requests. Robert and Justice had reportedly had a strained relationship from the start, something well known among her friends. However, Justice never accused him of aggression or inappropriate behavior. Likewise, those around her, including her mother, had never observed anything that seemed out of line in Robert's interactions with his stepdaughter. With mounting suspicion surrounding him, Robert Kern became the main and only suspect in the investigation into Justice's tragic death. Police detained him for further questioning while simultaneously delving into his past and lifestyle. Robert, 43 years old, had a long history of legal trouble, including convictions for burglary, possession of prohibited substances, and physical altercations. His criminal record had made it nearly impossible for him to secure stable employment. He occasionally worked illegally as a carpenter at a local sawmill, taking on odd jobs to make ends meet. Detectives were now focused on connecting the dots between Robert's questionable past, his behavior toward Justice, and the events that led to the horrific crime. Robert had carefully concealed his past from everyone around him, including Danielle, who had no idea she was living with a man with a criminal history. When investigators revealed the truth about him, she was stunned and finally spoke up. Danielle admitted that Robert had volunteered to drive Justice to school that day, even though Justice had protested against it. When Justice didn't return home, Danielle grew worried, but Robert reassured her that Justice was spending the night at her friend Rochelle's house. He even forbade her from calling the police or reaching out to Rochelle. Investigators examined Robert's devices and discovered that in the months leading up to Justice's disappearance, he had been frequently searching online for information about substances that could render a person unconscious or unable to move. He had also looked into purchasing such substances on the dark web, and it appeared he had successfully done so. But that wasn't all. Robert had also researched ways to eliminate DNA evidence from a body, focusing on household chemicals, including bleach and disinfectants. He had even reviewed satellite maps of nearby wooded areas, particularly the outskirts of DeLand, where Justice's body was later found. It became clear that Robert had been meticulously planning for months to carry out his crime, dispose of the body, and erase all traces of evidence. As for his motive, it seemed evident from the beginning. Robert had developed an inappropriate obsession with Justice, and realized that the only way to act on his twisted desires was through force. To avoid facing legal consequences for his actions, he had decided to eliminate her entirely. The final doubts about Robert's involvement were dispelled when investigators reviewed his phone's geolocation data from that day. He had driven with Justice away from their home in the direction of her school, but then abruptly turned toward a remote area and stopped. It was likely at this moment that Robert used a chemical, possibly chloroform, to incapacitate Justice and turned off her phone. However, he failed to deactivate his own device, which recorded his movements. Afterward, Robert's vehicle was tracked heading toward DeLand, where it stopped for approximately an hour. This time frame would have given him enough time to assault Justice, physically harm her, take her life by strangulation, and hide her body in the woods. On that day, he had with him a small bottle of a chlorine-based substance, which he poured over her face and other areas to destroy potential evidence. However, Robert grew anxious, fearing he might have left traces behind. 2 days later, he returned to the scene with a large container of bleach. He then poured the chemical extensively over Justice's head, chest, and lower body in a final attempt to destroy any remaining evidence linking him to the crime. That morning, when the assailant returned to the crime scene for a second time, he was spotted by the jogger who later discovered Justice's body and reported it to the police. As for Kern's alibi, it quickly fell apart. Working unofficially at a local sawmill, he had asked 2 colleagues to claim he arrived on time that day, even though he was nearly 2 hours late. Under further questioning, both witnesses admitted the truth after being warned they could face charges for perjury and concealing evidence related to a violent crime. Robert Kern denied all charges, but the evidence against him was overwhelming, leading the case to trial. Witness testimony painted a picture of Justice living in constant fear during the last few months of her life, avoiding home as much as possible. However, she never shared her concerns, not even with her mother. Danielle, blinded by her affection for her new partner, failed to notice the situation unfolding around her and never questioned Kern about his past. Prosecutors systematically dismantled Kern's claims, proving he had meticulously planned this heinous act, fully intending to ensure Justice wouldn't survive. Moss and soil samples from the site where Justice's body was found were matched to particles discovered on Kern's car mats, further linking him to the crime scene. However, the allegations of an intimate assault could not be conclusively proven, as all DNA evidence and tissue samples had been destroyed by the corrosive chemical Kern used, which had eaten away at the victim's remains down to the bone. In August 2022, nearly 2.5 years after the crime, Kern was convicted of premeditated violent murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring he will never be released. In March 2023, amidst the regular routines of family life, the seemingly stable world of the Craig family from Colorado took an unexpected and devastating turn. Their marriage and careers, once thought to exemplify stability, began unraveling as buried secrets and a loss of trust surfaced. While friends and relatives struggled to make sense of the situation, new revelations raised even more questions. What truly happened behind closed doors in this outwardly perfect family? Angela was rushed to the hospital on March 15, 2023, around 11 a.m., suffering from severe headaches, dizziness, and nausea. This marked her third hospitalization in just 10 days. But this time, the situation was far more alarming. Medical staff placed her on life support, fighting to stabilize her condition, which was deteriorating at an alarming rate. Her family, including her husband, James, was in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden and rapid decline in her health. Born on April 15, 1975 in Dodge City, Angela had been a central figure in her family and community from an early age. Raised in a large family with 10 siblings, she developed a love for animals despite her allergies. Her interests ranged from reading to woodworking, and her natural charisma and sociable nature endeared her to friends and acquaintances alike. Angela found success as an interior designer, known for creating warm and inviting spaces, and she had a passion for genealogy, helping people reconnect with long-lost relatives. On December 18, 1999, Angela married James Craig, who later became a dentist. In 2006, James graduated from the University of Missouri-Kansas City and became active in international dental programs. Together, they built a life in Colorado, where James established his dental practice in Aurora. The couple had 6 children, and despite her busy life, Angela maintained close relationships with her siblings, particularly her sister Toni, with whom she spoke daily. Angela's life seemed picture-perfect. She was deeply involved in church activities, directed a choir, and led youth programs. However, the sudden health issues she experienced in March 2023 shocked everyone. Just a week earlier, she had complained of a headache, but the symptoms quickly subsided, leaving no cause for concern. Neither her family nor the doctors could explain why her condition was now deteriorating so rapidly. Meanwhile, James remained by her side, attentive and caring as always. At 2 p.m. that same day, Angela suffered a severe episode that left her loved ones filled with helplessness and fear. The medical team worked tirelessly to save her, but the cause of her condition remained a mystery, adding to the already mounting tension and distress. When Angela became unresponsive, doctors worked tirelessly to stabilize her, but the situation spiraled out of control. The stroke she suffered on March 15, 2023, marked a critical turning point. Her brother, who had driven her to the hospital that day, later recounted that by the time they arrived, she was already in a severe condition. Her symptoms had worsened: intense dizziness, unbearable abdominal pain, and persistent nausea. This was her third visit to a medical facility in just 10 days, but this time the circumstances appeared dire. Angela's first hospitalization had occurred on March 6, just one day after she returned from a trip to visit her sister Tony in Utah. At the time, doctors deemed her symptoms minor, and she was discharged after an evaluation. However, on March 9th, she sought medical help again. Her husband, James, a seasoned dentist with years of experience, who had always been a supportive presence during difficult times, was deeply concerned. He sought advice from the wife of his friend and colleague Ryan Redfern, who held a doctorate in medicine. In the days that followed, Ryan and his wife remained actively involved, checking in on Angela's condition. They offered their support and shared insights about potential causes of her symptoms, suggesting additional tests and consultations. James maintained regular communication with them, sharing updates and results. Among the tests conducted were MRIs, ultrasounds, blood work, and CT scans of various areas of Angela's body. Despite these efforts, all results came back within normal ranges. The only consistent anomaly was Angela's abnormally low blood pressure, even with intravenous fluid therapy. By the time Angela suffered a stroke on March 15th, James fully grasped the gravity of the situation. He shared the devastating news with Ryan's wife, sending her photos from the hospital room. The images showed Angela surrounded by medical equipment, under constant observation by a team of specialists. Yet, even then, the doctors struggled to identify a definitive diagnosis, leaving everyone involved feeling helpless and overwhelmed. The morning of March 15th brought a frantic phone call that would heighten James's anxiety even further. Angela's brother informed him that he was driving her to the hospital because her condition had deteriorated dramatically. At the time, James was at his clinic attending to patients. Upon hearing the news, he immediately left to be by her side. Realizing the conventional diagnostic methods were failing, James decided to consult Ryan's wife once again, desperate for answers as Angela's health continued to decline at an alarming pace. The events leading up to March 15, 2023, were tense and unsettling. On March 9th, after being admitted to the hospital for a second time, Angela was kept overnight for observation. Despite their hopes that her condition would improve, doctors were unable to determine the cause of her symptoms. While the test results consistently came back normal, the growing concern among her family and the medical staff painted a troubling picture. Throughout these developments, Ryan and his wife continued to play a significant role. Ryan, a longtime friend and financial partner of James, had supported him during challenging times before, including helping save James' dental practice during a financial crisis in 2021. This time, their assistance was just as crucial as Angela's life now hung in the balance, and the reasons for her suffering remained an enigma. Meanwhile, Caitlin, the new office manager at James' dental clinic, couldn't shake the feeling that something unusual was happening with her boss. Her suspicions began to deepen following several events in the days leading up to March 15th, when Angela's condition became critical. Conversations with Ryan, James' trusted friend, eventually helped her observations fall into place, revealing a disturbing pattern. It all started on March 6th. That evening, Caitlin was working late when James unexpectedly appeared at the clinic. He didn't have any patients scheduled, and his behavior seemed out of the ordinary. Instead of working at his computer in his office, James went into one of the exam rooms and used the computer there. While Caitlin found this odd, she didn't think much of it at the time. A few days later, on March 13th, a package arrived at the clinic. James had specifically instructed Caitlin to personally receive it and emphasized that no one else should open it. However, when she went to collect the delivery, she discovered that another staff member had already opened the box. Inside was a cylindrical container labeled with a warning, hazardous materials, and marked with the words, potassium cyanide. While startled, Caitlin quickly resealed the package and handed it to James without asking questions, understanding his instructions about confidentiality. Later that day, she saw James leaving the office with the container wrapped in brown paper. This incident further fueled her suspicions. Her growing unease led her to research potassium cyanide, and what she found was chilling. The symptoms of exposure, nausea, low blood pressure, and dizziness, closely matched those that Angela had been experiencing for days. By the time Ryan and his wife arrived at the hospital to support James, Angela's condition had become critical. Ryan, already aware of some of the family's difficulties, was taken aback when Caitlin confided in him about the strange events at the clinic. Her account shocked him so deeply that on his way to the hospital, he contacted law enforcement and relayed the details she had shared. However, this wasn't the only unusual behavior that Caitlin noticed from James. She recalled another incident. On the evening of March 6th, as she was leaving the office, James sent her a message asking her to personally ensure that a package set to arrive was delivered directly to her. At the time, this request seemed like a simple formality, but in light of subsequent events, it took on a more troubling significance. When Ryan arrived at the hospital, he decided to confront James. James claimed that the chemical in question, potassium cyanide, had been ordered at Angela's request. However, his explanations sounded hesitant, raising even more doubts in Ryan's mind. Concerned, Ryan relayed this information to investigators, who began to suspect that this case was far more complex than it initially appeared. On March 15th, Angela was rushed to the hospital once again. Her symptoms, severe dizziness, nausea, and sharp abdominal pain, had worsened to a critical level. Angela's brother, who had driven her to the emergency room, later told police that she could barely stand by the time they arrived. At this point, James seemed to realize that the situation was quickly slipping out of his control. Later that day, police began questioning James. Even before the formal interview started, investigators zeroed in on a key issue. How would James explain the connection between his purchase of potassium cyanide and Angela's sudden and severe decline in health? The investigation began with interviews with the medical staff at the hospital, where Angela was being treated. A nurse, who had been alerted by Ryan's concerns, confirmed that Angela's test results showed unusual markers. Her attending physician added that her symptoms, including seizures and rapid deterioration, could be consistent with exposure to a toxic substance. These statements became critical pieces of evidence, leading investigators to focus on the events leading up to Angela's hospitalization. The following day, detectives visited James's dental clinic. Caitlin, the office manager, shared several observations that further deepened the mystery. She recalled that on March 6th, James had mentioned taking care of Angela and preparing a protein shake for her. Not long after, Angela's health began to decline, a coincidence that caught the attention of investigators and raised even more questions. Caitlin also mentioned that in the days that followed, James often appeared anxious, avoided conversations, and spent a significant amount of time on the phone. What particularly caught her attention was his request for her to sign paperwork related to clinic equipment purchases. Upon reviewing these documents, investigators discovered that the amounts listed were far higher than the actual cost of the equipment, raising suspicions of potential financial misconduct. One of the clinic employees confirmed that James frequently used the office computer for personal purposes. In February, the employee recalled seeing James visit a website related to chemical reagents, which included references to substances that could be extremely dangerous. These observations aligned with the discovery of James's purchase of potassium cyanide. The investigation soon extended to James's financial activities. Detectives uncovered that on March 4th, James had transferred a significant sum of money to an unknown supplier associated with the sale of chemical substances. The order had been shipped to the clinic's address, allowing James to keep it hidden from his family. When investigators traced the delivery, they connected it to the package Caitlin had seen. She described the container with the warning label and noted that James had taken it home after retrieving it. Attention quickly turned to James's office at the clinic. Another employee reported that James had recently started locking his office door during lunch breaks, an unusual behavior for him. During a search of the office, investigators found remnants of packaging materials that appeared to match the delivery containing the potassium cyanide. Meanwhile, hospital staff continued their efforts to save Angela's life. The levels of toxic substances in her system were so high that doctors ruled out the possibility of accidental poisoning. This critical detail laid the groundwork for new allegations against James. Detectives obtained warrants to search James's home and vehicle, suspecting that additional evidence could be found to link him to Angela's deteriorating condition. Caitlin provided further testimony, pointing out that the symptoms of potassium cyanide poisoning, nausea, vomiting, and low blood pressure, aligned with what Angela had been experiencing. She also noted that the chemical could be lethal, even in small doses. Each new piece of evidence deepened investigators' suspicions and brought them closer to the conclusion that Angela's health crisis was the result of deliberate actions. The investigation included an examination of James's computer. On it, detectives found notes detailing the dates and times of Angela's worsening symptoms. While the entries appeared to document her health issues, the nature of the records raised suspicions that James might have been using them to monitor and manipulate her condition. An examination of the couple's messages revealed additional details. On March 6, 2023, Angela texted James, thanking him for the coffee he had made for her. Shortly after, she mentioned feeling dizzy and weak. James responded by suggesting she check her blood pressure. Later that day, in the same conversation, James brought up powerful medications and attributed her symptoms to potential triggers, a comment that investigators later viewed as an attempt to deflect suspicion. Ryan, a longtime friend and business partner of James, shared that, in 2021, James had confided in him about serious financial troubles and marital issues. At the time, James was even considering divorce. Later, James claimed that Angela had been struggling with severe depression and mentioned an incident where he allegedly stopped her from harming herself. However, the accounts provided by their 6 children contradicted these claims. They described Angela as a vibrant, cheerful person who showed no signs of depression or unusual behavior. Investigators also looked into events from December 2022 when James demanded it. Despite this, he took no steps to seek professional help for Angela, whose mental health he had cited in conversations. This inconsistency, coupled with his pattern of withholding critical information, deepened suspicions that James's behavior could have been part of a calculated plan. The search of James's home and vehicle uncovered further evidence. In his home office, investigators found remnants of packaging believed to be linked to the cyanide delivery. In his car, traces of a powdery substance were discovered and sent for analysis. The accumulating evidence allowed investigators to focus on James's potential double life. Despite his outward image as a devoted family man, hidden troubles and secretive actions were beginning to surface. Financial struggles, marital discord, and detailed notes about Angela's symptoms were forming a clearer picture of what might have been happening behind the scenes. The history of James and Angela's marriage became a pivotal aspect of the investigation. Angela's sister recounted that Angela had frequently confided in her about feeling manipulated and pressured by James. She described him as someone who could spend hours discussing his problems without acknowledging fault or showing any willingness to change. Angela reportedly felt trapped in the situation but lacked the strength to break free. These accounts aligned with statements from James's colleagues who noted his frequent complaints about family difficulties. One colleague even recalled James once saying that life would be easier without all these obligations. Angela's medical records played a crucial role in the investigation. Over the past 2 years, she had visited doctors more frequently than usual, reporting unexplained symptoms such as stomach pain, dizziness, and weakness. These visits coincided with periods of heightened tension in her relationship with James, leading investigators to suspect a possible connection between her health issues and his actions. An analysis of James's search history revealed careful planning. He had researched toxic substances, including arsenic and cyanide, studied their applications, and learned methods to mask their taste in food and drinks. He also showed interest in articles about avoiding suspicion in poisoning cases. This digital trail pointed to a high level of preparation and intentionality. Financial records further illuminated the situation. Investigators found that James had been paying for a rented mailbox in a remote area which he used to receive certain deliveries. Employees at the delivery service confirmed that James frequently picked up packages, often in the evening. One of these deliveries matched the timeline of his cyanide purchase, which was already under scrutiny. Interviews with Angela's friends provided additional leads. One friend recalled that weeks before her hospitalization, Angela had complained of strange symptoms and mentioned suspecting they might be related to something she ate or drank. However, she dismissed any possibility that James could be involved, attributing her condition to exhaustion or other health issues. To clarify the situation, investigators consulted toxicologists, who conducted tests on Angela's hair. The analysis revealed traces of arsenic and other toxic substances, indicating prolonged exposure to poisons. These findings strongly suggested that Angela's deteriorating health was not accidental. The accumulated evidence, including financial transactions, witness statements, and medical test results, began to form a clear narrative. James had not only planned his actions meticulously, but had also begun implementing them long before Angela's hospitalization. Still, investigators continued their work, determined to eliminate any lingering doubts. Detectives also delved into James's financial situation, uncovering troubling details. His dental practice was in dire straits, with debts exceeding $2 million. Adding to this was his gambling habit. James had lost a substantial amount of money in Las Vegas, further destabilizing his financial standing. These revelations offered a new perspective on the marital issues between James and Angela, which, according to Angela's sister, had been far from ideal for years. Angela's sister revealed that Angela had been trying to leave the marriage for 16 years, but James always found a way to convince her to stay. According to those close to her, Angela felt emotionally drained and trapped, but couldn't summon the strength to end the relationship. These accounts led investigators to suspect that James had been using manipulation tactics to maintain control over the situation. Emails uncovered during the investigation shed light on another side of James's life. Correspondence with a woman named Karen, an orthodontist from Texas, revealed an intimate relationship that began in 2022 when Karen filed for divorce. One particular detail caught investigators' attention. James had booked airline tickets for Karen on the same day he received an order of arsenic. In an email dated March 16th, Karen expressed regret that she couldn't be with James, adding that she hoped to see him soon. Meanwhile, investigators examined life insurance policies taken out in Angela's name. They discovered 3 policies with payouts totaling a substantial amount. This finding intensified suspicions that James may have factored financial gain into his alleged plan. On March 18th at 4:29 p.m., doctors declared Angela clinically deceased. Just hours later, James was charged with first-degree intentional homicide. According to investigators, James, who frequently prepared protein shakes for his wife, allegedly attempted to add arsenic to her drink on March 6, 2023. When that attempt failed, he ordered an expedited shipment of potassium cyanide, telling the supplier it was required for a medical procedure. The next day, James was arrested. At his initial court appearance, he was charged with multiple offenses, including evidence tampering. The judge set bail at $10 million. Shortly afterward, prosecutors added 2 new charges against James Craig: solicitation of murder and solicitation of perjury. While the indictment didn't specify whom James allegedly intended to harm, Aurora Police spokesperson Joe Moylan confirmed that the intended victim was an Aurora Police detective. James Craig's trial has been delayed indefinitely. Craig, who has pleaded not guilty, is set to appear in court with a new attorney. Additionally, Craig faced allegations of secretly passing a letter from jail to another inmate who was released on bail through assistance from an adult daughter. Prosecutors stated that the letter contained a request to create a fake video, purportedly showing Angela Craig asking James to procure toxic substances for her. Following Angela's passing on March 18th, her family decided to donate her organs. This decision brought a small measure of comfort to her loved ones, knowing that her life could help save others. Her obituary, written by her family, focused on her kindness, her love for her family, and her dedication to helping those around her, omitting the tragic circumstances of her death. Meanwhile, Angela's 6 children were thrust into the center of these devastating events. After James's arrest, Angela's family took custody of them, determined to shield them from bearing the burden of his alleged actions. Angela's relatives worked tirelessly to ensure the children received the support and care they needed during this challenging time. This case uncovered the dark secrets James Craig had carefully concealed behind the facade of a successful career and a seemingly happy family life. His meticulously planned actions led to a tragic outcome that shattered not only his own life, but also the lives of his children, family, and loved ones. This story serves as a sobering reminder that outward appearances of stability and success can mask deep conflicts and hidden motives, leaving behind unanswered questions and countless lives forever changed. The concept of crime is often tied to a specific motive. Exceptions might include acts committed by individuals with mental health issues, those under the influence of alcohol or controlled substances, or incidents occurring in moments of extreme emotional disturbance. However, even though the term motiveless crime exists, criminologists argue that most of these cases involve hidden motives that remain undiscovered. The disappearance of college student Emily Murray in 2000 shook the entire state of Ohio. Weeks later, Emily was found dead, and the person responsible for her tragic end had been hiding in plain sight, assisting law enforcement with the investigation and even offering tips to implicate others. When authorities finally arrested him, they faced a perplexing challenge. There seemed to be no discernible motive. Various theories were proposed to explain what drove him to commit such an act, but none were substantiated. To make matters more baffling, the suspect appeared to have a fondness for Emily and even seemed to protect her. But at some point something shifted, turning him into a predator. Despite nearly a quarter of a century passing since the incident, the perpetrator has never revealed why he took the life of a defenseless young woman. Who was Emily Murray? Emily Miranda Murray was born on February 19, 1980, in the small town of Sleepy Hollow, Westchester County, New York. She was the youngest of 4 siblings in a well-off family. Emily grew up alongside her 2 older brothers and 1 sister, maintaining a close bond with them throughout her life. When Emily was 2, her family relocated to Ohio, settling in Shaker Heights, Cuyahoga County. Her father had been offered a prestigious position at a scientific university and soon became the head of one of its departments. Her mother dedicated herself to raising the children and creating a warm home environment, as the family's financial security allowed them to live comfortably. The Murray children excelled academically, graduating from high school with honors and going on to attend top-tier universities. Emily, in particular, was passionate about biology and medicine, envisioning a future in the field. She was recognized as a gifted student and often ranked at the top of her class. Remarkably, Emily also managed to hold part-time jobs while donating her earnings to charitable causes. Emily's upbringing was deeply influenced by her parents' devout Christian faith. The family attended church regularly, and Emily followed their example, always eager to help those in need with both words and actions. After graduating high school, she dedicated a year to traveling the world with various humanitarian organizations. This journey took her to New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and several European countries. In 1998, Emily Murray began her studies at Kenyon College in Gambia, Ohio, moving into the campus dorms. Those who knew her described her as someone brimming with life and energy, spreading positivity to everyone around her. Emily was kind, empathetic, approachable, and incredibly driven. At the same time, she had a sensitive side, often showing vulnerability and moments of melancholy. She kept a personal journal where she recorded her innermost thoughts, dreams, and fears. Missing after a night shift, by 2000, Emily had advanced to her junior year in college. Alongside her demanding academic schedule, she remained deeply involved in church-based charitable work and took on evening shifts as a waitress at a local restaurant. Her workload was immense, yet she seemed to handle it all with grace. She even found time to enjoy her personal life, attending social gatherings that she cherished. However, it would soon become clear that not everything in her life was as seamless as it appeared. On the morning of Tuesday, November 3, 2000, Emily's 2 dorm roommates woke up to find her bed empty. They were puzzled. Emily was always considerate and let them know if she planned to stay elsewhere overnight. Her restaurant shift had been scheduled to end at 2 a.m., so they assumed she might have stayed late at work or gone straight to class. But when they noticed that her textbooks and notes were still on her shelf, things began to feel unusual. The roommates went about their morning, heading to their lectures while asking friends if anyone had seen Emily. It turned out no one had seen her since the previous day, and she hadn't shown up for any of her classes. While her absence was unsettling, her friends initially tried to rationalize the situation, hoping there was a reasonable explanation. That evening, a party was planned to celebrate a close friend's 20th birthday. an event Emily had been looking forward to for weeks. She had carefully chosen a gift and had even helped organize a surprise for the birthday celebrant. Missing the party was unthinkable for Emily. Yet when she didn't show up, her friends grew increasingly alarmed. Desperate for answers, they reached out to Emily's family, thinking she might have returned home due to an emergency. Her parents were shocked and distraught upon hearing she had vanished. That same night, they drove to Gambia to join the search, determined to find out what had happened to their daughter. By morning, the Mauis, along with their older children, had arrived at the campus, frantically trying to figure out what could have happened to their youngest daughter. By that time, word of Emily's disappearance had spread throughout the college community. Multiple groups of volunteers, friends, and classmates were searching for her, but there were no signs. She seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was soon discovered that Emily's car, a dark green Subaru Outback gifted by her father for her 20th birthday, was also missing. The Mai's first move was to contact campus security, reporting that one of the students was missing and requesting help organizing a search effort. However, their concerns were met with indifference. Security staff dismissed their worries, suggesting that Emily was likely spending time alone with a boyfriend and would return soon. Despite the family's insistence that Emily would never leave without notifying someone, they were advised to wait a little longer. More than 24 hours had passed since Emily had last been seen, and her family was growing increasingly desperate. Realizing campus security would be of no help, they filed a missing person report with the local police. To their shock, law enforcement initially seemed to downplay the situation as well, speculating that Emily might have gone off on her own or decided to take an unannounced break. After all, they reasoned, she was a 20-year-old college student who didn't need to account for her every move. Still, the police eventually agreed to inspect Emily's dorm room. That's when they discovered she had left behind her ID, bank cards, and personal belongings. She had been last seen wearing her work uniform from her restaurant shift, which suggested she hadn't changed clothes since leaving her job. This raised serious doubts about the idea that she had gone off to spend time with a boyfriend or taken an impromptu break. It seemed highly unlikely that Emily would leave without money or essential items. Her last day at work, Emily was officially declared a missing person on the second day after her disappearance. By then, her family, friends, and concerned members of the community were already conducting their own searches, distributing flyers with her photo around town and combing the surrounding areas. The investigation began at the restaurant where Emily had last been seen. Located just across the street from the campus, the restaurant, called the Pirates Cove, was a popular hangout for students thanks to its convenient location and affordable menu. It quickly came to light that Emily's shift that night was her last. She had quit her job that evening. Overwhelmed by her rigorous schedule, she had decided to cut back on her responsibilities. Between her demanding coursework, volunteer work at the church, and part-time evening shifts, she had been struggling to manage everything. Her packed schedule had also taken a toll on her personal life. Just a month earlier, she had ended her relationship with her boyfriend, Adam, because they rarely had time to see each other. That evening, many of Emily's friends stopped by the Pirates Cove to support her on her last day at work. However, no one stayed too late since they had classes the next morning. Her shift officially ended at 2 a.m., but Emily stayed an additional 30 minutes to finish up some tasks. This meant her coworkers were the last to see her, and it was their accounts that the police would rely on to piece together the night's events. Emily wasn't alone during those final moments at the restaurant. Her friend Olivia, who also worked as a waitress, and a bartender named David Cale, were there with her, helping to close up. Together they cleaned up the dining area and finished around 2:45 a.m. Shortly afterward, everyone began heading home. This was corroborated by Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook, who was the last to leave and locked up the restaurant at 3:15 a.m. None of her coworkers noticed anything unusual. Emily behaved like her normal self, kind, cheerful, and polite. She didn't mention any plans for the rest of the night and told them she was simply heading back to her dorm to get some sleep before her morning classes. A troubled spirit beneath the smile. When investigators searched Emily's dorm room, they found her personal journal, which contained troubling entries. Despite her upbeat and friendly demeanor, Emily had been battling a prolonged period of depression, something she had kept private and tried to manage on her own. Known for being sensitive and empathetic, Emily often internalized the pain and suffering of others, a quality that made her deeply compassionate, but also emotionally vulnerable. Through her charitable work, Emily was regularly exposed to harsh realities of life, including stories of injustice and cruelty. She poured her energy into helping those in need, but it frustrated her to feel powerless against the larger forces of the world. In her journal, she wrote about how overwhelming these emotions could be, and how difficult it was for her to cope with the weight of her empathy. While the journal contained no references to plans of self-harm or taking drastic measures, detectives could not entirely rule out the possibility that Emily might have decided to step away from her life. This theory deeply upset Emily's family and close friends. They strongly refuted the idea, insisting that Emily's faith was a central part of her life, and that she would never consider such an act. She was a deeply religious person, and her belief system regarded such actions as an unforgivable sin. Furthermore, Emily had ambitious plans for her future, which she had outlined in her journal. In one entry, she sketched a picture of her dream life: a large home, herself, her future husband, their 5 children, and a dozen dogs. She aspired to build a life centered around love, family, and community, a goal that seemed to motivate her every day. Since Emily had disappeared along with her car, investigators initially considered the possibility of her running away. They theorized that, in light of her struggles with depression, she might have decided to leave town to reflect on her life. Her recent breakup with her boyfriend and resignation from her job could have exacerbated her emotional challenges, making this a plausible explanation for her disappearance. The first person investigators turned their attention to was Emily's ex-boyfriend, Adam, a logical starting point in cases like this. Their relationship had lasted about a year and a half, but had been tumultuous, with multiple breakups and reconciliations. This time, however, Emily had decided to end things for good, and had made it clear to Adam during what appeared to be a calm and amicable conversation. They agreed to remain friends, but investigators couldn't help but wonder, what if Adam hadn't been able to let her go? Adam willingly came to the police station when contacted. He appeared genuinely distressed, and seemed to deeply care about Emily's well-being. He explained that, on the night of Emily's disappearance, he and his roommate had stopped by the Pirates' Cove, but left around midnight. They returned to their dorm, where other students confirmed seeing them. Adam and his roommate reportedly stayed in for the rest of the night, a claim corroborated by 2 other dorm mates. With a solid alibi and no evidence to suggest involvement, Adam was quickly ruled out as a suspect. A workplace romance investigators then turned their focus to Emily's co-workers. During their inquiries, a cook at the Pirates' Cove shared a surprising piece of information. The bartender David Cale was said to have had romantic feelings for Emily, which she had not reciprocated. On the night of Emily's disappearance, Cale and Emily worked the same shift, stayed late to close up, and left the restaurant just 10 minutes apart. Could Cale have waited for her outside, and done something to harm her after she rejected him? David was brought in for a second round of questioning. He admitted that he had once asked Emily out, but after she turned him down, he had never pursued the topic again. He maintained that they had a friendly, professional relationship and nothing more. Furthermore, David provided what detectives deemed a rock-solid alibi. After his shift, his father picked him up from the restaurant, and they immediately drove to another state to attend his sister's wedding. The alibi was verified, leaving investigators with no evidence to link him to Emily's disappearance. Once the bartender was ruled out as a suspect, detectives received a new lead from the same cook, Greg McKnight. He hinted that another cook, Dave Yoakum, also had an unusual interest in Emily. Dave was known to struggle with interactions with women. He was awkward, rude, and prone to losing his temper when rejected. Other waitresses confirmed this behavior, sharing that Dave had made clumsy advances toward them as well. When his attempts were rebuffed, he often responded with sharp remarks and displayed a generally disrespectful attitude. Furthermore, just 4 days after Emily's disappearance, Yoakum was fired from the restaurant following a heated argument. which investigators found highly suspicious. On the night Emily vanished, Joachim was off work and had not been seen at the restaurant. However, detectives needed to interview him and verify his whereabouts. When questioned, Dave expressed genuine surprise at being considered a suspect in the case. He provided a solid alibi, explaining that he had attended a concert by a well-known rock band in a nearby city that night, accompanied by friends who confirmed his story. A dead end. With every suspect cleared and no new evidence emerging, the investigation ground to a halt. Emily's family and friends held on to hope, praying she would return home safely. However, experienced detectives feared the worst, suspecting she was no longer alive. An unexpected twist. Let's rewind to about a month before Emily's disappearance, to an event that initially seemed unrelated to her case. On October 1, 2000, a minor car accident occurred on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Vinton County, Ohio. A man named Ronaldo Hopkins was driving home when an old Buick swerved into his lane, causing a collision. Hopkins got out of his car to assess the damage and noticed a firearm inside the other vehicle's trunk, which had popped open from the impact. Alarmed, he immediately called the police to report the incident. Although the other driver was fined for the accident and the gun was confiscated, authorities allowed him to leave. More than 2 months later, on December 9, 2000, that same driver was charged with involvement in a theft. According to the case documents, he resided in a remote trailer park, so 2 officers were dispatched to deliver a court summons requiring his appearance for questioning. When officers arrived at the trailer, they found it in an isolated area, far removed from the other residences in the park. The property appeared abandoned, with 2 rusted, damaged vehicles parked out front that seemed unlikely to ever run again. However, behind the trailer, the officers discovered something that didn't match the scene: a dark green Subaru Outback. After running the vehicle's plates through their database, they confirmed it was Emily Murray's car, listed as missing along with its owner. Information about the discovery of Emily's car was immediately relayed to the Gambier Division, investigating her case, along with the name of the person living at the property where the vehicle was found. That individual was Gregory McKnight, the same cook from the restaurant where Emily had worked. McKnight had previously attempted to shift suspicion onto his coworkers, managing to avoid close scrutiny himself. A search warrant for McKnight's trailer was secured in record time, and a police team was dispatched to the location. The door lock was broken and 2 officers entered to begin their search. Almost immediately, they were overwhelmed by the sickening smell of decomposition. Following the odor to the back of the trailer, they found its source, a young woman's body wrapped in a carpet. From the start, there was little doubt that the remains belonged to Emily, and forensic testing soon confirmed it. The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. The bullet had been fired at close range, with the weapon pressed against the right side of her skull. Spent shell casings and a significant amount of blood were found at the scene, indicating that the crime had been committed inside the trailer. Detectives now turned their attention to arresting and questioning their primary suspect, McKnight, in custody. Gregory McKnight was taken into custody later that day, initially on charges unrelated to Emily's death, specifically his alleged involvement in an armed robbery. However, when he was informed about the discovery in his trailer, he went silent, refusing to answer questions and immediately requesting a lawyer. While there was no direct evidence linking him to Emily's death at that moment, police held him in custody pending further investigation. The body in the well. Neighbors at the trailer park told investigators they had not seen or heard anything unusual. This wasn't surprising given that McKnight's trailer was located far from the other homes. The property itself was in a state of disrepair, littered with trash and surrounded by rusted, dilapidated vehicles. Detectives conducted a thorough search of the area, hoping to uncover additional evidence. It didn't take long for them to stumble upon a small, overgrown well, hidden under a sheet of metal weighed down by a fallen tree. The well was drained, and at the bottom, investigators discovered a human skeleton which appeared to belong to a male. Nearby, several additional bone fragments were found scattered across the property. Forensic analysis confirmed that all the remains belonged to a single individual, whose identity was still unknown. However, Police soon connected the discovery to a missing person case from 6 months earlier. A 20-year-old student named Glenn Julius, a friend of McKnight, had vanished without a trace. Glenn's girlfriend had reported that the last time she saw him, he had been planning to attend a party with McKnight. When the search for Glenn Julius began, Gregory McKnight quickly became the primary suspect. However, McKnight claimed that he and Glenn had an argument at the gathering, and Glenn left with some new acquaintances in his car. After that, no one saw him again. Investigators found no evidence to support McKnight's story, but they also lacked concrete proof to implicate him in the disappearance, so he was released. Glenn's girlfriend later identified fragments of his clothing, and belts recovered from the well. His family provided dental records, which confirmed that the remains belonged to Glenn. Additionally, several of his personal items were discovered inside McKnight's trailer. Further investigation revealed that McKnight had illegally sold Glenn's car shortly after his disappearance. The vehicle was sold to associates, who were also implicated in an armed robbery case. The car had been hastily repainted, and its license plates replaced with fake ones. After one of McKnight's accomplices was arrested, authorities located the car. In the trunk, they found significant traces of cleaned-up blood that, upon forensic testing, were confirmed to belong to Glenn. This suggested that Glenn, either wounded or already deceased, had been transported in the trunk. Glenn's body had been partially dismembered, and the work had been done crudely, likely using makeshift tools. Deep scratches on the bones resembled marks left by a saw. Inside McKnight's trailer, investigators found a shovel, an axe, and several other tools, all of which were taken for forensic examination. It was conclusively determined that the axe had been used during the dismemberment, though other tools left unidentifiable marks. Who was Gregory McKnight? Gregory McKnight was born on November 12, 1976, in an underprivileged suburb of Columbus, Ohio. He grew up without a father, in a large, struggling family where everyone had to fend for themselves. McKnight started stealing as a young boy, first catching the attention of law enforcement at age 14. By the time he was 15, he had committed his first fatal crime during a botched robbery. Because McKnight had accomplices who were older, the jury showed leniency towards him, and he received a relatively light sentence. He was sentenced to just 6 years, and was sent to a juvenile detention facility. In 1997, he was released and soon married a woman named Catherine, who later gave birth to 2 children. The couple lived with Catherine's parents for a while, until McKnight saved enough money to buy his trailer. However, the move to their new residence never happened. In May 2000, Gregory McKnight committed the crime of killing Glenn Julius, hiding his remains in the well behind his trailer. Then, in November of that same year, he kidnapped and killed Emily Murray, leaving her body to decompose inside the trailer. Catherine's suspicion during questioning, McKnight's wife Catherine admitted that she had grown suspicious about the trailer. Her husband frequently went there alone, and refused to let her visit, or even approach the property. She assumed he was using the space to meet lovers, or to harbor his criminal associates, who might have been hiding from the law. She had considered many possibilities, but the idea that he was storing human remains there never crossed her mind. Trial and sentence. Although the evidence against McKnight was extensive, most of it was circumstantial. Authorities were unable to determine exactly how and where Julius had been killed. As a result, the prosecution could not seek the death penalty for that particular crime. Emily's case seemed more straightforward. Her body was found at the scene, with clear traces linking both her and McKnight to the trailer. However, the murder weapon was never recovered, and there was no apparent motive for such a cruel act. Emily had not been subjected to any form of assault, was not robbed, and even her car was abandoned behind the trailer. The question remained, why would McKnight commit such a horrific crime against the young college student? Numerous co-workers testified that McKnight had always behaved respectfully toward Emily. He was described as polite, and, on one occasion, had even stepped in to protect her from an intoxicated customer who had acted inappropriately toward her. McKnight himself refused to cooperate with investigators. He denied all charges, and provided no details about either crime. The prosecution argued that after Emily's restaurant shift, McKnight had lured her into a trap. He might have asked her for help, knowing she was kind and trusting, and Emily, unaware of the danger, couldn't refuse. Once inside the trailer, he may have expressed romantic feelings for her. But when she turned him down, he flew into a rage and committed the crime. The defense attempted to argue that McKnight was mentally unfit, but a psychiatric evaluation concluded that he was fully aware of his actions and could be held responsible. Switching tactics, McKnight's attorneys tried to paint Emily as a deeply depressed individual, with self-destructive tendencies, claiming McKnight merely assisted her in fulfilling a supposed wish to die. This argument was met with outrage from Emily's loved ones, and failed to sway the court. The verdict in 2002, Gregory McKnight was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder. If you made it this far, thank you for staying with me until the end. I hope the stories gave you something to think about, or dream about. Sleep well, stay safe, and don't forget to subscribe. Good night. The term psychopath is generally not used as an official diagnosis. Instead, it refers to a range of personality disorders, varying in severity, mild, moderate, or severe. People with such conditions often display a clear imbalance in their character and behavior. Some emotions and feelings are significantly lacking, while others completely take their place. What unites these individuals is their weak ability to regulate emotions and impulses. Today's story vividly illustrates how good and pleasant someone with these traits can appear at first glance, and what their uncontrollable and overly intense emotional reactions truly look like. Danielle Finley-Jones, a young Australian woman, was in search of personal happiness when she met the perfect man online, someone who promised to love her until the very end. What did this lead to? You'll soon find out. Danielle Finley-Jones was born on October 20th, 1991, in Cranbrook, Western Sydney. She was the younger of 2 siblings, and grew up with her older brother Blake, who had always protected and looked after her. Her parents divorced when she was just 4 years old. After the divorce, Danielle and Blake stayed with their mother, Jacqueline, while their father played almost no role in their lives or upbringing. From a young age, Danielle was passionate about sports. She participated in several activities at the same time, but always loved soccer the most. As a schoolgirl, she joined a local soccer club. At first, she had to play with boys, as most girls in her area preferred dance or gymnastics. Later, Danielle became the team captain, won numerous prestigious sports awards, earned respect from her teammates, and gained admiration from fans. She eventually started coaching youth teams, and even represented women's soccer as the face of a major promotional campaign in 2017. After graduating high school, Danielle attended the University of Sydney, where she studied education and social work. Upon graduating, she started teaching at a local school, while continuing her involvement in sports. Danielle was a fighter by nature, never giving up and always achieving her goals. She successfully built a career in both fields, excelling in each. People who knew Danielle described her as intelligent, well-read, and engaging. She had a great sense of humor, and easily became the life of the party. Danielle loved lively gatherings, dancing, and having fun. She was seen as a creative powerhouse, and a source of endless energy. Danielle Finley-Jones had striking features, and a toned, athletic figure. But more than her appearance, she was known for her kindness and willingness to help anyone in need. It's no surprise that people gravitated toward her, and many men tried to win her affection. However, Danielle prioritized her career and fitness over her personal life, placing relationships not just on the back burner, but several steps behind her professional and athletic pursuits. Even as an independent adult, Danielle continued living in her mother Jacqueline's home. The two were incredibly close, acting more like best friends than parent and daughter. They understood each other without words, spent nearly all their free time together, and shared everything. Whether it was attending concerts, social events, or even nights out at clubs, they never had secrets or serious disagreements. By the time Danielle reached her 30s, she began seriously considering starting a family. She had a solid career, financial stability, and a large circle of friends, but still felt a profound sense of loneliness. She longed for love and a meaningful relationship, with someone she could trust completely, someone she could wake up next to and build a future with. Despite her many admirers, Danielle lacked experience in long-term relationships. Though she had dated and received plenty of attention, she had never viewed her boyfriends as potential life partners. If a relationship ever interfered with her work or personal goals, she ended it without hesitation. But now, she was ready for something more serious and lasting. Danielle actively maintains several social media profiles, where she frequently interacted with friends and acquaintances. She received plenty of messages from men asking her out or wanting to chat, but she believed that genuine connections were more likely to come from dedicated dating platforms. Following the advice of friends, she created a profile on the popular app Tinder. After months of swiping and chatting with different men, Danielle received a message from an attractive man named Ashley Goidy. He was 4 years older than her and came across as friendly, kind, and charming. After a week of texting, Ashley suggested they meet in person for a date. Their first date went perfectly. They talked endlessly, laughed, and shared personal stories. It felt like they had known each other forever, with an instant connection and many shared interests. Ashley was charismatic and charming, winning Danielle over with his humor and warmth. After just a couple of dates, Danielle was so impressed with Ashley that she decided to introduce him to her mother. Jacqueline was equally charmed and gave Ashley her full approval, believing he could be a great husband and, in the future, a devoted father. However, it wasn't long before Ashley's true personality began to surface. He was controlling and deeply jealous. Surprisingly, this didn't bother Danielle. In fact, she found it flattering. No one had ever tried to impose rules on her or influence her decisions before, and this new dynamic felt different and intriguing to her. Danielle saw Ashley's jealousy as a sign of love and affection. In fact, she even found it flattering. But within just a month of dating, Ashley was already trying to take full control over her life and social connections. Despite these red flags, Danielle didn't raise any alarms. Instead, she decided to go along with his behavior, playing the role of the perfect girlfriend. Astonishingly, Danielle chose to overlook the obvious warning signs that Ashley was not who he seemed. She ignored his troubling behavior and began making serious plans for a future together, even considering marriage. It's likely that her lack of experience in serious relationships played a significant role in how the situation unfolded. Ashley continued to present himself as kind and caring, telling Danielle that he had always dreamed of starting a family. This deeply appealed to her and made her trust him even more. However, one of Danielle's close friends was the first to sense that something was wrong. She noticed that Ashley's jealousy sometimes escalated into erratic behavior, making him seem like a completely different person. But Danielle, caught up in her feelings, didn't take her friend's concerns seriously. In the month they had been together, Danielle introduced Ashley to her mother and a few close friends. However, most people in her circle only knew about him from her stories. On Saturday, December 17, 2022, Danielle planned to bring Ashley to a friendly gathering at a popular city bar where she intended to introduce him to more of her friends. The group gathered at the bar, enjoying the evening with casual conversation, dancing, and drinks. Ashley made a great impression. He was outgoing, polite, and friendly. Throughout the evening, he and Danielle sat close, often holding hands and exchanging smiles. They looked every bit the happy and loving couple, and there was no indication of any trouble brewing. Danielle had never introduced her past boyfriends to her friends because she had never planned on having serious long-term relationships. But this time was different. She presented Ashley almost like a fiancé, surprising everyone given that they had only been together for a little over a month. Still, her friends understood how important this relationship was to her. Everything seemed perfect, until someone in the group suggested a game involving bold and provocative questions, which everyone would answer randomly. It was all in good fun, with people coming up with creative and quirky questions on the spot. When it was Danielle's turn, she was asked if she had ever had a one-night stand with a stranger. The room fell silent. Danielle, clearly embarrassed, hesitated before offering a shy smile and admitting that she had. At that moment, Ashley's demeanor shifted dramatically. His face hardened and his behavior became hostile and erratic. Grabbing Danielle roughly by the arm, He turned her toward him and began yelling at her in front of everyone. He accused her of being irresponsible and immoral, using harsh and offensive language. The other guests were stunned, unsure if Ashley was joking or being serious. The mood turned uncomfortable as they watched Danielle, who appeared equally confused and caught off guard. She couldn't understand why Ashley had suddenly lashed out at her. Ashley claimed that during their first date, he had asked Danielle a similar question about fleeting romantic encounters, and she had denied it. Now she had given a different answer, and in front of others, which Ashley took as a personal insult. Her unthinking response in the light-hearted game triggered an uncontrollable and intense emotional reaction in him. Simply put, he exploded with anger and his state bordered on a complete loss of control. Although Ashley's reaction was grossly disproportionate to the situation, Danielle felt guilty about what had happened and tried to defuse the conflict. She attempted to smooth things over, but Ashley rudely pushed her away and stormed out of the bar. Even outside, he continued the argument, sending her a series of offensive text messages. Danielle apologized to her friends for the scene and said she would try to calm Ashley down by talking to him face to face. She stepped outside to find him, staying away for about 15 minutes before they both returned to the bar together. They sat back down with the group as if nothing had happened. It seemed the argument was resolved, though the awkward tension lingered among those who had witnessed it. No one brought up the incident again, hoping to avoid further conflict. The group chalked it up to alcohol, stress, and nerves about meeting new people. The rest of the evening passed uneventfully, with Ashley behaving calmly for the remainder of the night. After midnight, the group began to part ways. Since Danielle had a long way to travel home, she had already arranged to spend the night at her friend Taylor's house with Ashley. Taylor didn't mind. He lived in a suburban neighborhood, about a 20-minute drive from the bar. Taylor's girlfriend Rachel, who hadn't been drinking that night, offered to drive them there. Taylor prepared a cozy guest room for Danielle and Ashley on the lower level of his home. The room was a spacious bedroom with its own bathroom. Its small windows were positioned near the ceiling, providing minimal light, but it was otherwise comfortable and private. Danielle and Ashley settled in for the night, thanking their host for his hospitality. By all appearances, the earlier argument had been forgotten, and the couple seemed calm and composed, as though nothing had happened at the bar. At around 3 a.m., Taylor woke up to strange noises coming from the guest room. His girlfriend Rachel also stirred and looked at him questioningly. They could hear faint thuds and what sounded like muffled cries. Assuming the couple had reconciled and were engaging in an intimate moment, they dismissed the noises and went back to sleep. Within minutes, the house fell silent, and they slept soundly until 10:30 a.m. When Taylor and Rachel finally woke up, they were surprised to find that their guests had not yet left the room. Respecting their privacy, and assuming they were catching up on sleep after the previous evening, the couple decided not to disturb them. However, as the clock neared 2 p.m., and there was still no sign of Danielle or Ashley, Taylor went downstairs to check on them. He knocked softly on the door but got no response. After waiting a moment, he knocked louder, but there was still silence. Concerned, Taylor carefully opened the door and peeked inside. At first glance, the room appeared empty. The bed was unmade, Danielle's clothes were draped over a chair, and her shoes were neatly placed on the floor. However, the eerie stillness of the room was unsettling. As Taylor stepped inside, his eyes were immediately drawn to a blanket lying on the floor near the wall. Underneath it, he could make out the shape of a body. Panicking, Taylor rushed closer and lifted the blanket. Danielle's lifeless body lay on the floor, unclothed, showing clear signs of a brutal attack and strangulation. Her face had been so severely disfigured that it was almost unrecognizable, reduced to a horrifying mess of blood and injuries. She showed no signs of life and appeared to have been deceased for several hours, as her body was cold and rigid. Ashley was nowhere to be found, but the partially open window in the guest room hinted at how he might have escaped unnoticed. Terrified, Taylor ran out of the room and told Rachel everything. Shaken and scared, the couple immediately called the police and emergency services. However, it was too late for Danielle. Paramedics could only confirm her death. According to their initial assessment, she had died around 3 a.m., the same time Taylor and Rachel had heard the strange noises from the guest room. Had they checked on her then, it's possible they could have saved her life. Danielle's body was taken for forensic examination, which revealed the horrifying extent of her injuries. Before her death, she had suffered numerous wounds, indicating she had been viciously beaten with bare hands. Her nose, jaw, and cheekbone were fractured. Several teeth and one eye were destroyed, and she had sustained a closed skull fracture and multiple brain hemorrhages from the savage beating. It appeared that the attacker had forced her to the ground, pinned her beneath his weight to prevent her from escaping, and covered her mouth to stifle her cries. He then systematically struck her head with his fist, blow after blow. At some point, Danielle likely lost consciousness, but the assault continued. The attacker alternated between fists, striking her with relentless aggression. The cause of Danielle's death was determined to be mechanical asphyxiation. She had been strangled with bare hands. The evidence left no doubt that Ashley was responsible for the crime. He made no effort to cover his tracks. After the act, he simply washed the blood off his hands in the bathroom, got dressed, and escaped through the window, leaving his fingerprints on the frame. Detectives soon discovered a witness who had seen someone walking away from Taylor's house around 4:30 a.m. The neighbor couldn't make out the man's face in detail, but described him as a white male wearing clothes that matched the description of what Ashley had been wearing that night. In their pursuit of the suspect, investigators reached out to Ashley's cell phone provider and obtained a recording of a call he made to his mother around 4 a.m., shortly after the crime. At the time of the call, Ashley was still in the room with Danielle's body. The conversation revealed his frantic state. He was crying uncontrollably and repeatedly claiming that he hadn't done anything wrong. Ashley insisted that someone else had entered the room and harmed Danielle, and he claimed to have only discovered her body. His tone suggested he was desperately trying to convince not only his mother but also himself of this fabricated version of events. Fortunately, Ashley forgot to turn off his phone after the call, which allowed authorities to track his location. He had fled to a remote mountainous area, seemingly attempting to hide there. Police eventually located him near a scenic overlook by a steep cliff. When they approached, Ashley leapt over the safety barrier and clung to the edge of the cliff, threatening to jump if anyone came closer. Specially trained negotiators and psychologists were dispatched to the scene. They spent hours trying to calm Ashley, assuring him that if he truly was innocent, he had nothing to fear. The negotiations lasted for nearly 12 hours, during which Ashley remained perched precariously on the edge. As midnight approached, Ashley, exhausted and distracted, was grabbed by officers who managed to pull him back to safety. Ashley's behavior was erratic. He screamed, resisted, cried, and repeatedly threatened to end his own life. In his unstable state, questioning him was impossible. He was taken to a psychiatric facility, where professionals stabilized him and concluded that he had been in such a heightened emotional state that he likely would have jumped had the officers not acted in time. Ashley was later diagnosed with several psychological disorders, including excitable psychopathy, a condition marked by sudden outbursts of rage and episodes of unprovoked aggression. Following the arrest of Ashley Goide, investigators dug into his background, only to be horrified by what they discovered. Danielle was far from his first victim. Over the past couple of years alone, more than 10 women had filed police reports against him, citing physical assaults, attempted harm, and pleas for protection from his stalking and harassment. As it turned out, Ashley grew up without a father, struggled with severe mental health issues from a young age, and exhibited extreme aggression toward others. His first victims were his own mother and 2 sisters, who silently endured his outbursts and physical aggression without reporting him, fearing the consequences for their family. When he was calm, Ashley could appear completely normal and rational. However, the smallest trigger could shatter this facade, unleashing what could only be described as a monstrous side. During his teenage years, Ashley developed sudden and intense fixations, particularly in his relationships with women. Blessed with good looks and a charming personality, he had little trouble meeting new romantic partners, but once involved, he quickly viewed these women as his property. If a girlfriend tried to disagree with him, he would resort to physical aggression. If a partner ended the relationship, he would begin stalking and attacking her whenever the opportunity arose. Between 2015 and 2021, at least 11 women filed complaints against Ashley for harassment, assault, and threats of harm. In 4 of these cases, the situations were somehow resolved amicably, leading the victims to withdraw their statements. However, the remaining women succeeded in obtaining restraining orders to keep him away. In early 2021, Ashley viciously assaulted one of his girlfriends and nearly strangled her. The woman took the case to court, and Ashley was found guilty. Yet, he faced only minor consequences, receiving a fine community service and a restraining order prohibiting him from contacting the victim. Later that summer, Ashley attacked another woman, inflicting severe injuries. She barely managed to escape, and filed a police report accusing him of attempted harm. This time, Ashley was ordered to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. Despite the findings that he posed a high risk of reoffending, the court handed him a lenient sentence, 3 months in jail, and an order to pay restitution to the victim. In 2022, Ashley targeted another former girlfriend after she left him. He broke into her room late at night and attempted to strangle her. The woman screamed, waking her parents, who intervened, called the police, and saved her from further harm. Even in this case, the court showed leniency, sentencing Ashley to just 6 months in jail. He was released after serving only 3.5 months, shortly before meeting Danielle Finley Jones. The brutal crime involving Danielle Finley Jones gained widespread media attention, with newspapers covering the story extensively and news broadcasts dedicating segments to the case. During the investigation, 14 additional women came forward to police, revealing that they too had been harmed by Ashley Goide at various times, but had remained silent out of fear of retaliation. Their accounts shared striking similarities. Ashley initially appeared kind and charming, but after a few dates he turned into a predator, attacking, beating, and attempting to strangle them. Notably, the perpetrator never used weapons, relying solely on his bare hands. In court, many of these women testified as victims, voicing their concerns that Ashley might once again escape with minimal punishment, be released, and seek revenge on them. Their fears seemed justified given the number of times the repeat offender had received lenient sentences or administrative penalties for serious crimes. It appeared that justice might finally catch up to Goide. This time he had committed a heinous act, with overwhelming evidence pointing directly at him. However, on April 6, 2024, before the official sentencing could take place, Ashley was found hanging in his jail cell. While it seemed he had taken his own life, questions arose due to his behavior. Ashley showed no remorse for his actions and was confident he would be declared insane, which would land him in a more comfortable psychiatric facility rather than a prison cell. Given these circumstances, some suspected that Ashley's cellmates might have played a role in his death, particularly since he had reportedly attacked them on multiple occasions. The murder of Danielle left her family shattered. Her mother and brother struggled to cope with the loss, channeling their grief into advocacy. They began campaigning for stricter regulations on dating apps, proposing mandatory background checks that automatically flagged users with serious criminal histories. Their goal was to help others avoid unknowingly meeting dangerous individuals, making it possible to see potential risks before starting a relationship. Still with me? Good, that means you're ready for the rest. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you want more cases just like this one. Have you ever wondered how well you truly know the people living next door? What lies behind their friendly smiles and casual greetings? While there are no definitive guidelines for identifying potentially dangerous individuals among your acquaintances, psychologists and investigators agree that those with psychopathic tendencies are more likely to commit violent crimes. If someone's behavior ever raises red flags, it's best to keep your distance. This unsettling case begins with Brian and Beverly Moak, a seemingly perfect couple whose life looked like a fairy tale. They were deeply in love, financially secure, and enjoyed traveling and spending time together. But everything changed when they moved into a new neighborhood. Not long after settling in, both Brian and Beverly were discovered lifeless in their home. Blood evidence at the scene led investigators straight to a nearby house. The motive behind this horrific act shocked even the most seasoned detectives. The love story of Brian and Beverly Moak. Brian and Beverly first met in the spring of 2001 at a mutual friend's party. At the time, they were both college students, but from the moment they locked eyes, it was clear they had found something special. What started as mutual admiration quickly deepened into a powerful connection, and they became inseparable. That summer, the couple took turns visiting each other's families, introducing their partners to their parents, and openly sharing their serious intentions. Both families immediately approved of the relationship, noting how well the two complemented each other. Brian and Beverly had been lively and adventurous from a young age. They thrived on sports, excitement, and new experiences, never content to stay still for long. Beverly was a talented athlete who excelled in baseball and track, played guitar with ease, and had a passion for learning new languages. Her radiant smile could light up a room, and she was adored by her friends and peers alike. Brian had always been attracted to more dangerous and unconventional sports. He was passionate about rock climbing, surfing, and diving, and he loved taking risks. A true adventurer at heart, he saw danger not as a threat, but as a challenge he was always ready to face. Every year, he tried to visit a new place and learn a new skill. When Brian and Beverly first saw and spoke to each other, they immediately realized they were on the same wavelength. This became the starting point for their intense and fulfilling relationship. Together, they climbed mountains, skied and snowboarded, went scuba diving, and conquered waves and peaks alike. Despite their whirlwind romance and seemingly perfect relationship, the couple wasn't in a rush to get married. They both wanted to finish their education first. Once they graduated, they focused on saving for a house. Brian began building a career at an industrial company, and Beverly got a job as a hotel administrator, where her language skills were invaluable. On May 15, 2006, the couple officially tied the knot. They held a beautiful ceremony by the ocean, inviting only their closest family and friends. Afterward, they went on a long honeymoon, visiting several countries. When they returned, Brian and Beverly purchased a spacious home in the quiet town of Graham in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania. The house was located in a scenic and sparsely populated area near a forest and a river. It was a perfect place to start their family and enjoy a peaceful life. Brian worked as an engineer at a branch of a large industrial company, while Beverly focused on translation work and decided to pursue a second degree. The couple quickly got to know their neighbors and made friends in their new town. Unfortunately, their happy and carefree life didn't last long. A shocking crime in a peaceful neighborhood. On Saturday, November 17, 2007, at around 8 a.m., Brian's friend Stephen arrived at the couple's house. The two had planned to go fishing that morning. Stephen knocked on the door but got no response. Thinking that Brian had probably overslept, Stephen knocked louder and waited, but the house was silent. Stephen decided to wait in his car for about 30 minutes, trying to call Brian repeatedly. However, his calls went unanswered. Frustrated and feeling a bit upset that his friend might have changed plans without telling him, Stephen eventually left to fish on his own, since he had all the necessary gear with him. Later that day, still unable to reach Brian or Beverly, Stephen decided to return to their house. Once again, there was no answer at the door. This time, Stephen decided to walk around the property and look through the windows. He was starting to feel uneasy. Brian was a responsible and punctual person who wouldn't just disappear without notifying anyone. When Stephen reached the garage, he looked through a small window and saw that the couple's car was parked inside. This made him even more anxious, but he tried to push away any bad thoughts. Moving to the living room window, he attempted to see inside, but as it was already getting dark outside and the house lights were off, it was hard to make anything out. What he could see, however, left him deeply alarmed. The TV was lying face down on the floor, and just beyond it, something large and unmoving was on the ground. Stephen rushed back to his car to grab his fishing flashlight, switched it on, and directed the beam into the living room. What he saw froze him in terror. On the floor lay two bodies, partially covered with a blanket that was soaked through with blood. One bare foot stuck out from one side and a hand was visible on the other. Horrified, Stephen immediately called emergency services to report what he had seen. He waited for law enforcement to arrive, staying by the house of his friends. When officers arrived, Stephen was the first to be interviewed. He recounted everything he knew about the day and expressed deep regret that he hadn't checked the windows earlier that morning when neither Brian nor Beverly answered his knocks or calls. Examining the crime scene, the front door wasn't locked, nor was it forced open, which immediately raised suspicions. Inside, in the living room, the lifeless bodies of the homeowners were discovered. Both had been dead for at least 12 hours, based on initial observations. The cause of death was determined to be gunshot wounds inflicted by a large-caliber weapon. Each victim had been shot 3 times, leaving no chance of survival. The precision of the attack indicated that the assailant was determined and deliberate. But why? There were no signs of theft. Personal belongings, cell phones, and even cash were untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. There were no signs of struggle, and apart from the gunshot wounds, the bodies showed no evidence of other injuries or aggression. Investigators were left with the chilling impression that this was either a calculated execution or a deeply personal act of vengeance. However, according to witnesses, the couple had no known enemies or unresolved conflicts. The bodies had been moved after the crime, as evidenced by drag marks smeared with blood across the floor. The perpetrator had clumsily attempted to clean up, leaving smeared blood trails and splatters on the walls and furniture, indicating where the victims had been during the attack. 6 spent shell casings were found at the scene. Surprisingly, the assailant hadn't bothered to collect them. Forensics later confirmed the shots had been fired from a .22 caliber revolver. Investigators concluded that both victims were shot with the same weapon and likely by a single perpetrator. The unbroken lock suggested that the couple had willingly let the visitor inside. Detectives theorized that Brian might have answered a knock at the door, recognized the visitor, and let them in. Perhaps he invited the person into the house and turned toward the living room. But as soon as he did, the assailant pulled out a firearm and fired 3 shots at close range into Brian's back. 1 bullet exited his body and struck the television screen, causing it to topple over onto the floor. The noise likely drew Beverly out of the bedroom. When she saw her husband lying in a pool of blood and the assailant standing nearby, she tried to run. Tragically, she didn't make it far before 3 shots struck her in the back, killing her in the hallway. Her body was later dragged into the living room and placed beside Brian's. Both victims were still wearing pajamas, suggesting the crime occurred early in the morning while they were asleep. Why the assailant had covered the bodies with a blanket remained a mystery. The incomplete cleanup. The drag marks on the floor were smeared, as if someone had tried to clean them but only made the scene messier. A large bloodstain near the bodies had been disturbed, as though someone had tried to sweep it away. Behind the couch, investigators found a plastic broom with a long handle, its bristles matted with dried blood. However, the perpetrator had meticulously wiped the broom handle clean of fingerprints, which explained why it had been left behind at the scene. It soon became clear why the broom had been used. The perpetrator had been trying to erase bloody shoe prints from the floor, scrubbing meticulously. Similarly, smudged fingerprints and palm prints were found on walls, furniture, and door handles, making identification impossible. Despite the assailants' efforts to clean up and obscure their tracks, seasoned forensic investigators knew that the longer a criminal stayed at the scene, the greater the chance of leaving behind something incriminating. Their instincts proved correct. On the blanket covering the victims' bodies, they found a critical clue, a partial boot print. The print wasn't obvious at first because it wasn't stained with blood. Instead, it was imprinted where the floor had only a light layer of blood and the tread pattern appeared on the fabric beneath it. The blanket was sent to a lab, where forensic specialists identified the tread as belonging to a rare model of heavy-duty work boots with a distinctive sole pattern. Further investigation revealed that a construction company in Clearfield County had recently purchased several pairs of this exact boot. With this lead, investigators narrowed their list of potential suspects and began by questioning employees of the company. In addition to the shoe print, detectives found a palm print on one of the house's surfaces. It seemed like a breakthrough, and there was hope that the case would be solved in days. However, when the print was run through law enforcement databases, no matches were found. This suggested the perpetrator had no prior record and had never been fingerprinted by police. The first suspect, naturally, the initial suspect was Stephen, the friend who had discovered the bodies and reported the crime to law enforcement. He had visited the crime scene twice that day, which raised suspicion. However, Stephen explained that he had assumed earlier in the morning that Brian and Beverly were simply asleep, which is why he didn't call the police until later. When Stephen realized he was a suspect, he was shocked and outraged. He claimed he had spent nearly the entire day fishing alone by the river, a location where no one else had seen him, meaning he had no alibi. Nevertheless, investigators used footage from traffic cameras to verify his timeline. The recordings confirmed that he had spent the day traveling to and from the fishing site as he had described. Fingerprint analysis further cleared Stephen. His prints didn't match any found at the scene, and tests for gunshot residue on his skin and clothing came back negative. Additionally, Stephen had no connection to the construction company that had purchased the boots, and the size of the boot prints didn't match his shoe size. With no evidence tying him to the crime, all suspicions against him were dropped. An unexpected witness, meanwhile, detectives conducted extensive interviews with neighbors in hopes of finding witnesses. When they knocked on the door of Daniel and Jennifer Tabarez, who lived across the street from the Mokes, they finally got a promising lead. Daniel answered the door and explained that his wife Jennifer was at work, but that he was willing to answer their questions. He revealed that around 5:30 a.m. on the day of the crime, he heard unusual sounds coming from the Mokes' home, loud noises that he now realized sounded like gunshots. Curious but cautious, Daniel had looked out his window and noticed a white pickup truck parked near the Mokes' house. He was certain the vehicle didn't belong to the couple. Minutes after the loud sounds were heard, two men exited the Mokes' house. The witness, Daniel Tabarez, wasn't able to get a good look at them due to the low light just before dawn. However, he provided a detailed description of the driver of the white pickup truck parked near the house. According to Daniel, the driver was a white man around 40 years old, of solid build, with long, dark hair tied back in a ponytail and a mustache. He also noticed a tattoo on the man's left hand, though he couldn't make out the design. While this information seemed promising, no other neighbors reported seeing anything similar. Friends, family, and co-workers of Brian and Beverly couldn't identify anyone in their circle who matched this description or drove a truck like that. Furthermore, the vehicle didn't appear on any nearby traffic cameras, raising the possibility that the perpetrators had used a back road through the woods to avoid detection. The white pickup truck was listed in a county-wide alert, but no leads emerged. A new suspect emerges. During a conversation with detectives, Beverly's mother recalled that her daughter had mentioned a neighbor, Jeremy Flint, a couple of months before the crime. Jeremy, a 22-year-old man, had been on law enforcement's radar for dealing prohibited substances. His house was known for frequent visits by suspicious individuals, and other neighbors had spoken negatively about him. This led investigators to consider him as a potential suspect in the brutal double crime. When officers visited Jeremy's home, he wasn't there. Their initial thought was that he might have fled after committing the crime. Further questioning of neighbors revealed that shortly before the tragedy, Brian and Beverly had hosted a small party at their home. Jeremy, uninvited and under the influence of illicit substances, had shown up unexpectedly. Witnesses described his behavior as aggressive. He harassed some of the women, insulted guests, and stirred up conflicts. Eventually, he was forced to leave, but not before vowing that the couple would regret their actions. The next day, Brian and Beverly noticed several items missing from their home, including a cell phone and a gun with ammunition that had been stored in a drawer in their pantry. Certain that Jeremy was responsible, the couple decided to confront him. They went to his house and politely but firmly demanded their belongings back, warning him that they would go to the police if the items weren't returned. This impulsive threat, directed at someone with ties to criminal activities, could have been a dangerous mistake. Jeremy denied stealing anything and refused to return the items. However, the following day, the missing belongings mysteriously reappeared in the couple's backyard. Brian and Beverly were convinced that Jeremy had placed them there during the night. While the incident appeared resolved, Beverly remained uneasy. She grew fearful of being home alone and began urging her husband to consider moving to a different neighborhood. Jeremy's alibi. When Jeremy finally returned to town, law enforcement detained him immediately for questioning. However, it quickly became clear that he had been out of town for nearly a week, returning the day after the crime. He had traveled to another state to visit his parents and stayed with them for 6 days. His alibi was corroborated by numerous witnesses, and surveillance footage from a bar showed that he had been out drinking with friends on the night of the crime. Additionally, forensic analysis confirmed that Jeremy's fingerprints and palm prints didn't match those found at the scene. With no evidence tying him to the crime, Jeremy was ruled out as a suspect. New developments in the case. When investigators ran out of suspects and leads, they decided to revisit Daniel Tabarez, the only witness in the case, hoping he might recall something new. During this follow-up visit, Daniel's story suddenly began to shift. He claimed to remember details about what the perpetrators were wearing, and even described one of the men exiting the house, noting that he had a scar on his cheek. This was a surprising change, as Daniel had previously stated that the men's faces were obscured by hoodies. A detective asked Daniel to point out the window he had been looking through during the incident. The detective examined the view and noticed that while it was daytime, it was still difficult to make out details of someone across the street. Considering the events had taken place during the early morning twilight, it seemed improbable that Daniel could have seen so much. This discrepancy suggested that Daniel might have been lying all along. But why? Could he have been involved in the crime himself? When investigators asked to see Daniel's shoes, he produced several pairs of sneakers, boots, and dress shoes, none of which matched the footprint found at the scene. Still, his changing story and increasingly suspicious behavior prompted detectives to take a closer look at Daniel himself. A troubled past. Daniel Tabarez's background turned out to be deeply unsettling. Born in 1966 as the youngest child in a military family, his life took a dark turn early on. When Daniel was just 4 years old, his parents divorced, leaving him and his 3 older sisters in the care of their mother. His father remarried soon after and showed little interest in his children from the previous marriage. By the 9th grade, Daniel had dropped out of school, begun running away from home, stealing, and experimenting with prohibited substances. At 18, he was arrested for robbery for the first time. However, his estranged father unexpectedly intervened, helping him avoid a prison sentence in favor of probation. It seemed the father, perhaps motivated by guilt, wanted to give Daniel another chance. Despite this, Daniel continued to have frequent run-ins with the law over the years. Each time, he received minimal sentences for his crimes. In the late 1980s, Daniel moved to Florida to live with his father, who attempted to support him. His father paid for an expensive treatment program at a private rehabilitation clinic and tried to help Daniel find steady employment. But within 6 months, Daniel was caught stealing and dealing substances again. This time, his father gave up and sent him back to live with his mother. By this point, Daniel's mental health had begun to deteriorate due to his dependencies. Within a year, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and prescribed medication. However, Daniel rarely took his medications as directed. Instead, he mixed them with alcohol, leading to aggressive and dangerous outbursts. A violent incident in July 1991. During an argument with his mother, Daniel suddenly grabbed a knife and attacked her, inflicting nearly 30 wounds. She died at the scene. At his trial, Daniel claimed he had acted under the influence of voices in his head, which he said had ordered him to kill her. However, court-appointed psychiatrists determined that Daniel had been aware of his actions and was legally responsible. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Despite this sentence, Daniel was released on parole in 2006, having served less than the full term. While serving his prison sentence, Daniel Tabarez began corresponding with Jennifer Freitas, and the two developed a romantic relationship. Jennifer waited for his release, and as soon as he was paroled, they married. Daniel moved into her home in the small town of Graham, arriving around the same time as the Mope couple. By relocating to a different state, Daniel violated the terms of his parole. He should have been arrested immediately, but a combination of police negligence and a technical error prevented that from happening. Somehow, Daniel's fingerprints were accidentally removed from the criminal database, which allowed him to evade detection. Even after investigators found a handprint at the Moke's crime scene, it seemed as though every factor was inexplicably working in his favor. Further investigation revealed that Daniel had briefly worked at a construction company that had purchased the rare work boots linked to the crime. However, detectives lacked concrete evidence to make an arrest. They needed to build their case carefully to avoid alerting Daniel or his potential accomplice, Jennifer. Setting the trap on November 24, 2007, Daniel was invited to the police station under the pretense of assisting in creating composite sketches of potential suspects. He eagerly agreed, and spent about an hour enthusiastically describing and helping draw portraits of people he had completely fabricated. While he was busy, another officer entered the room and casually mentioned that they needed to collect Daniel's fingerprints to rule him out as a suspect. Daniel hesitated, but ultimately agreed, confident that no traces of his presence remained at the crime scene. After fingerprinting, the officer casually remarked that investigators had found an unknown bloody handprint at the Moke's house. Daniel visibly tensed and began explaining that he had been friendly with the Mokes and often visited their home, where his prints could have left. The officer responded calmly, noting that there was no need to worry. After all, the handprint was bloody and clearly belonged to the perpetrator. A second detective then shifted the conversation to Daniel's past. He brought up the crime for which Daniel had served time, prompting Daniel to admit that he had killed his mother. Unexpectedly, Daniel began recounting the disturbing details of that crime, speaking with a chilling enthusiasm. He smiled as he described what he had done, exuding the aura of a true psychopath. Meanwhile, forensic specialists were comparing Daniel's prints to those found at the crime scene. When the results came back as a perfect match, detectives confronted Daniel with the evidence. His smug demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by rage. But before he could lash out, officers secured him in handcuffs and placed him under arrest. Faced with the overwhelming evidence against him, Daniel had no choice but to confess and cooperate with investigators. He explained that on the night before the crime, he had spent hours at a bar drinking and using strong substances. When he ran out of money to pay his tab, the bar staff threw him out, threatening to call the police. In a fit of rage, Daniel Tabarez suddenly recalled that he had given his neighbor, Brian Moke, a tattoo the previous month as a gesture. However, Daniel decided that he was owed payment for his work and arbitrarily demanded $50 for the service. Armed with his revolver, he showed up at the Moke's house at 5 a.m., while the couple was still asleep. Brian, annoyed by the early visit, opened the door and was immediately confronted with Daniel's demand for money. Confused and frustrated, Brian refused, telling Daniel to come back after he'd sobered up. But Daniel was insistent. To defuse the situation, Brian decided it was easier to pay and headed to another room to retrieve the money. As he walked away, he made a remark that Daniel found offensive. This triggered Daniel's fury. In a split-second decision, he drew his gun and fired 3 shots into Brian's back. The sound of gunfire woke Beverly, who came out to investigate. She saw her husband lying on the floor in a pool of blood and Daniel standing over him with a gun. Realizing the danger, she tried to run back to the bedroom but was shot 3 times in the back before she could escape. After realizing the gravity of what he had done, Daniel went home and enlisted his wife, Jennifer, to help clean up the crime scene. Disturbingly, Jennifer didn't seem surprised by his actions. Together, they moved Beverly's body into the living room, placing it beside Brian, and covered both with a blanket. It was Jennifer who suggested using a broom to erase the bloody footprints. She also meticulously wiped down surfaces to remove fingerprints, though she missed one crucial handprint. Once the cleaning was done, Daniel disposed of the murder weapon by throwing it into a nearby river. Despite extensive efforts by investigators, the revolver was never recovered. Daniel Tabarez was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. His wife, Jennifer, expressed deep remorse, claiming she had helped Daniel out of fear for her own safety. She was sentenced to just 1 year in prison for tampering with evidence. In 2015, new homeowners renovating the property where Daniel had once lived with his mother made a horrifying discovery. While excavating the backyard, they unearthed human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed that the remains belonged to a young neighbor who had gone missing in 1990. Investigators determined that Daniel had been romantically interested in the woman, but after she rejected his advances, he reacted with lethal aggression. He buried her body in his mother's backyard, where it remained hidden for decades. This crime resulted in Daniel receiving a second life sentence. There was somebody awake, and they actually heard your argument and your conversation between you and your wife. Really, what conversation was that? She's telling you to get off of me, and you're saying don't leave me. Early on the morning of January 1st, 2012, on a quiet street in the Grapevine Hollow neighborhood, the festive atmosphere turned to panic and horror. Ashley Fawless, a young mother, was being rushed to the hospital in an ambulance, her life hanging by a thread after suffering a gunshot wound to the head. Her parents, who had briefly left the house, were in a state of shock as they returned to find the home surrounded by police and paramedics. Just hours earlier, the house had been filled with joy and celebration. What had happened on this New Year's night? Only one person could have the answer, her husband, Tom, who was in the room at the time of the tragedy. But his version of events was raising more questions than it answered. Ashley's family was convinced they knew the truth, yet investigators faced numerous contradictions and strange details. The mystery behind the doors of that house went far deeper than anyone could have imagined. Early that morning, on January 1st, 2012, 28-year-old Ashley Fawless was taken to the hospital with a gunshot wound to her head. Ashley's family immediately believed they knew what had happened. To them, it was obvious that only one person could have been involved, her husband, Tom. He had been in the room with Ashley when the gunshot was fired. Known for his quick temper and controlling nature, Tom was the primary focus of suspicion for Ashley's family. However, for the police, the story was not so clear-cut. Contradictory evidence was found at the scene, requiring a thorough investigation. Witness statements kept changing, and Ashley's past proved to be just as complex as her present. Years would pass before new details emerged, casting a different light on the events of that night. The festive evening that began on December 31st, 2011, was supposed to be calm and family-focused. Tom and Ashley Fawless hosted a New Year's party at their home on Zinfandel Street. Guests danced, drank, and celebrated. Tom and Ashley seemed like a happy couple. Just an hour earlier, they had been dancing together, looking lovingly at one another, much to the delight of their guests. But everything changed as midnight approached, when Ashley announced she was going outside with her relatives, which angered Tom. The argument erupted suddenly in front of Ashley's family, who were the last guests remaining at the house. Tom began yelling at Ashley and her relatives, who tried to defend her. When their attempts to mediate failed, the relatives decided to leave, following Tom's demand. Slamming the door, Tom retreated to the bedroom. Ashley's parents also decided to leave, leaving the couple alone. A few hours later, tragedy struck. Tom was frustrated by Ashley's family's involvement in their personal lives. He felt Ashley shouldn't have gone outside with her parents, especially after they had been drinking throughout the evening. He demanded that Ashley's parents leave. After they were gone, the tension between the couple only grew stronger. Once the guests had left, Tom and Ashley were alone, and the argument reignited in the bedroom. Tom claimed that their fight was rooted in long-standing issues. Ashley, however, insisted she would live her life the way she wanted, regardless of his opinions. Tom accused her of being influenced by her family. Standing by the closet as he changed into pajamas, Tom said he heard Ashley handling the gun kept under the mattress. Tom tried to ask her what she was doing, but before he could finish, the shot rang out. Emergency services arrived at the scene in the early morning hours of January 1st, 2012. The police called in investigators from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation following allegations from Ashley's family. Her parents, Jenna Fox and Joe Redan, immediately accused Tom of being responsible for what had happened, citing his anger and aggression earlier that evening. At first glance, The evidence at the scene suggested Ashley had taken her own life. However, investigators noticed details that raised doubts. Crooked picture frames on the walls and items scattered across the floor hinted at a possible struggle before the gunshot. Divorce papers left and signed on a dresser seemed to confirm reports of tension in the marriage. Ashley and Tom had met in the spring of 2007 through an online dating site. Ashley was outgoing and full of energy, and Tom quickly fell for her. Ashley was already a mother to 2 daughters from a previous marriage, and their relationship moved quickly. A year after they met, the couple had a son, and just 2 weeks after his birth, they got married. In 2010, Tom adopted Ashley's daughters, and the family began living together. However, by the end of 2011, tension within the family was growing. Ashley's older daughters were 9 and 6 years old, and their youngest son had just celebrated his 3rd birthday. The boy had been diagnosed with hydrocephalus, which required several surgeries. The stress of his condition took a heavy toll on Ashley, who was struggling to balance her responsibilities as a mother with the difficulties in her marriage to Tom. These challenges created a tense atmosphere, setting the stage for the tragic events of that New Year's Eve. In 2010, Ashley Fallis was terminated from her position at the North Colorado Medical Center. The official reason given was insubordination, with reports citing aggressive behavior. Although she filed a lawsuit for wrongful termination and won a settlement, the legal victory did little to resolve her other challenges. The following year, she began a brief affair with a high school sweetheart, which further strained her already fragile marriage to Tom. During the same period, Ashley sought help from a psychiatrist. She was prescribed medication to reduce anxiety and stabilize her mood, as she had been experiencing up to 4 or 5 panic attacks per week. These struggles placed a significant strain on her relationship with Tom. While Tom was aware of her affair, he chose not to pursue a divorce. The divorce papers later found by investigators in their bedroom were drafted by Ashley herself back in 2009, during a time when the couple had considered separating due to conflicting work schedules. However, they ultimately decided to stay together and work on their relationship. In the months leading up to the tragedy, Tom claimed that their relationship had started to improve. He had secured steady employment with the Weld County Sheriff's Office, working as a corrections officer. Meanwhile, Ashley found her own way of coping with life's difficulties. She began speaking at conferences, sharing her experiences raising a child with hydrocephalus, and offering support to other parents in similar situations. A few weeks before New Year's Eve, Ashley took a home pregnancy test that came back positive. This was a shock, as she had undergone a sterilization procedure after the birth of their youngest child to prevent future pregnancies. Despite the odds, Ashley believed she might be pregnant. To protect the potential baby, she stopped taking her anxiety and mood-stabilizing medication. However, on the day of the party, December 31st, 2011, just hours before guests arrived, Ashley began her menstrual cycle. A second pregnancy test showed a negative result, which dealt an emotional blow to both her and Tom. That day had begun with a discussion about whether it might still be possible to reverse the sterilization procedure and try to have another child. Ashley's mother had originally suggested the procedure years earlier, but now the decisions were entirely theirs. Both Ashley and Tom expressed a desire to have another baby, and the sudden turn of events created significant emotional tension. All of this formed the backdrop to the events of that evening. The party at Ashley and Tom Fallis' home was lively. Despite the emotionally draining day, Ashley made every effort to appear cheerful. She drank, danced, and embraced her loved ones. According to her parents, Joe and Jenna, Ashley seemed happy and strong, just as she always did. They found it hard to believe that she would have willingly left her family behind. But Tom claimed that behind Ashley's outward calm lay deep emotional struggles her family wasn't aware of. Investigators paid close attention to Tom's version of the events that night. His interview began with a recounting of the day, how the negative pregnancy test result had set the tone, and how a small disagreement escalated when Ashley decided to go outside with her relatives. The argument spiraled into a discussion about Ashley's tendency to take her mother's advice too often. Tom said he didn't want to continue arguing and just wanted things to settle down. During Tom's police interview, investigators noticed scratches on his neck and chest. These marks raised suspicions as they could have been evidence of a struggle. Tom explained that he had recently shaved his chest for the first time and scratched his skin due to itching, which caused the red marks. As for the scratches on his neck, he said they could have been caused by stress. The questioning grew more intense as the interview continued. Tom felt that he was being accused of a crime and insisted on his innocence. He maintained that he did not shoot Ashley and that he wasn't in the room when the gun went off. Meanwhile, investigators were questioning neighbors and examining the home. A neighbor, Chelsea Origo, reported hearing Ashley shout, "Get off me," moments before the gunshot. This account contradicted Tom's claims. When investigators asked Tom about the shouting, he denied it and said he never forced Ashley to do anything against her will. He explained that he simply asked her to stop taking advice from her mother, as it was causing tension in their marriage. Investigators pressed him further, pointing out that the wound on the back of Ashley's head made it unlikely she could have shot herself. Tom demanded tests for gunpowder residue on his hands to prove his innocence. He also insisted that Ashley's hands be tested to determine whether she could have fired the gun. Despite his explanations, investigators remained skeptical due to the strange circumstances and conflicting evidence. While Tom was at the station, Ashley Fowlis was in the hospital where doctors fought to save her life. Tragically, a few hours after her admission, they announced that she had passed away. When Tom learned of her death, he was devastated. He claimed that when he held her in his arms after the incident, he saw her breathing and believed she had a chance to survive. After 3 hours of questioning, investigators had not obtained a confession from Tom, but they also could not rule him out as a suspect. Tom became increasingly agitated, maintaining his innocence and repeatedly stating that he could never harm his wife. For days after the incident, Ashley's death was officially ruled as a voluntary act. Although lab tests were not yet completed, the medical examiner concluded that her death was self-inflicted. The case was closed, leaving Ashley's family in shock and disbelief. They felt that the investigation had been rushed and that Tom had received preferential treatment because of his job in the county's correction system, which they believed influenced the investigation's outcome. However, Tom's role in a separate law enforcement agency unrelated to the investigation made it difficult to prove he had any connections to the detectives working on the case. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation was brought in almost immediately to ensure objectivity. Still, mistakes were made. Tom was not separated from potential witnesses at the scene, a violation of standard protocol. Additionally, his hands were not covered to preserve potential gunpowder residue, which could have served as crucial evidence. Ashley's family criticized the way Tom's interrogation was handled, arguing that 3 hours was insufficient for the primary person of interest in a case involving a suspicious death. They believed investigators did not seriously consider Tom a suspect until Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, insisted on it. Only after their persistent demands did detectives adjust their approach. But even then, the investigation remained superficial. Ultimately, Tom was allowed to leave. After the tragedy, Tom took the children and moved to another state, Indiana, to be closer to his sister. He enrolled in college to pursue a bachelor's degree and appeared to be trying to start fresh. Meanwhile, Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, refused to back down. They reached out to the media calling for justice. In interviews, they described Tom's short temper and emphasized that Ashley loved life and would never have willingly ended it. It was reporter Justin Joseph who uncovered a significant new witness, 17-year-old Nick Glover, a neighbor of the Fowlis family. Nick revealed that on January 1, 2012, he was home with friends when he saw emergency vehicles arrive at the Fowlis residence. He also claimed to have heard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." Furthermore, Nick said he shared this information with Detective Michael Yates during an interview, but there was no record of his statement in the police reports. The absence of documentation raised new allegations against law enforcement, suggesting possible corruption and a cover-up. It was suspected that Detective Yates had intentionally ignored this critical testimony to protect Tom. In April 2014, more than 2 years after Ashley's death, the Evans Police Department reopened the case. Fresh allegations included claims that Yates had omitted key evidence and altered a witness's testimony to support the narrative that Ashley had taken her own life. Law enforcement officials denied any favoritism, stating that the investigation had been conducted fairly. On November 18, 2014, Tom Follis was arrested near his home in Indiana. Despite being charged with second-degree manslaughter, he continued to maintain his innocence. The case, which had gained significant public attention largely due to Justin Joseph's investigation, left many questions unanswered. For example, bruises on Ashley's legs sparked speculation about a flashlight found at the scene, which some believed might have been used during an altercation. However, it was later revealed that the flashlight belonged to an officer who had attempted to provide first aid and was unrelated to the crime. The prosecution argued that during a confrontation, Tom seized the Taurus 9mm handgun that Ashley kept under the mattress, pressed it to her head, and fired. He then lowered her body to the floor and called emergency services. At the trial, Ashley's mother, Jenna Fox, testified that Tom had acted aggressively at the New Year's Eve party, using harsh language that led to a conflict. Tom denied these allegations. Later during the trial, Jenna mentioned that there was a history of mental health issues in the family. Ashley's grandmother and uncle had taken their own lives. The prosecution used this as evidence to support their theory that Ashley may have willingly ended her life. However, Ashley's psychiatrist testified that as of December 2011, she showed no signs of depression. The defense later presented information that Ashley had been seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist simultaneously, which resulted in her receiving overlapping prescriptions. Forensic expert testimonies about the crime scene were contradictory. Dan Gilliam, who had spent hundreds of hours analyzing evidence, argued that Tom could not have shot his wife. According to Gilliam, individuals who fire weapons in a fit of rage rarely stop after a single shot. Despite his conclusions, Gilliam was called as a witness by the prosecution. Another expert, Jonathan Priest, reviewed the case materials and visited the crime scene. He concluded that Tom had been very close to Ashley when the shot was fired. Priest reasoned that if Tom had been farther away, there would have been more blood spread throughout the room. His analysis was based on the timeline of when Tom reached Ashley and began providing assistance, as documented by the first responders. The prosecution used this argument to challenge the defense's claims. The prosecution alleged that Ashley's emotional struggles were exacerbated by her unsuccessful attempts to conceive. An autopsy revealed that after a tubal ligation, she could have potentially become pregnant, but at the time of her death, she was not pregnant. However, Ashley reportedly believed she had been pregnant 3 times in the 9 months leading up to her death, which added to her emotional distress. Psychiatrists at the trial highlighted how these circumstances might have significantly impacted her mental state. In April 2014, 2 years after Ashley's death, the Evans Police Department reopened the investigation. New allegations surfaced against Detective Michael Yates, who was accused of excluding critical evidence and altering witness testimonies. Law enforcement officials continued to insist that the investigation had been conducted fairly and impartially, dismissing claims of bias. Nick Glover testified that on the night of Ashley Follis's death, he overheard Tom tell his parents, "I shot my wife." This statement became a pivotal part of the prosecution's case, especially after Nick's friend, Chelsea Origo, gave her own account. Nick's mother, Kathy, claimed that Chelsea had also heard Ashley shouting, "Get off me." However, during the trial, Chelsea stated that she could not recall the argument clearly, because she consumed too much alcohol that night. Nick, on the other hand, insisted that he clearly remembered the events of that night, emphasizing that such a confession was unforgettable. His claims drew the attention of investigators and Detective Michael Yates, who had interviewed Nick on the day of Ashley's death, came under internal review for failing to document this alleged confession. However, the investigation found no misconduct on Yates's part, and he maintained that Nick had never made such a statement to him. During Nick Glover's cross-examination, defense attorneys highlighted several inconsistencies in his testimony. They pointed out that after Tom's alleged confession, Nick continued to maintain a friendly relationship with him, participating in family activities, including camping trips and Christmas celebrations. When questioned about why he acted this way, Nick responded over 90 times with, "I don't remember." Later, former Weld County Sheriff's Deputy Chris Graves also came forward, claiming he had heard Tom confess. According to Graves, he arrived at the scene and heard Tom shouting, "I can't believe I shot her. I can't believe she's dead." However, the defense pointed out inconsistencies in Graves' account. The crime scene was crowded with personnel from multiple agencies, family members, and neighbors, yet no one else reported hearing Tom's alleged outburst. Graves also did not detain Tom at the scene, explaining that it was outside his jurisdiction. Additionally, the defense noted that Chris Graves had not filed any reports about his statements for 3 years following the incident. He was later dismissed from the sheriff's office for dishonesty, further undermining his credibility. These factors cast doubt on the prosecution's narrative. Many physical pieces of evidence also failed to support the prosecution's theory. Gunshot residue tests conducted on Tom's hands showed no traces, while residue was found on both of Ashley's hands. Scratches on Tom's chest, which might have indicated a struggle, contained no traces of Ashley's DNA. Likewise, nail scrapings from Ashley revealed no DNA from Tom. These findings raised serious doubts about the claim that there had been a physical altercation between the couple before the shot was fired. Tom Fawless chose not to testify in his own defense. The trial lasted several weeks, during which more than 40 witnesses were called to testify. The defense's closing arguments focused on Ashley's mental health and the significant challenges she had faced in the months leading up to her death. Repeated pregnancy tests, her son's illness, prescription medications, job loss, and an affair. According to the defense, these factors could have contributed to the tragedy. A surprising development during the trial was the introduction of Ashley's alleged farewell letters. In these letters, she apologized to Tom, referred to herself as a failure, and wrote that she could no longer continue living. Ashley's family expressed doubts about the authenticity of these letters, as they had only learned of their existence years after her death. Her relatives claimed they had never seen any signs that Ashley might have written such letters and believed they were fabricated. After 3.5 hours of deliberation, including a 1-hour lunch break, the jury reached its verdict. Tom Fawless was found not guilty of second-degree manslaughter and all related charges. The decision was a devastating blow to Ashley's family. Her parents, Jenna Fox and Joe Ragwin, firmly believed in Tom's guilt and filed lawsuits against the Evans Police Department, claiming that investigators had concealed or falsified evidence. They argued that Nick Glover's 2012 testimony had been ignored, and that other officers who might have overheard Tom's alleged confession remained silent. Ultimately, their lawsuits were dismissed. Despite the acquittal, Ashley's family refused to accept the outcome and remained convinced of Tom's culpability. However, they managed to a relationship with the children, securing visitation rights that allowed them to stay involved in their lives. Meanwhile, Tom Fawless continues to face financial challenges due to legal expenses and is working to rebuild his life while pursuing his education. Following the tragedy, the children remained in Tom's care. He moved them to another state to start over and be closer to his sister. He explained to them that their mother had passed away in an accident, but plans to share more details with them when they are older. Despite all efforts to uncover the truth, the case remains shrouded in uncertainty. Questions linger and each answer seems to generate more doubt. The story of Ashley Fawless is one of those cases where the line between truth and deception becomes blurred, leaving behind only shadows of suspicion and unresolved mysteries. It was a quiet evening in Dallas when Amber Geiger, a seasoned police officer, entered the wrong apartment. What happened next would send shockwaves through the community, the nation, and change the course of two families' lives forever. But was it truly a tragic mistake, or was something darker at play? As the courtroom drama unfolded, questions about race, power, and accountability took center stage. What happened that night, and who was really to blame? Botham Shem Jean was born on September 29, 1991, in Castries, the capital of the island nation of St. Lucia. His parents, Allison and Berthina Jean, were deeply religious and members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Raised in such a faith-driven environment, Botham's upbringing instilled in him strong moral values, including honesty, tolerance, and a desire to help others. These qualities were noted by many who knew him in his lifetime. From a young age, Botham stood out among his peers. His parents raised him with a strong sense of responsibility and a focus on education. In school, he demonstrated exceptional abilities in mathematics and music. At a young age, Botham began singing in the church choir, where his deep and moving voice immediately caught attention. Music became an important part of his life, and the church was a place where he felt supported and confident. After finishing school, Botham decided to continue his education in the United States. He chose to attend Hardin-Simmons University in Texas, where he pursued a degree in accounting. This decision marked an important milestone in his life, as moving to the U.S. opened up new opportunities for professional growth and personal connections. After graduation, Botham secured a job as an accountant in Dallas. His career quickly flourished, and his colleagues highly valued his professionalism and approach to work. For Botham, working at PwC wasn't just a career step. It was an opportunity to contribute to society and provide for his family. He supported his parents, helped the youth in his community in St. Lucia, and dreamed of advancing further in his career. His coworkers remembered him as someone who always brought positivity and inspiration to the team, fostering a strong sense of camaraderie and striving for the best results. But it wasn't just his professional life that mattered to Botham. He was actively involved in the life of his church in Dallas, where he was part of the music group and often spent time with friends from the community. He found joy in simple things: cooking dinners for his friends, organizing parties to maintain friendships, and always sharing his sincere smile and support with others. His life was filled with plans for the future, full of optimism and a drive to achieve even greater things. Amber Geiger, on the other hand, came from a small town near Dallas. She was born on August 9, 1988, and grew up in a family where discipline and hard work were strongly emphasized. From an early age, Amber dreamed of becoming a police officer. Her father worked in local law enforcement, and she knew she wanted to follow in his footsteps to help people and bring order to society. Amber pursued this dream after high school by enrolling in the police academy. She worked hard and demonstrated the discipline and focus needed for a career in law enforcement. After graduating from the academy, Amber began her career with the Dallas Police Department, where she eventually became an officer. Her colleagues described her as determined and hardworking, though she often expressed frustration with the emotional strain and high stress of her job. The life of a police officer is always filled with risk and stress, and Amber was no exception. She often found herself in situations that required quick decisions, where her reaction had to be immediate. These working conditions took a toll on her emotional state. Over time, she became more withdrawn and cautious in her relationships with others, preferring to spend her free time alone to recharge. Amber Geiger was dedicated to her profession, but her life was full of contradictions. She tried to hide her vulnerabilities, but those who knew her well could see that she often felt lonely and sometimes even lost in the world. Despite her strong and determined character, her internal struggles and fatigue from the pressure made her life less stable. She would often return home late, exhausted and emotionally drained, which perhaps played a critical role in the tragic events that unfolded later. After moving to Dallas, Amber bought an apartment in a high-rise building not far from her workplace. She hoped that living close to her job would help her rest more and not waste too much time on commuting. Life in Dallas was supposed to be a fresh start for her, but this new beginning didn't bring the peace she had hoped for. Work, stress, and emotional strain became part of her daily routine. She often found it hard to manage the growing exhaustion, which led to tension and personal issues in her life. September 6, 2018 started for Botham Jean just like any other day. He woke up early in the morning as usual and headed to his office in downtown Dallas. It was another busy day, filled with meetings, discussions, and preparing reports for clients. Botham was someone who always strived to do his best at work, and this day was no different. His colleagues noticed his upbeat mood and the smile he shared with those around him. No one could have predicted that this would be the last day of his life. After work, Botham returned to his apartment in the Southside Flats complex, located in the heart of Dallas. His apartment was his sanctuary, a place where he could unwind after a long day. That evening, Botham decided to keep things simple. He planned to cook dinner, play his favorite music, and relax. He loved cooking, and it was one of his ways to relieve the stress of his workday. Meanwhile, Amber Geiger was finishing a 13-hour shift at the police station. That day had been especially grueling for her. Numerous calls, patrolling, and paperwork had completely worn her out. She felt a fatigue that seemed to weigh down her entire body, and all she wanted was to get home as quickly as possible. When her shift finally ended, Amber headed home, eager to collapse into bed and rest. However, her exhaustion and emotional depletion would play a pivotal role in the tragic events that were about to unfold. Amber arrived at her apartment complex, where she lived on the 3rd floor. On her way to her apartment, her attention was distracted as she was scrolling through messages on her phone, reflecting on the day she had just experienced. At some point, she accidentally rode the elevator to the 4th floor instead of her own. The doors to the apartments in this building were similar, and in her tired state, she didn't notice that she had approached the wrong unit. The door to Botham Jean's apartment was slightly ajar, which immediately made her suspicious. In her exhaustion and confusion, she thought someone might have broken into her apartment. Amber drew her service weapon without considering the potential consequences. The only thought in her mind was that she needed to protect herself. She pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Botham, who was preparing dinner in his apartment, heard the noise. He turned toward the door, unsure of what was happening. Amber, seeing a figure inside, mistook him for an intruder and without hesitation fired twice. The shots echoed through the quiet apartment, and within moments, Botham fell to the floor. Amber turned on the lights and only then realized her mistake. She saw an unfamiliar man lying in a pool of blood, and it hit her that she had entered the wrong apartment. Panic and horror overwhelmed her. She rushed to Botham, trying to administer first aid. She called 911, explaining the situation to the operator, desperately trying to explain that she had entered the wrong unit and had shot someone. Her voice trembled with fear and regret as she pleaded with Botham to hold on, repeatedly saying she hadn't meant for this to happen. While waiting for emergency services to arrive, Amber attempted to stop the bleeding, but her efforts were in vain. Neighbors, who had heard the gunshots and cries, began to step into the hallway. Some of them also called the police, reporting the gunfire in the apartment complex. Paramedics arrived at the scene and tried to save Botham, but his injuries were fatal. That evening, the life of a young man with so many hopes and dreams was tragically cut short. Amber Geiger was detained at the scene. She appeared to be in a state of shock, completely disoriented, repeating that she hadn't meant for this to happen and that it was a mistake. She was taken to the police station for questioning. The police launched an investigation to understand how this tragedy unfolded. There were many questions. Why hadn't Amber realized she was not in her own apartment? Why had she resorted to using her weapon without confirming that there was an actual threat? These questions became central to the investigation and sparked intense public debate. As investigators gathered evidence, the public began to actively discuss the incident. The case sparked a massive outcry, especially in the context of racial issues and concerns about police abuse of power. Botham Jean was black, and many saw his death as yet another example of unjust treatment and bias by law enforcement. People began to ask, did Botham's race play a role in Amber mistaking him for an intruder and shooting him without attempting to assess the situation? Meanwhile, Botham's family was devastated by the events. His mother, Allison Jean, was in St. Lucia when she learned of the tragedy. It was a crushing blow for her. Her son, who had moved to the U.S. to build a better life, was killed in his own apartment. Allison began to demand justice for her son, calling on the public and authorities for a thorough and impartial investigation. She knew Botham as a kind, responsible, and hardworking person who posed no threat to anyone. In the days following the incident, there was a flood of contradictory reports and rumors. The media extensively covered the case, and public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed Amber had made a tragic mistake, while others argued her actions were the result of bias and an inability to properly assess the situation. Protests and rallies began in Dallas and other cities, with people taking to the streets demanding justice for Botham Jean and his family. During the investigation, it was revealed that Amber Geiger had been exhausted after a long shift and may have been disoriented due to her fatigue. Her defense attorneys argued that she acted in a state of stress and fear for her life. However, the prosecution maintained that her actions were inexcusable for a police officer who should be able to control their emotions and make sound decisions, especially in situations involving the use of a weapon. Witnesses who lived in the apartment complex testified that they heard screams and gunshots. Some of them tried to figure out what was happening, but no one expected such a tragic outcome. Investigators collected evidence, reviewed surveillance footage, and analyzed testimonies to reconstruct the full picture of the events that day. They were trying to determine whether this was truly a tragic mistake, or if other factors contributed to such a devastating outcome. After Amber Geiger's arrest, the case entered a new phase, a lengthy and complex process of investigation and trial preparation. Amber was charged with manslaughter. During the investigation, her attorneys argued that her actions were a tragic but unintentional mistake, caused by extreme exhaustion following a long shift. However, the prosecution maintained that Amber's actions were unacceptable for a trained police officer who was expected to assess situations carefully and avoid unnecessary use of force. One of the key pieces of evidence was footage from the surveillance cameras at the apartment complex where both Botham Jean and Amber Geiger lived. These recordings helped reconstruct the events of that night. The cameras captured Amber arriving at the building and entering. The footage showed her going to the wrong floor and approaching an apartment that belonged to Botham. Investigators pointed out that she failed to exercise due diligence and did not notice she was on the wrong floor. In addition to the video evidence, phone records played a significant role in the case. Shortly before the incident, Amber had been texting with a colleague with whom she had a personal relationship. Prosecutors argued that these messages might have distracted her and contributed to her failing to realize she was entering the wrong apartment. The defense, however, downplayed the importance of the texts, claiming they were unrelated to the incident and could not have influenced her actions. Over the course of several months, investigators continued gathering evidence and interviewing witnesses. Neighbors in the apartment complex provided statements about hearing shouts and gunshots. Some claimed they heard voices before the shots were fired, suggesting there may have been an exchange between Amber and Botham prior to the tragic event. However, witness testimonies varied, making it difficult to piece together a definitive account of what happened. At the same time, forensic examinations were conducted. Experts meticulously analyzed the firearm used in the shooting, as well as the bullet trajectory and other physical evidence, to determine the positions of Amber and Botham at the time of the shooting. One contentious point was the positioning of Botham's body and the angle of the bullet. The prosecution argued that the evidence showed Botham did not pose a threat to Amber, while the defense claimed she acted out of self-defense. In August 2019, a highly publicized trial began, attracting widespread attention from both the public and the media. The courtroom was packed with journalists, family members, and friends of Botham Jean, as well as supporters of both the prosecution and the defense. The case promised to be a difficult one, touching on issues of police competence, personal responsibility, and racial justice. The trial opened with statements from both the prosecution and the defense. Prosecutors argued that Amber Geiger's actions were not just a mistake, but the result of her negligence as a police officer. They emphasized that any officer should exercise heightened caution, especially when it comes to using a firearm. Furthermore, they pointed out that Botham Jean was in his own home and posed no threat to Amber. The defense, on the other hand, built its case around the idea that Amber was acting out of extreme exhaustion and confusion, driven by fear for her own safety. Her attorneys sought to portray her as someone who made a tragic mistake without any malicious intent. They also highlighted her previously unblemished record in law enforcement, hoping to elicit sympathy from the jury. Over the course of several weeks, witnesses, experts, and family members of both the defendant and the deceased testified. One of the most emotional moments of the trial came when Botham's mother, Allison Jean, took the stand. She spoke about her son's dreams and plans for the future, describing him as a kind and compassionate person. Her words deeply moved everyone in the courtroom, emphasizing the tremendous loss her family had endured. Also testifying was Botham's brother, Brant Jean, whose statement became one of the most talked about moments of the trial. In his address to the court, he publicly forgave Amber Geiger and even asked for permission to hug her. This gesture sparked a range of reactions. Some saw it as an incredible act of kindness and Christian forgiveness, while others felt that such an action should not overshadow the need for fair justice. Among the evidence presented in court were surveillance footage and an audio recording of Amber's 911 call after the shooting. In the recording, she can be heard in a panic, repeatedly stating that she had entered the wrong apartment and never intended to kill anyone. This call sparked further discussion, as it captured her desperation, but also highlighted the lack of any attempt to determine who was in front of her before resorting to using her weapon. The expert testimony focused on analyzing the trajectory of the bullet, the position of Botham Jean's body, and the circumstances surrounding the shooting. Experts for the prosecution argued that the bullet's path suggested Botham was in a relaxed position, likely sitting or standing up from his couch when he was shot. This contradicted the defense's claim that he had been moving toward Amber and posed a threat. However, the defense attempted to discredit these conclusions, stating that the trajectory could not be conclusively determined due to a lack of data. Throughout the trial, the public closely followed the developments of the case. Protests and rallies continued, with activists calling not only for a sentence for Amber Geiger, but also for police reform to prevent similar incidents in the future. There were widespread calls for changes to police training, especially regarding decision-making skills in high-stress situations, and for greater accountability for mistakes that lead to tragic outcomes. Amber Geiger also took the stand, describing the events of that night from her perspective. She explained how she had come home after a long shift, feeling tired and disoriented. She claimed that she genuinely believed she was in her own apartment and thought Botham was an intruder who had broken into her home. She cried as she spoke, stating that she never intended to harm anyone and that it was a terrible mistake, one that she would have to live with for the rest of her life. Her testimony was emotional and, in the opinion of some, sincere, though it sparked conflicting reactions among the audience. The question of what the appropriate sentence should be became central in the final stage of the trial. Prosecutors insisted that Amber Geiger should be convicted of manslaughter, arguing that her actions led to the death of an innocent person and that a police officer who cannot assess a situation properly should not remain on the force. The defense, on the other hand, requested a lighter sentence, citing the lack of intent and arguing that Amber already carried a heavy burden of guilt for her mistake. After several days of deliberation, the time finally came for the jury to render their verdict in the case of Amber Geiger. Tension filled the courtroom as all eyes were on the judge and jury, who would decide whether the former police officer was guilty of causing Botham Jean's death. For many, this trial had become a symbol not just of a personal tragedy, but also of the deep-rooted issues within American society: racial bias, abuse of power, and a lack of accountability within law enforcement. On October 2, 2019, the jury announced their verdict. Amber Geiger was found guilty of the crime that resulted in Botham Jean's death. This decision came as a surprise to many, particularly since the prosecution had initially sought a conviction for manslaughter. The charge carried more serious consequences and a longer prison sentence. In the courtroom, there were audible expressions of relief and quiet celebrations. This verdict was a significant step toward justice for Botham's family and those who had supported them throughout the long and painful trial. The following day, the judge delivered the sentence. Amber Geiger was sentenced to 10 years in prison. In her statement, the judge acknowledged the complexity and tragedy of the case, emphasizing that both sides had experienced significant loss. Geiger, the judge noted, had made a grave error that cost an innocent person his life. However, despite the weight of the sentence, many felt that 10 years was too lenient for a life lost as a result of such a severe mistake. While some were satisfied with the court's decision, others believed it fell short. Activists and supporters of the Jean family argued that the sentence did not reflect the gravity of the crime and was not enough punishment for the life that had been taken. Protests continued in Dallas and other cities, with many calling for further reforms in the criminal justice and law enforcement systems. This case became a symbol of the fight for justice and brought renewed attention to the challenges Black Americans face in interactions with law enforcement. Amber Geiger herself remained in shock following the verdict and sentencing. She repeatedly stated that she had no intention of harming anyone and that it was a terrible mistake. Her attorneys filed an appeal, hoping to reduce her sentence. They argued that 10 years was too harsh for someone who acted out of confusion, stress, and exhaustion. However, as the trial concluded, Geiger was taken into custody to begin serving her sentence. Botham Jean's family expressed their gratitude to everyone who supported them throughout the long months of the trial. Botham's mother, Allison Jean, stated that while the verdict provided some sense of resolution, it could never bring back her son. She emphasized the need for systemic reforms in the justice system and law enforcement to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. Allison continued to advocate for change within police departments, hoping her son's case would serve as a catalyst for meaningful progress. The case of Botham Jean had a profound impact on public opinion and the national conversation around policing. This incident became yet another example highlighting systemic issues in law enforcement and the treatment of Black citizens. In response to public pressure, several states began considering legislative initiatives aimed at improving police training, particularly in situations involving the use of force and community interactions. Calls grew louder for increased accountability for officers' actions and mandatory training programs focused on racial and cultural competency. Additionally, Botham Jean's case inspired the creation of organizations and funds dedicated to supporting families of victims of police misconduct and advocating for law enforcement reform. These groups provided legal and emotional support while spearheading campaigns to raise awareness about racial discrimination and abuse of power. Allison Jean became an active participant in these initiatives, using her personal story to fight for justice and systemic change. As time passed, Amber Geiger continued to serve her sentence in prison while awaiting the outcome of her appeal. This case not only shattered the lives of two families, but also left a lasting mark on American society. The tragic mistake that led to Botham Jean's death served as a stark reminder of the need for reform and the importance of law enforcement officials making sound and responsible decisions, especially in life-and-death situations. The story of Botham Jean and Amber Geiger remains one of the most discussed and impactful cases in recent U.S. history. It underscores the profound consequences of poor judgment, particularly when exercised by those in positions of power. While justice, according to many, was only partially achieved, the case left unanswered questions and became a symbol of the ongoing fight for equality and accountability in America. On the evening of February 6, 2015, the silence of a cozy home in Goshen was shattered by a chilling discovery. Daniel Green, a respected law enforcement officer, was found lifeless in his own bathroom. 4 shots, 1 bullet to the forehead. No one heard the shots, no one saw anything suspicious, and there were no clues that could lead to the criminal. This was no accident. Everything looked as though someone acted with cold, calculated precision. Who could have taken the life of an officer who had dedicated his entire career to serving the community? The answers turned out to be far more complex and dark than anyone close to him could have imagined. The quiet of the empty house in Goshen, a small town surrounded by orchards, was abruptly interrupted. Lying on the bathroom floor, flat on his back, was a lifeless man. Daniel Green, a respected police officer. On February 6, 2015, right at noon, his colleagues, concerned that Daniel hadn't shown up for his shift, went to his home. What they found there shook them to their core. 4 bullets, one of which struck his forehead, ended the life of the 31-year-old officer. None of the neighbors had heard anything. No one had called emergency services, and not a single detail pointed to the identity of the perpetrator. There was no weapon, no trace of DNA. It all appeared as if the criminal knew exactly what they were doing, leaving behind nothing but emptiness. Daniel Green had lived in Goshen his entire life. He served in the California Police Department for 11 years and was well respected by the town's residents. He loved his job and always aimed to contribute to the community. His home was like a fortress in this quiet corner, where people knew and trusted one another. And yet, It was here that his life ended so abruptly and cruelly. The police began their investigation, which immediately focused on Daniel's personal life. He had been living alone since his divorce from 27-year-old Erica Sandoval. The relationship with her was far from simple, even after the separation. Daniel's colleagues and friends knew that Erica hadn't let him go, continuing to interfere in his life. She often tried to control him despite their official split. On February 6, 2015, Erica appeared at the scene almost immediately after she received a message from a friend. She entered the house, sobbing uncontrollably in front of the officers, insisting that she hadn't seen Daniel that day and had nothing to do with what had happened. However, her behavior raised suspicions among the investigators. She arrived at the scene too quickly, reacted too emotionally, and there were too many unanswered questions. The death of Officer Green shook the Tulare County Sheriff's Department. His colleagues began to wonder, was his tragic end related to the work he did, or was there something personal involved? The questions kept piling up, but one thing was clear. All these mysteries had to be solved as soon as possible. Motives, connections, personal conflicts. Investigators worked tirelessly, step by step, to uncover the truth, leaving no stone unturned. Matthew and Misty, Daniel's twin brother and sister, were deeply affected by his loss. They had grown up together in Porterville, a small town in California, where from a young age the twin brothers knew they wanted to be in law enforcement. Matthew began his career in the police force but later decided to move into law. Daniel, on the other hand, stayed in the force, rising to the rank of officer and taking pride in his chosen path. Their sister always supported them and was proud of her brothers. Daniel Green was known not only for his police service but also for his passion for motorcycles. He was a member of a motorcycle club, where he spent a lot of time enjoying the sense of freedom and speed. One of his close friends, James Bonds Downey, was particularly close with Daniel. Both loved taking rides through the countryside, enjoying the road and the sense of freedom their bikes gave them. Daniel's personal life was eventful. He enjoyed going on dates and was rarely alone. There was a period when he would show up to family gatherings each month with a new girlfriend. This continued until late 2009 when he met Erica Sandoval, a 22-year-old nurse. Meeting Erica changed everything for him. He fell head over heels in love and decided to settle down. By that time, his brother and sister were already married while he was still a bachelor. But with Erica, everything was different. Daniel was infatuated with her. Angelica Ramirez, a close friend of Erica, shared that at the beginning of their relationship, Erica was deeply in love with Daniel. Their passion was intense, and at first glance, they seemed like the perfect couple. However, as Daniel's sister recalled, Erica, despite her friendliness, could snap in an instant if something didn't go her way. Over time, tension built in their relationship, escalating into frequent conflicts and arguments. Erica Sandoval was born and raised in Southern California in a middle-class family. She had a brother, David Sandoval, who remembered that Erica, being the only daughter, always felt special. Her parents spoiled her and tried to give her the best of everything. She never experienced hardship or mistreatment and grew up expecting her wishes to be fulfilled without question. Erica always received support and attention from her parents and brother, which instilled in her a sense of entitlement and the belief that she deserved special treatment. The unexpected news of Daniel Green and Erica Sandoval's secret wedding in Las Vegas took everyone close to them by surprise. Daniel was 26 and Erica was 23 when they decided to tie the knot without telling anyone in advance. Daniel's brother and sister couldn't believe their eyes when they received a late-night message with a photo of the marriage certificate. A few weeks later, the newlyweds organized a small wedding celebration for their close ones, where Erica wore a white dress and Daniel wore a black suit. However, despite their apparent happiness, Daniel and Erica's relationship was far from perfect. Herb Adams, Daniel's friend and fellow motorcyclist, recalled how Daniel once shared that, even before their marriage, they had a fight, and Erica took a razor and slashed the furniture in his home. It was a troubling sign that, in Herb's opinion, should not have been ignored. Matthew, Daniel's brother, personally saw the damage and was concerned, but Daniel insisted it was just an emotional outburst. The conflicts within the family continued. Matthew and Daniel's sister witnessed one of these incidents. During an argument, Erica grabbed Daniel, shouting at him. In the next room, his brother and sister heard Daniel break down in tears. Matthew remembered that it was one of the most painful moments of his life. He felt devastated hearing his brother cry. Nevertheless, intervening in Daniel and Erica's relationship was difficult. The Green family grew up in challenging circumstances. Daniel's brother and sister remembered how they, along with their mother, endured harsh treatment from their stepfather. He had a criminal past, often drank heavily, and used banned substances. Matthew and Daniel, being older than their sister, often took the brunt of it to protect her. Eventually, their mother managed to get a restraining order, and soon after, their stepfather passed away. These events left a mark on each of them. Daniel's relationship with Erica had alarming parallels to his childhood. Family members noticed that Erica controlled her husband, isolated him from friends and family, and verbally demeaned him. Despite Daniel being a police officer, frequently encountering victims of domestic aggression, he couldn't admit that he was in a similar situation himself. He knew he was becoming a victim but couldn't do anything about it. Fear, shame, and the reluctance to acknowledge vulnerability held him back. Men, just like women, often do not report domestic aggression for the very same reasons. The issues in Daniel and Erica's marriage reached a peak in February 2011. A neighbor of Daniel's witnessed a loud confrontation between the couple. Erica was yelling and provoking her husband, trying to push him over the edge. Daniel tried to keep his composure, knowing that losing control could cost him his career. At one point, he asked the neighbor to call emergency services to stop the situation. The police arrested Erica, but despite the seriousness of the incident, Daniel refused to press charges, and she was soon released. This incident became a point of no return for Daniel, and he decided that their relationship was over. In January 2012, after only a year of official marriage, they divorced and moved apart. A few months after the divorce, Erica told her friends that she was pregnant with Daniel's child. The news quickly reached Daniel, and despite everything they had been through, he decided to try to start over for the sake of the future baby. They resumed their relationship and moved back in together. Daniel's family hoped that this time things would be different and that their arguments would be a thing of the past. Daniel did everything he could to maintain peace at home and eagerly awaited the birth of the baby. However, the problems did not go away. Erica often complained to her friend Angelica Ramirez about Daniel's harsh behavior. She claimed that Daniel could be cold and indifferent and that she felt unhappy in the relationship. Angelica recalled that Erica would say that Daniel grabbed her by the neck and tried to choke her. She feared that one day it could end tragically. Angelica tried to support Erica but understood her influence was limited. At the same time, Daniel's relatives and friends spoke about Erica's aggressive tendencies. She slashed mattresses and sofas, damaged Daniel's property. This was an example of uncontrolled behavior that she exhibited. The conflicts escalated month by month, but neither side sought help. Their relationship remained unstable, and the tension only continued to build. Daniel and Erica, despite their efforts to keep the family together, continued to live in constant tension. Friends and loved ones noticed that their relationship increasingly resembled a vicious cycle in which both suffered but neither dared to change the situation. Both hid their problems, unwilling to seek help, and their story became a series of mutual accusations and suffering. On January 5, 2013, Erica gave birth to a son whom they named Aiden. At that moment, their relationship seemed to finally be improving. Daniel was thrilled to become a father and felt like his life had new meaning. For the sake of his family, he decided to sell his motorcycle, understanding that the safety and well-being of his loved ones were more important. This decision was not easy for him, but he did it for Aiden and for stability in their family. Daniel posted pictures with his son on social media. These were his moments of joy, his happy life. However, just 6 months later, the tension started building again. Constant conflicts and arguments became more frequent. Daniel suggested that Erica move out, and she agreed, but she took Aiden with her and completely cut off contact with her ex-husband. Unable to see his son, Daniel fell into a deep depression. He decided to fight for custody of Aiden, which led to the start of a serious conflict between them. These events unfolded against the backdrop of another incident that left a significant mark on Daniel's life. Shortly before Aiden's birth, during a motorcycle ride with a friend, Daniel's brakes suddenly failed. They pulled over and Daniel discovered that some wires had been cut. He immediately suspected that Erica could have been responsible. When he returned home, he confronted her directly, but Erica denied everything. She insisted that she would never do anything that would threaten his life. Daniel chose not to involve the police and didn't tell anyone about the incident, preferring not to draw attention and to avoid further conflicts. Erica strongly disapproved of Daniel's passion for motorcycles. She considered them dangerous. Every time he returned from a ride, they argued, and the tension in their relationship only grew. The disputes about the motorcycle reached their peak after the incident with the cut brakes. Daniel realized that their relationship was becoming destructive, but he decided to keep things quiet, trying to control the situation and minimize the fallout. After selling the motorcycle and with the birth of his son, Daniel hoped that their family would enter a more peaceful period. But the conflicts and tension did not go away. In the fall of 2014, while Daniel and Erica were spending another night together, an incident occurred that left Daniel completely shaken. In the middle of the night, he woke up to find Erica standing over him with a gun. She was pointing it at him and said that she had a nightmare in which Daniel was unfaithful to her. She stated that she wanted to end his life so she wouldn't have to feel that pain anymore. Daniel managed to calm her down, assuring her that it was just a dream and that he had never betrayed her. Erica seemed to relax and lowered the gun. After this, Daniel realized that their relationship had become dangerous. He confided in his friends about the incident and decided it was time to end the destructive relationship for good. Despite this incident, in January 2015, they met again to celebrate their son Aiden's second birthday. At the family gathering held for close relatives, everyone saw Daniel and Erica chatting affectionately. Daniel even kissed her on the cheek and many thought they were back together. However, Daniel knew that a future together was impossible and did not want to return to the old arguments and conflicts. After that meeting, Daniel told his friends that he had a new girlfriend, 20-year-old Brenda Vela. He posted a photo of them together on social media, sharing the happy news. He seemed genuinely happy and many hoped that he was finally entering a new, calmer phase of his life. But soon a tragic event took place. On the morning of February 6, 2015, Daniel dropped Aiden off at Erica's house as they had planned. Afterward, he went to the gym. After his workout, he returned home, where his life came to a sudden end. Daniel went into the bathroom, sat down, and was shot 4 times in the arm, chest, neck, and forehead. He was killed instantly without a chance to defend himself. The history of their relationship had always been filled with conflict and mutual accusations. Their text messages revealed constant aggression. Hundreds of messages were filled with anger and insults. Daniel accused Erica of trying to take away what was most precious to him, his son. Erica, in turn, accused him of selfishness and of being an unfit father. Their arguments ranged from parenting issues to personal attacks. There was no constructive dialogue, and the tension only continued to grow. But then, there was an unexpected reconciliation. None of their friends or relatives understood why they started spending time together again. On the surface, it appeared as if they were giving their relationship another chance. The arguments seemed to stop, and it looked like they had found some harmony. But as we know, this peace was temporary, and soon everything went back to the way it was before. Erica was brought in for questioning the day after Daniel's death. She claimed she hadn't been to his house in weeks and had nothing to do with what had happened. Investigators informed her that they had footage from a neighboring home's surveillance camera showing her entering the house on the day of the crime. In reality, Erica's identification from the video was inconclusive, but the investigators decided to use this tactic to make her panic. This strategy worked. Erica couldn't handle the pressure and confessed. She even pointed out where she had discarded the firearm used in the crime. The prosecutor argued that the motive for the crime was jealousy and the feeling of being replaced by another woman. When Erica was arrested, A note was found in her purse with Brenda's name and birth year, indicating that Erica had been tracking Daniel's new girlfriend. The evidence against her was compelling, but the trial didn't start until October 1st, 2019, 5 years after the tragic event. In the days leading up to the crime, Erica called Daniel about 170 times, trying to re-establish contact. She had learned that Daniel had introduced their son Aiden to Brenda, and that they were spending time together. This had pushed her over the edge. The prosecutor also stated that after the crime, Erica deleted several messages from Daniel's phone. These messages contained her attempts to convince Daniel that she would change and become better. However, Daniel had responded that he wanted nothing more to do with her and intended to move on. During the trial, Erica's attorney insisted that Daniel had been an abusive husband who subjected her to systematic aggression. Audio recordings of heated arguments were presented, in which Daniel could be heard insulting and threatening Erica. These recordings became a crucial part of her defense, demonstrating that there was aggression and cruelty in their relationship. Erica, speaking in court, described in detail the instances of abuse she had endured over the years. She claimed that Daniel had physically assaulted her, grabbed her by the neck, and threatened her. Erica said she lived in constant fear and didn't report it to the police because she thought it would be useless. According to her, Daniel, being a police officer, could influence any investigation and was too powerful for her to expect justice. Erica believed that no one would believe her, as Daniel was a well-respected figure in the community. On February 5, 2015, the day before the crime, Erica claimed she had spoken to Daniel on the phone. According to her, they were flirting with each other, which gave her hope of rekindling their relationship. The next day, she decided to go to his house to see if it was possible to reconnect. When she entered the house, she saw 2 firearms on the table, which immediately made her uneasy. Erica decided to look around the house more carefully and found a partially open safe in one of the rooms. Inside, she found 2 intimate photos of people who, in her opinion, appeared to be underage. This shocked her and led her to suspect that Daniel might pose a threat to their son. Erica claimed that seeing those photos changed her perception of Daniel. She remembered how he had made her wear school uniforms and began to understand that his interests might be much darker than she had thought. After putting the documents back, Erica heard the sound of a car pulling up. It was Daniel. Panicking, she grabbed both loaded firearms and hid in one of the rooms, not knowing what to do next. When Daniel entered the house, he walked through the rooms. Erica heard him head to the bathroom. With the firearms in her hands, she followed him, overwhelmed by fear. When she entered the bathroom, she saw Daniel sitting on the toilet. He noticed her and shouted angrily, threatening her. At that moment, according to her, she began shooting. She didn't remember how many shots she fired, but kept shooting until she felt the threat was gone. Then she ran out of the house, disposed of the weapons, and tried to flee. Erica also admitted that she continued to engage in intimate relations with Daniel despite all the mistreatment because she feared his reaction to refusal. She claimed that if she didn't satisfy him, he would become aggressive. This was one of the reasons she stayed with him. She feared the potential consequences of refusing or trying to stand up to his demands. She felt that her safety directly depended on complying with his wishes. Erica mentioned the photos she found in Daniel's safe for the first time during the trial. According to her, she had deliberately kept quiet about it during the investigation because she didn't trust the authorities and believed they would side with her ex-husband. Daniel's relatives were horrified by these claims and categorically refused to believe them. Erica insisted that she feared her words would be ignored or misinterpreted. However, Erica's claims were not substantiated. The officers who searched Daniel's home found no prohibited photos or any evidence supporting her accusations. The prosecutor insisted that everything Erica said was a lie, meant to avoid facing justice. Erica's attorney tried to portray Daniel in a negative light, pointing out that his phone and computer contained hundreds of intimate photos and videos involving adults. Furthermore, the attorney noted that over 1,000 images had been deleted from Daniel's phone years ago, which, in his view, could indicate dark secrets. Erica might have had legitimate reasons to fear him. Erica expressed regret for her actions and apologized to Daniel's family. She said she never wanted things to end so tragically, and her actions were driven by panic and fear for her son. Erica's attorney also argued that the blame for Daniel's death did not lie solely with Erica but also with Daniel himself. They were trapped in a traumatic relationship from which neither could escape, and their fate seemed destined for a tragic end. The jury deliberated for nearly 4 days but could not reach a unanimous decision, resulting in a mistrial. Erica's attorney considered this a success, as it provided an opportunity to revisit the case and develop a new defense strategy. Despite this, Erica was stripped of her parental rights, and Daniel's brother Matthew Green and his wife adopted Aiden. A new trial was scheduled for 2020 but was repeatedly postponed due to the pandemic. The most recent hearing took place in December 2022, but a final decision has yet to be made. Erica Sandoval is currently in custody awaiting trial. She faces the death penalty if found guilty. Attorneys for both sides continue to prepare for the next phase of the trial, which could be decisive in this complex case. This tragedy served as a lesson for many, reminding us how far jealousy and personal demons can lead if help is not sought and toxic relationships are not severed in time. Too many lives were destroyed, too much pain and too many unspoken words were left behind. Yet, even amid this darkness, there were those who continued to fight for a brighter future, doing everything possible for little Aiden's happiness. The story may have ended, but its echoes will be heard for a long time, reminding everyone of what can sometimes be hidden behind the closed doors of seemingly perfect homes. The Jansen family seemed like any other, caring, close-knit, and always ready to support one another. But one day everything changed. Something happened within their home, something so shocking that even their closest friends couldn't believe it. Behind this mystery lay a series of events that shattered the family and left everyone around them in utter disbelief. Law enforcement, friends, and neighbors all tried to piece together what could have caused this seemingly perfect family to fall apart, and what exactly transpired behind closed doors. In the dense forests of British Columbia, among small, quiet towns with brick storefronts and cozy coffee shops, Randy Jansen lived a seemingly unremarkable life. Langley, a small town many considered a peaceful refuge, had been Randy's home since childhood. But behind this serene facade were years of hard work and dreams that didn't always lead to happiness. From an early age, Randy shared a close bond with his father, who worked at a local lumber mill. His father taught him everything he knew about woodworking, and after graduating high school, Randy followed in his footsteps by getting a job at the same mill. The work was requiring long shifts and immense physical effort, but Randy was accustomed to such challenges. In Langley, many saw the lumber mill as a staple of the local economy, a way of life for most residents, and Randy was no exception. For over a decade, he dedicated himself to the demanding routine of processing wood and transporting logs. While the work was monotonous and exhausting, it gave him a sense of stability and pride. Each day may have looked the same, but Randy found purpose in the rhythm of his labor and his place in the community. If the lumber mill represented stability, music was Randy's escape, a way to express the emotions he couldn't always put into words. Music had been a part of his life since childhood, and over time, playing guitar and singing evolved from a hobby into a vital outlet. He frequently performed at a local bar in Langley, where townsfolk would gather to unwind after their own long workdays and enjoy live performances. On stage, Randy transformed. His usually reserved and quiet demeanor gave way to an engaging and energetic presence that captivated his audience. The locals loved his heartfelt performances, which radiated authenticity and passion, giving Randy a sense of fulfillment and connection that his day-to-day life often lacked. It was at that local bar, on a seemingly ordinary evening, that Randy met Laurel, the woman who would change his life forever. Laurel was 6 years older than Randy, working as a bartender, often watching his performances from behind the counter. Confident and charismatic, Laurel was beloved by patrons for her ability to create a warm, friendly atmosphere and her open, approachable demeanor. What started as casual conversations, first about music, then about life, quickly grew into a deeper connection. Their shared passion for music and mutual dreams brought them closer together. Laurel played the piano and, despite her life taking a different path, had always dreamed of pursuing music professionally. This shared dream, coupled with a genuine interest in one another, soon blossomed into something much more profound. Life at the lumber mill continued as usual for Randy, but now it was colored by the presence of Laurel. Their bond deepened as they began planning a future together. Langley, though comfortable, began to feel too small for the dreams they shared. They envisioned a life where music wasn't just a hobby, but the foundation of their future. Randy's days at the mill, nights performing at the bar, and evenings spent with Laurel gave him a newfound sense of purpose, love, and hope for the road ahead. Randy and Laurel often reminisced about the day they got married in 1990. It was a simple ceremony, attended by only their closest friends and family, filled with a cozy, intimate atmosphere. Live music, highlighted by a song Randy performed for his bride, marked the beginning of a life filled with love and shared dreams. A few years after their wedding, their daughter Emily was born, becoming the center of their world. Randy often proudly declared that Emily was the best thing to ever happen to him, and his love for her was evident to anyone who knew the family. Emily was just 8 years old when her life took an unexpected and difficult turn. She began experiencing sudden, intense headaches that were so debilitating she could no longer continue her musical pursuits. From a young age, Emily had shown remarkable talent in singing, captivating her parents with her voice and earning accolades in competitions. She had been living a vibrant life, attending vocal lessons and dreaming of becoming a singer. Her parents, inspired by her success, did everything they could to support her ambitions. At first, Randy and Laurel were at a loss to understand what was happening to their daughter. Visits to doctors and numerous medical tests provided no clear answers, leaving them in the dark about her condition. Emily had to leave school and switch to home-based learning because the bright lights and noisy environment of classrooms triggered more excruciating headaches. Her room became a dimly lit refuge where she spent most of her time. Randy and Laurel took turns caring for her, doing everything in their power to ease her pain and provide comfort in the face of her suffering. After extensive medical evaluations, doctors finally arrived at a diagnosis: migraine. It was a devastating blow for the entire family. The medications prescribed to Emily offered only minimal relief, reducing her pain somewhat but never fully stopping the attacks. The music she had once loved so deeply, her greatest source of joy, was now out of reach. Emily, once a lively and energetic young woman, became increasingly withdrawn, spending most of her time in silence and darkness. Randy and Laurel desperately searched for ways to help their daughter. They tried countless treatments, consulted numerous specialists, and explored alternative therapies, but nothing brought the lasting relief they so desperately hoped for. Medical predictions were grim. Migraines are often a lifelong condition, and many people have to endure the pain indefinitely. Statistics showed that about 53% of individuals with migraines are unable to drive due to their symptoms, 30% struggle to complete their education, and 34% face challenges with employment. While these numbers made Emily's condition medically common, they did nothing to ease her parents' anguish as they watched their daughter's vibrancy fade. These years were particularly hard on Randy. Music, once his sanctuary, became a painful reminder that Emily could no longer engage with the passion that had brought her so much joy. The evenings he spent playing guitar now felt hollow without Emily's voice to accompany him, and performing at the local bar, where he once thrived, no longer brought him happiness. He started spending more time at home, staying close to Emily and offering support as best he could. But as Emily's suffering worsened, Randy and Laurel felt increasingly helpless. Their once energetic daughter, who had been so full of life and determination, now spent her days confined to her room, avoiding light and noise. Though Randy continued to work, his thoughts were always with Emily, and each day he woke up hoping to find a way to ease her pain. By the time Emily turned 18, her condition had deteriorated further. Her migraine episodes became more frequent and severe, sometimes lasting for days on end. The unrelenting pain disrupted her ability to study and maintain friendships. Despite these challenges, Emily refused to give up on her ambitions. She enrolled in the University of British Columbia's arts program, pursuing a path in the fine arts with the dream of one day becoming an opera singer. For Emily, attending university wasn't just an academic endeavor. It was a chance to reclaim a sense of normalcy and move closer to the life she had always envisioned. Despite the physical exhaustion and constant episodes of pain, Emily pushed herself to stay engaged. She took vocal lessons, studied music theory, art history, and literature. She even participated in student events and concerts whenever she could, despite the challenges she faced. Her classmates admired her determination to remain involved in university life, even during difficult times. But behind the scenes, her activity masked a painful struggle. Emily often had to miss classes and catch up on her studies independently. The powerful medications prescribed to manage her migraines left Emily feeling fatigued, drowsy, and weak. Her treatment plan included triptans, anticonvulsants, and antidepressants to alleviate her symptoms. However, these drugs came with significant side effects: depression, trouble concentrating, and a general decline in her physical well-being. Over time, Emily began to avoid medication as much as possible to reduce its impact on her body, opting instead to explore alternative methods of managing her condition. Emily turned to meditation and breathing exercises, applied cold compresses to her head, and avoided triggers like bright lights, strong odors, and loud noises. Her room became a sanctuary where she could retreat from anything that worsened her pain. During the most unbearable episodes, she spent entire days in the dark, shielded from light and sound, while her parents, Randy and Laurel, took turns caring for her and doing whatever they could to ease her suffering. Even so, Emily tried her best to maintain a sense of normalcy. She kept in touch with her friends, though she couldn't see them as often as she used to. Sometimes she had to cancel plans at the last minute because of a sudden migraine attack, but her friends never abandoned her. They would visit her at home, spending time with her and offering support to make sure she didn't feel isolated. Despite the limitations her condition imposed, Emily refused to give up on the things she cherished. Her determination to return to her music and live a full life never wavered, no matter how difficult the journey became. On May 7, 2015, Randy Jansen posted a message on Facebook that shocked everyone who knew him. In this post, he confessed to committing unthinkable acts over the previous 10 days. He began by writing about his daughter, Emily, describing her as the best daughter anyone could ever hope for: talented, intelligent, and kind-hearted. Emily brought so much joy to their lives, filling their home with laughter and always offering help to others, even when she was struggling. But her illness had stolen so much from her, forcing her to let go of the dreams she had worked so hard to achieve. Emily had been suffering from migraines since elementary school. The constant pain led to deep depression, and days where the pain didn't stop for even a moment became her reality. Randy described how his daughter would watch her classmates living normal lives, while she spent her days in hospitals or in her dark, silent room. Despite everything, Emily tried to hold on to hope, dreaming of a better future. But nothing seemed to work. Randy worked at a lumber mill, but every moment he wasn't working was spent with his daughter. He told friends that Emily was his entire life and that he couldn't imagine living without her. Watching her suffer, unable to do anything to help, pushed him to the edge of despair. Friends recalled how Randy opened up to them about his pain, and it was clear how much he was struggling emotionally. One day, Randy made a decision that would alter everything. In a Facebook post, he admitted that he had taken a gun and ended Emily's life, explaining that he wanted to free her from the unrelenting pain. He wrote about how he pictured her as an angel, floating above the clouds, her long hair flowing in the wind, finally free from her suffering. He didn't stop there. Randy revealed that he had also taken the life of his wife, Laurel, stating that he couldn't bear the thought of her living with the heartbreak of losing their daughter. A few days later, he ended the life of his sister, Shelley, saying he didn't want her to live with the shame of his actions. In the post, Randy explained that Emily had tried everything possible to recover. He described her strength and resilience, but ultimately, the illness had broken her. He shared how powerless he felt watching her suffer every day, knowing there was nothing he could do. Randy had told friends many times that he would do anything for Emily, and in the end, he believed this was the only way to help her. After Randy published the post, his friends and acquaintances immediately contacted the police. They were horrified by what they read and wanted to ensure the safety of Randy's family. The post left many in disbelief, struggling to process the magnitude of what had happened. Law enforcement quickly responded after receiving multiple calls, including one from Brian Jones, a close friend of Randy's. Officers were dispatched to Randy's home to investigate. Brian Jones, one of Randy's closest friends, felt an overwhelming sense of fear and confusion as he read the Facebook post. At first, he hoped it was a mistake or some kind of cruel joke. But when he saw the signature at the end, a nickname Randy had used since their school days, he realized his friend had written those words. The gravity of the situation hit Brian immediately, and he knew he had to act fast. He left work early and headed toward Shelley's house, trying to reach Randy on the phone along the way. Each unanswered call only deepened his concern. When Brian arrived at Shelley's house, he noticed a stack of undelivered newspapers on the porch. This struck him as strange, as Shelley was known for being reliable and never neglecting her responsibilities. Her old van was parked in the driveway, and the curtains were drawn tightly over the windows. The yard was eerily quiet, with no signs of activity. Brian knocked on the door several times, but there was no answer. Everything about the scene felt unsettling and ominously quiet. Shelley had lived a reclusive life after their parents passed away. She lived alone, didn't have children, and rarely interacted with her neighbors. Her main responsibility was delivering newspapers, and she was known for being punctual and consistent with her work. The sight of the untouched newspapers immediately raised alarm bells for Brian. He knew something was wrong and decided to call the police. When he reached the dispatcher, they informed him that he wasn't the first person to report concerns about the family. A patrol unit had already been dispatched to check on the situation. At the end of his Facebook post, Randy had written that his family was now in a better place, free from pain. He expressed regret for his actions, took full responsibility, and apologized to anyone he had hurt. The post concluded with the haunting words, "Rest in peace, my little family." Reading this, Brian felt a wave of shock and disbelief. He had always known Randy as a kind and caring person, someone who loved his family deeply. The idea that his friend was capable of such an act, or even owned a firearm, was incomprehensible to him. He recalled how Randy always spoke about his family with love and devotion, and he struggled to understand how things could have taken such a dark turn. When police arrived, they attempted to establish contact with Randy Jansen, who was inside his home. Officers spotted him through a second-floor window holding a firearm. They used loudspeakers and tried calling him on the phone, but Randy did not respond. The officers were acutely aware of how tense the situation was, and knew they had to proceed carefully to avoid escalating it further. The house was surrounded, and negotiators began their efforts, but Randy showed no signs of surrendering or willingness to communicate. After several hours, the standoff escalated into something far more dangerous. Randy set the house on fire, and officers noticed smoke billowing from the upper floor. Attempts to enter the home were unsuccessful. The flames spread too quickly, cutting off access. Through the windows, officers spotted a body on the first floor wrapped in a sheet, but they were unable to reach it for identification. Within minutes, the fire consumed the entire house, forcing the officers to retreat. Firefighters arrived on the scene, but the house was already fully engulfed in flames, making it impossible to save. The fire was so intense that access to the interior remained unsafe for several days, even after the blaze was extinguished. It wasn't until May 10th, 3 days after the fire, that investigators were able to enter the charred remains of the house to begin their examination. Inside the burned-out home, investigators found 3 bodies. 19-year-old Emily was discovered in her bedroom, her body wrapped in a sheet. 50-year-old Laurel was found in the kitchen, similarly covered with a blanket. Investigators determined that both had sustained 2 gunshot wounds to the head, inflicted approximately 10 days before Randy wrote his Facebook post. Randy's own body was found in a second-floor bedroom. He had taken his own life with a firearm before setting the house on fire. Based on the position of his body and the remains of the weapon, It was clear that Randy had been in a state of profound emotional distress when he made the decision to end his life. When police arrived at Shelley's home, Randy's sister, they found her body in the living room. Shelley had also been shot twice in the head, her body similarly covered with a blanket. Investigators concluded that she had died 2 days before she was discovered, with no signs of a struggle at the scene, suggesting that Randy had caught her off guard. Emily's condition had deteriorated significantly over the past year. Doctors had resorted to administering morphine injections to ease her excruciating pain. These injections were a last resort, and neighbors often saw her parents helping her into the house after hospital visits. Emily had become so weak that she needed support just to walk. These moments were heartbreaking for everyone who knew the family. Randy Jansen, Emily's father, always tried his best to care for his family, despite the many challenges they faced. A year before the tragic events, he sought help from the family doctor due to persistent insomnia and overwhelming stress. He confided in the doctor about how difficult it was to witness his daughter's suffering. The doctor suggested sedatives and recommended that Randy try to get more rest, but Randy declined the medication, believing it wouldn't address the real problem. Brian Jones, a close friend of Randy's, recalled that Randy had never expressed any thoughts of self-harm or a desire to hurt others. He described Randy as a calm, hard-working man who was always ready to lend a hand. Randy prioritized his family above everything else, and no one could have imagined he was capable of such actions. However, Brian noted that Randy had reached his breaking point. He could no longer bear to watch his daughter suffer and ultimately made a devastating decision. Many neighbors who had known Randy since childhood found the events impossible to reconcile with the man they remembered. They described him as a kind and gentle person, someone who had never shown signs of aggression or cruelty. To them, his actions seemed born out of desperation and an inability to cope with the pain and anguish surrounding his family. One neighbor recalled Randy saying that if his daughter ever left this world, he wouldn't have a reason to live. Despite those words, Randy lived in the house with the bodies of his wife and daughter for 10 days before taking his own life. Emily's final tweet, posted 4 days before the tragedy, read, "I complain about the pain, but at least I'm here to feel it. I thank God for the chance to live." The post reflected her desire to hold on to life despite the immense suffering she endured. Her social media messages often conveyed her fight to stay positive in the face of her illness. She tried to maintain a sense of hope, even when her circumstances seemed bleak. Emily was remembered as a kind and compassionate young woman who worked to stay connected with the world around her. She had a passion for music and sang in the local church when her health allowed it. Many Langley residents fondly recalled her performances. As her condition worsened, her appearances at church became less frequent, but she remained thoughtful and giving. She would bake with her mother and share treats with neighbors, and on her better days, she even helped local kids with their homework. Laurel, Emily's mother, did everything she could to support her daughter. In one of her Twitter posts, she wrote, "Emily is back in the hospital, praying to God they can help her. I feel so helpless." These words reflected the pain and despair she felt while watching her daughter suffer. Laurel was on the verge of emotional exhaustion, but refused to give up, constantly searching for ways to ease Emily's condition. Shelley, Randy's sister, also had no way of foreseeing the tragedy that would unfold. No one in the family imagined their fates would be decided in such a devastating way. Over the last year, Randy often confided in friends about the overwhelming burden and stress caused by Emily's illness. No one could have predicted that Randy would one day reach such a fragile emotional state that he would decide to take the lives of his family. As mentioned earlier, Emily maintained a Twitter account where she shared her thoughts. Her posts showed that she wasn't giving up. Shortly before the tragedy, she wrote, "For the first time in 2 years, I've gone 12 hours without pain. I'm so tired of hurting, but I need to keep going." Her determination to fight, despite the immense challenges, was evident in her words. Randy, however, couldn't cope with the emotional weight any longer. Laurel was also deeply affected, watching their daughter's health decline. Her posts on Twitter mirrored her anguish. Despite their despair, the family tried to support one another, but the situation continued to deteriorate, and none of them could foresee where it would lead. Now that the details have come to light, it's clear how despair, hidden struggles, and a profound sense of hopelessness culminated in a tragedy no one expected. The story of the Jansen family is a grim reminder that even behind seemingly solid walls, unimaginable pain can simmer beneath the surface, sometimes erupting in ways no one could predict. If you made it this far, thank you for staying with me until the end. I hope the stories gave you something to think about or dream about. Sleep well, stay safe, and don't forget to subscribe. Good night.